Who is the most baddest person you've ever met? My late father-in-law. Age 13, the Russians came into his village of ethnic Germans in what is now Serbia. Shot his father, one of the largest landowners in the area. In the front parlor they raped his mother and older sisters in front of him. Dragged the whole family off and put them in death camps where they were worked to death bit by bit. His older brother was sent to the mines in Siberia. He escaped from the camp 3 times with his 2 older brothers and got their mother and sisters out of the women's camp. Recaptured and beaten almost to death, they kept them alive because they could repair electric circuits. Finally escaped and smuggled the whole family of 7 out of there, walked across the Alps into Austria, wove baskets from reeds and traded them for food. Finally ended up in a US-run displaced persons camp. Worked for 5 years doing construction, delivering milk, and any job they could find until they were able to immigrate to the US. Worked as a welder and ran a cleaning business. Bought a house, raised 2 children, and sent them to college. Never became a citizen because he never learned to read or write English and hid it from everyone but his wife. Dying of emphysema, he got a notice that ICE was thinking of deporting him because he had let his green card lapse. I drove him up to the federal building and wheeled him in his wheelchair. The officious clerk said, "So we may have to deport you." I laughed and said, "Where?" "Read his green card, citizen of no country." "Oh." He laughed and told jokes. The ICE lady started laughing and she got his green card renewed in record time. Surviving that kind of childhood and then living a good life. Total badass. Said, "Better location. Thanks Reddit." I had gone on a rock climbing trip with a group of about 15 to 20 people to Red Rocks over the new year and were out at different crags every day through the area. There were a lot of climbers and other groups in general, but there was this one older man, in his 70s-early 80s I would guess, that I saw every single day just hiking through and watching people climb wherever he went. He seemed very quiet, but still kept good pace and you could tell he was spry. I kept noticing him the first, second, and third days. We would always pass him at some point, no matter what area we went to. He felt like a Red Rocks spirit to me, always doing his rounds and always watching, but never being paid attention to, just witnessing. The next time I had seen him was at the top of this crag a couple days later, and I was taking a break from any climbing. I decided to wander up to him and watch the same group of climbers as him. Turns out he came from Germany a long while back as a boy and came to the area when rock climbing was beginning to take off. We started chatting about the beta and moves that this one girl had to complete to get up this 5.12b, not an easy route, and he was able to predict perfectly the sequence of moves she was going to do, and in about 4 moves, fall because of a very specific hold and body position on the route. The girl followed his guess perfectly. He continued to do the same for every group climbing around us, including my own friends on the wall. He knew every intimate part of every route that he could visibly see. I had to ask how he knew everything about all the climbs, and he told me to bring him my guidebook. He proceeded to flip through page after page and say, "Yup, that's me. First ascent. Me, that too. My friends did these ones." I inadvertently had sparked a conversation with one of the original climbers of the area, who literally wrote the book on it. He told me about how he stopped climbing after all him and his friends had been associated with the book and info, and after someone had gotten injured, they had sued his friend group and essentially ruined his life for a long time, and took the sport from him. Since then almost all of his original climbing friends have passed, and so he spends every day of his retired life out in the rocks when possible just watching people climb his original routes. We are going back to Red Rocks again this New Year's and I really hope I get the chance to run into this legend again. Edit. This is Red Rocks right outside of Las Vegas. Edit 2. I almost put his name, but I remember his talking about trying to even get his name out of the books and disassociated from the legal battle, so for his own sake I'll keep his name out of it. Harold. I met him when he was in his 90s. He married my widowed aunt. In WWII, he was a B-17 pilot and his plane was shot up terribly in a bombing run over France. He and his co-pilot kept the plane in the air and allowed his crew to bail out. Then he and the co-pilot went to bail out. Harold said when the co-pilot got in the door to jump, he froze. In Harold's words, I kicked him in the ears so hard he fell out and then pulled his chute. Harold laughed and said, I got a medal for saving him, but the thing is, that plane was completely on fire and I wanted out of there, and he was in my way, because Harold was the last man out of the plane. Just as he deployed his parachute, the plane exploded. Harold was knocked unconscious and though he survived the landing, he was injured with broken bones. All the rest of his crew got to safety with the light troops, but Harold was captured by the Germans and held as a POW until the war ended. I think he qualifies, but my father, several of his brothers and several of my mom's brothers all served in combat in WWII. They were all over the world and they all came home. They were pretty badass as well. Plus they killed Nazis. Edit. I have posted about Harold before. Edit. I just want to thank the people that have posted here in reply to the apologists for the German military. They were not innocent. The war killed in excess of 80 to 90 million people worldwide, and the Nazis and the Japanese started it by invading their respective parts of the world. The people who were in charge got to be in charge through the acceptance and support of the people in those countries. The crimes and slaughter of millions of innocent people happened with their support, or at least with them pretending nothing was happening. The non-Nazis who did help people did so at great personal risk of being exposed by their fellow countrymen who were marching right along. Fact Nazis. They were scum then, and they are scum now. My mom. When she was in her early 20s, she got bucked out of a moving vehicle and had severe brain damage. She was supposed to be dead within 48 hours, and when she lived, they said she'd be a vegetable for the rest of her life. Instead, she woke up, relearned how to walk, talk, read, and function, and walked out of the hospital on her own. I was a mistake that she raised on her own without complaints. She raised me alone, went to school, got into nursing, and weaseled her way out of the projects into an honest to-God house. Without child support for the bulk of my childhood, I can honestly say that I had an amazing childhood, and she never once made me feel like a burden. I have never seen her back down from anything. Ever. Somebody trying to break in? Well, they ain't gonna get far. Ex-boyfriend threatened her daughter, Beach. She dares you to open that gate. Boss lowballs her, and then has the gall to call her lazy? Have fun, because she can be put to better use elsewhere. She's now fighting ovarian cancer with a very low chance of surviving, and her response to talking to hospices, I will never talk to them. I'm not done. She was offended they gave up on her. She's in a bad place now, but she's lasted way longer than they anticipated, and has even been improving. She just kind of shrugs it off. In her mind, she doesn't have to relearn what English is, so, you know, this should be easy. I wish I was half the woman she is. My employee Lindsay. I met her almost 12 years ago when she was a high school culinary student working in my favorite cafe. 2 years later, I own the place. She has weaved in and out of my life. She was working at the cafe during her first pregnancy. The moment she found out she was pregnant, she stopped all caffeine and immediately started eating healthy. She worked full time and almost never complained or called out. She developed kidney stones around month 6. Around 10:10. She asked for a break. I thought she was going into labor. No, she was crying because she thought she was letting me down if she didn't work through the pain. She didn't want to use pregnancy as an excuse. I hugged her and explained what a true faking badass I thought she was. She stopped crying and just accepted that it was time to stay home until that baby decides to arrive. She lost 2 lives of her life, numerous friends and family to suicide, and hardship upon hardship. During all this time, she has inspired me with her silent strength. She is never the loudest one in the room, but always the most present. She has become this amazing wife and mother. I'm lucky that we got her back on the weekends. When I first took over, I took everything too personal. I expected everyone to be logical and rational customers. Eventually wise Lindsay looked me deep in the eyes, full of 17-year-old wisdom, and said beaches be beaches. This moment gave me a massive boost of confidence, and I quote this to all my employees: my employee is a faking badass. My mom. She grew up in China with her parents and sister living in basically one room. She had to attend night school, where everyone told her she would never make it to college. She didn't went on to win awards as an architect. She then married my father and moved to the States, where she worked years as a waitress while my dad went to school. Then my dad was killed by a drunk driver. She had 6 months to be remarried, or we had to leave America. She decided she wanted to stay here for me because by then my Chinese was lacking very badly. I moved here when I was 5. Somehow she found an amazing man who knew our situation and helped us in every bit he could. Then my stepdad got diagnosed with a disease called PSP, where basically he slowly loses every single function he has. These days my mom spends her time turning him in bed every 2 hours to avoid pressure sores, feeding him through his feeding tube, cleaning his incontinence, giving him daily bed baths, all with as much love as the first time they met. She also works a full-time job as an AutoCAD designer while maintaining an amazing backyard garden, while also keeping up with her own gallery and art. She gets around 4/5 hours of sleep every single night, yet somehow every time I see her she has a huge smile on her face and is very energetic and cheerful. I don't know how she does it, but she gives me hope to be an amazing person as she is. My dad. When he was 12, my grandpa used to go up north fishing for a week at a time and leave him in charge of the family farm. No instructions, just get it all done. The milking, the carving, the deliveries, everything. When he was 22, he was a sergeant in the army, guarding nuclear warheads in the DMZ. He was in charge of sending his men on missions. He knew some of them wouldn't come back. When he was 30, he was managing a service station in a black ghetto, in the worst neighborhood in one of the worst cities in the US. My dad is white and 5 feet 7 inches. Yet he never had any trouble from customers or employees that he couldn't handle. When he was 35, he decided that he didn't want to be a mechanic for the rest of his life and went back to college. He was working and going to college full time. In the 1980s online classes weren't an option, so he was commuting to school an hour and a half one way 3 days a week. He started teaching while he was in grad school. When he was 40, he had his master's degree. When he was 45, he was a full-time professor of math and economics at a small college. Along the way, he survived cancer, put his beloved, sick dog out of its misery himself, and taught basic math at an open admissions school in one of the poorest, most violent cities in America. Some of his students could not divide by zero. My dad did not choose to manage a farm or guard nuclear warheads, and he didn't even really choose to manage a gas station. He struggled to find a job after the army and took the first one he could. I say he is a badass because the biggest choice he did make the choice to quit his job, start college again, and pull a 180-degree career shift was not one many people make, and it took a lot of courage. My dad is now 70 and retired and gets up at 5:30 every morning and chops wood for fun. A US Army Special Forces Green Beanie who did 4 tours in Vietnam. He had command of an autonomous company of Montagnards with whom he would infiltrate the northern places in Cambodia, where they did assassinations, blow up infrastructure and supply lines along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. He even filed his teeth to sharp points in the fashion of the Montagnard warriors. He stepped on a mine and lost his leg above the knee. He was one of my patients. He wanted to go back to Vietnam, but because his leg was an AC, above knee, amputation, they refused him and forced him out of the army. Some of the stories he told were incredible, but he had all the chest salad and commendations to prove them. He was really kind of an unassuming guy and looked a little like Roy Clark from Hee Haw and was a really funny guy who laughed a lot. But he was also a stone cold killer. He liked coming up behind an enemy guard and slitting their throat and disappearing. He told us of one time he killed every guard around the perimeter of an NVA camp and watched them freak out when they found the bodies. He said he did the same thing at the same camp the following night, but almost got caught and barely escaped. He had a lot of stories, but he also had a couple of silver stars and a commendation medal along with statements from his commanders about his actions. I'll never forget that guy. 2 years ago a friend of mine named Beto did the most baddest thing that I have ever heard of, at least from the people I know. He was leaving a bar with his girlfriend, and as they were walking out, he saw a group of 4 men jumping a smaller sized man. Never being one to back down from an unjust situation, he yelled at the 4 men to leave the guy alone. He had had enough. They turned on him and attacked my friend. He fought off the 4 guys until he tripped and fell, where at that point 2 of the guys pulled out knives and stabbed my friend repeatedly. He tried to fight them off still, but when he knew he could no longer do so, he told them to stop stabbing him. They did not. He was rushed to a nearby hospital, where he continued to fight for his life for 2 days, until he succumbed to his injuries. I have seen the guys that did this to my friend, and 3 out of the 4 are fairly large individuals. I often think to myself, would I have done what was right in that moment? Would I have done what Beto did? More often than not, I can't see myself willingly defending someone I didn't know, knowing that there would be hell to pay. The stranger getting jumped would have been killed that night, but he was saved. He was saved by someone who throughout his life always fought for the underdog. He always fought against the unjust and did what he believed was right. Oddly enough, we all referred to him as Badass when we were blessed with his short presence here on Earth. Rest in peace, Beto Badass. My grandfather. He was a blacksmith. Before joining the Luftwaffe as a paratrooper or Fallschirmjäger, he didn't really have a choice as the oldest of 5 kids. Turns out he was a good soldier and was made the bodyguard of one of his commanding officers. Fought in Crete and apparently jumped out of the plane from a height of 20 feet at almost stall speed without a chute. He was on the Gran Sasso raid, where they crash landed a glider onto the side of a mountain and rescued Mussolini from the Allies. He was also one of the last men out of Monte Cassino. He was shot in the knee and got a ricocheted bullet in the cheek. An allied medic saved his life. He spent 2 years in a POW camp and had to give up blacksmithing because his face couldn't take the heat anymore. There wasn't any work for him in Germany, so he came to Canada alone. Saved his money working as a tow truck driver and brought over his wife and 2 kids. They bought a farm, even though they were city slickers, and my grandmother would foster newborns until they were old enough for adoption. They kept one of the babies because they couldn't stand the heartache of giving them up anymore. He was a crack shot and a good mechanic. Had a great sense of humor about everything. He grew a crazy mustache to hide a big scar on his lip and used to have a gag light bulb that would light up when he put it in his mouth. He had a plate in there, the bulb light, when it touched metal. He introduced me to Monty Python and loved the search for the Holy Grail. Even when he was dying of cancer, he would still quit the film and laugh, "I'm not dead yet." He was a real badass. I asked him if he was a hero in the war, and he told me the real heroes never got to come home. Even at almost 80 with a bad knee, he still walked almost everywhere. Oprah was a badass. Alice Marble. Wiki. Alice Marble, September 28, 1913 to December 13, 1990, was an American tennis player who won 18 Grand Slam championships, 1936 to 40. 5 in singles, 6 in women's doubles, and 7 in mixed doubles. For a brief time after retirement, she worked on the editorial advisory board of DC Comics and was credited as an associate editor on Wonder Woman. She created the Wonder Women of History feature for the comics, which told the stories of prominent women of history in comic form. During World War II, Marble was married to Joe Crowley, a pilot, who was killed in action over Germany. Only days before his death, she miscarried their child following a car accident. After an attempt to kill herself, she recuperated and, in 1945, agreed to spy for US intelligence. Her mission involved renewing contact with a former lover, a Swiss banker, and obtaining Nazi financial data. The operation ended when a Nazi agent shot her in the back, but she recovered. Few details of the operation ever emerged. Marble greatly contributed to the desegregation of American tennis by writing an editorial in support of Althea Gibson for the July 1, 1950 issue of American Lawn Tennis magazine. The article read, in part, "Miss Gibson is over a very cunningly wrought barrel, and I can only hope to loosen a few of its staves with one lone opinion. If tennis is a game for ladies and gentlemen, it's also time we acted a little more like gentle people and less like sanctimonious hypocrites." Edit, DC Comics. My grandpa. In the early 1930s, British India, he was the youngest sibling among 5. Came from a rich family, lost his dad when he was about 3. Eldest siblings squandered away all the wealth, and by the time he was in his teens, there was none left. He left his house at the age of 14, lived in another city, did all sorts of odd jobs to sustain his education, topped in his college, got a job at the Department of Inspectorate of Factories, climbed the ladder to become the chief inspector of factories at the time of his retirement. He became a legend at his workplace for his straightforward, courageous attitude. Back then Indian industries were pretty corrupt. He took it upon himself to spy, investigate various factories, led surprise inspections, saved countless workers from multiple factories who were forced to work in inhuman conditions, with no protection against chemicals or machines used, given below minimum wages, and made to work illegally during night hours under dim lights to avoid being caught by authorities. Got chased by politicians who were bribed by these factory owners. Stood up to them, and stood up for the people who were oppressed. And while doing all this, also single-handedly raised a family of 4, after having tragically lost the love of his life, his wife at a young age. One of his daughters became my mother and he became my grandfather, raised me while both my parents were working. He was the smartest man I had come across, taught me everything I know in science, and his special love for math rubbed off on me too. Eventually I would top my mathematics examination on a national level, all thanks to him. Up until his passing away last year, he could work out complex math problems mentally, describe physics theories like he learned it yesterday, and didn't lose his sanity being close to his 90s. Can one man be so many things? I have always admired and respected him to the core, and all credit goes to him for what I'm today. I can never match up to his legacy, but I'm glad his blood runs in me. Our bond is way too strong to be broken, and goes across dimensions. Life has been extremely hard this last 1 year without him. He passed away while in sedation with me standing next to him. Although I knew it was too late, I whispered in his ears that he was the best thing ever that happened to me. Life will not be the same, but we will be together no matter what. My grandma. At age 10 she ended up in a Japanese concentration camp in Indonesia. These were death camps, where they beat you and worked you to death whilst starving you. If you stood up against the abuse they killed you immediately. She got separated from her parents and put into a dungeon with no light for 3 months because her father had tried to thwart the Japanese before they got captured. He was tortured and beaten to death. 10-year-old her survived that. 10-year-old her also had to bury babies and people decapitated by samurai swords. 12-year-old her survived getting set on fire for helping a woman who could no longer walk. 13-year-old her survived getting a rib dislodged after getting hit with a rifle. Eventually, she found her mom back in the camps, who was now slipping in and out of a coma and suffered from malaria and typhoid at the same time. The next week there would be a prisoner transport and anyone who couldn't make the trip up there would be left to die. My gran begged her mom to come because she was the only one left. When the transport came, she found her mom standing on the platform. She'd been ready to give up because her husband had died and she didn't know if her kids had made it, but now she knew one of them did. She had something to live for. My gran was 14 when they were rescued from the camps and moved out of Indonesia. But it doesn't stop there. She grows up, studies her ass off in school to compensate for those lost years, and marries my grandfather. They have 2 kids and all seems well. Then granddad dies of a heart attack when he's 38 and my gran is on her own in a time where women barely had jobs. With the help of her mom, who helps take care of the kids, she works her way up from an entry position to manager. Today she is in her late 80s. She has a lot of health problems that date back from the camps, but she is still kicking ass. A little too much sometimes. She told me she wants to go back to visit Indonesia because her childhood before the camps was so lovely, but admitted she can't do it alone. I hope I can take her next year. My grandfather. He was an honest-to-God mad scientist. He grew up in Ohio, but decided he wanted to do what he wanted, so, in the 40s, he moved to 6 acres in rural Mississippi. There he designed and built a house out of 3-foot thick reinforced concrete. There was a SAC air base about 20 miles away, and he figured that, were it to be nuked, the house would probably survive. It's about 3,000 square feet. Then he decided he wanted a basement, so he dug one under the existing house. This brought the square footage up to about 6,000. In this basement, he built race cars, including the first Indy car to have a jet turbine engine. A collector in Germany now owns it, boats, airplanes, ball lightning generators, and anti-gravity devices. The latter is what he was working on when he died. In the corner of the basement, behind 3 inches of WWII bulletproof glass is a 12-inch diameter disc, suspended vertically by 4 pieces of wire with an electrical cord going into its central axis. There are no moving parts. Allegedly, when he plugged it in, it moved a bit. He was isolating variables to explain the phenomena when he ran out of time. No one understands his notes. When it was time for break, he would hop on his 65 GTO and haul us to the crossroads. He lived in a dry county to buy a 6-pack, skidding into the gravel parking lot where the good old boys would say, "There goes Dr. Bryant. He's an odd one," before he peeled outbound for home. He was super into UFOs and the paranormal. He had shelves and shelves of old issues of the Weekly World News and 14 Times and books about UFOs. I got his Chariots of the Gods and Time Life Mysteries of the Unknown set. He composed a symphony, painted and sculpted. He had the only shower door to have ever bombed Germany. The shower door in the jungle bathroom was reinforced with spars from a B-17. Out back, before I came along, was a troop glider that was in the movie The Longest Day. It's now in a museum in Normandy. A few years ago, my dad went to France and made a point to go see the glider. While there, he started talking to a curator and revealed that it was our family's glider. The curator lit up and told him that there was always some question about the serial numbers. The numbers on the nose and the fuselage don't match. My dad had to tell him that that's because he burnt the nose off smoking cigarettes in it when he was 16. Anyway, Grandpa never smoked and never cursed. He ate healthy and played piano at his little country church with no running water. He would take in any animal that wandered up. In fact, he used to cook the dog's food. As in, he would put wet and dry Alpo in a saucepan and heat it up. I don't know why he did it, but it smelled delicious. He was a true original and I deeply regretted him dying before I got interesting enough to talk to him. One lesson from him that I've always held on to is the true meaning of rebel. He didn't have tattoos or purple hair. He was kind and courteous. But he did precisely what he wanted and didn't give a shit what anybody thought. He did all those things for himself. His funeral was attended by hundreds and was overflown by 3 planes, 2 of which he designed. Maybe someday I'll tell you about Grandma. My wife. She was in an absolutely horrid car crash back in 1999 with a drunk driver that resulted in her getting crushed from the waist down and getting her left foot severed. Doctors didn't think she would make it, but she proved them wrong. After her wreck she went through 13 reconstructive surgeries on her foot alone and multiple additional surgeries to have her legs and pelvis fixed. She was only 10 when this happened, was told she would never be able to walk again, and had to stay in a full body cast for almost a year. After getting out of the body cast, she started her physical therapy where she once again proved the doctors wrong by relearning how to walk. She goes every day putting up with people staring at her because of the way her left leg turns in at the knee, courtesy of the surgeon putting in the bar and pins in wrong. When she had those surgeries, every day people give her weird looks and ask questions or make comments to her because of what happened, yet she still manages to have a smile and treat everyone so nicely. She is so kind despite what she has been through and put up with. She carried our son for 39 out of 40 weeks knowing that if she were to have entered the birth canal, he would have shattered her pelvis, metal plates holding her pelvis together from her wreck, and worked full time up until 2 days before his birth. She's a badass mother and stepmom, a badass wife, and just a badass in general. She is strong for me and our children in every way I could imagine, and I thank God every day for putting her into mine and my daughter's lives. That is why the most baddest person I've ever met is my wife. She is my Wonder Woman. I'll call him Sergeant Liu. This man was in the Marine Corps back when he was a young buck and it was peacetime. He got out and had been a construction worker for decades. September 11th, 2001, he goes right back to join up with the Corps again, but he's refused because he's too old. The National Guard was less strict and took him. I had transitioned from the army to the National Guard and he ended up in the same infantry unit as me. He shows up for the first drill weekend in a t-shirt, jean shorts, and Carhartt boots with high white socks. Marlboro Red in his mouth and a thermos of black coffee. The entire unit is taking a PT test and qualifying on the range. He didn't even have a uniform issued to him yet. He was told to sit on the bleachers until some paperwork could be done, but instead he asked if he could participate. He maximumed out the PT test in the 32 to 36 bracket and shot expert. After spending 5 minutes zeroing the brand new weapon he was issued Point Sergeant. Liu rarely spoke. He chain smoked those Marlboro Reds and drank that endless thermos of black coffee. He went to Catholic Mass every Sunday, and he couldn't wear his dog tags or a metal watch directly against his skin because he was naturally acidic. After a few hours of sweating in uniform, the metals would start reacting and forming a green or black patina on his skin. I'm not making that up. Sergeant Liu deployed with us to Iraq in 2007. Point Sergeant Liu carried a Synchro's radio pack on his back in addition to his plate carrier and full combat load. He was tasked with being radio for our platoon leader, an Olympic fit Aryan superman at the age of 29 whose call sign was Handsome Six. Handsome Six has climbed Kilimanjaro. Handsome Six's blonde hair and blue eyes are always shining. Handsome Six had way less to carry in the field. Handsome Six never outran or outmaneuvered Sergeant Liu. He stuck to him like a stink-on sheet. Wherever that officer went, at triple time, Sergeant Liu was there like his faking shadow. Whenever that officer's hand shot out for the radio, it was already in his hand, and Sergeant Liu was already facing the other way, rifle up, scanning for any threats to his lieutenant. Point Sergeant Liu was caught by our captain one day, late in our deployment, changing his socks in the middle of the afternoon. His feet were as bloody as raw hamburger, a pre-existing condition that he had contracted with the Marine Corps in Okinawa decades previous. No army doctor had ever been able to tell him what was wrong. Some sort of resistant MRSA or bacterial equivalent. He'd been running on bloody stumps in combat for over a year, without a complaint, or anyone knowing. The captain immediately had him medevaced to Germany. Sergeant Liu did not want to go. He stayed for a few days on medical leave, and told all the doctors that he was fine, and felt much better. He came back as soon as he could. Point Sergeant Liu did everything by the numbers. He called his wife once a week to tell her that he was fine and that he was eating. He never talked shit. He was a God-fearing man and the greatest soldier I have ever met in my entire life. One of my battle buddies said it best, Sergeant Liu is Jango Fett. If America had an entire army of Sergeant Liu, our flag would be flying on other planets because there would be no suitable opponent on Earth. Pardon me as I find this as a chance to write about my grandfather. Growing up in Vietnam, he went through many hardships in his early life. He told me about waking up to his brother failing to wake up their mother. Just like that she was gone. He and his brother had to survive before they could even hit teenage years during the war. He risked it all and fought alongside the South and US forces for a free country. There were stories of him narrowly avoiding IEDs and machine gun fire. He was a military advisor and nurse during the time. Later when the war came to an end, the government imprisoned him for 7 years. All while my grandmother, equally badass, raised 5 children including my father by herself. During my grandpa's prison time, he lost one of his daughters, my dad's older sister, to sickness. She was only 11 at the time. He told me about how he was chosen to be a kind of leader to the prisoners due to scoring highest on a test. He leads his fellow prisoners through tough times doing things like instructing fitness sessions and the like. The government made them build property for them, and the conditions were life-threatening. He's lost many friends to suicide due to losing hope of freedom. Eventually, he was given the opportunity to have a new life in the US as a political refugee. My dad told me he held in a kidney stone for months, just so the family could pass their health examinations. The second they came to America, he was put in the hospital for 6 weeks. I remember him saying that he didn't understand anybody and the food was horrible relative to Viet cuisine. After losing to a decade of fighting liver cancer, my grandfather touched the lives of many. He got to see his family happy and healthy in the land of opportunity, and even his fellow prisoners' families that we sponsored to come here. His funeral was full of loving people that recited poetry and songs he wrote for our religious community. My grandfather was a fighter, an artist, and most of all, a believer. May he rest in peace. My poor. He was shot down over Berlin, Nazi Germany, during some of the first daytime raids over Berlin. He was a turret gunner in the US 8th Air Force. When his plane got hit, the explosion from below of anti-aircraft fire literally blew his half dome up, and he hit his head on the top of the fuselage, only to settle, roughly in the same place, and continue to attempt gunning down Nazi planes. Realizing his mission was futile, he decided to bail. I last heard him tell the story when he was 89, and I taped the conversation. It was the last time I saw him alive. He was parachuting to safety and taking fire the whole time. When he told the story, even though it was about 69 years since it had happened at that point, his eyes still got big as pancakes, and he let out a short sharp whistle that still sticks with me to this day. He said, "There I was, thousands of miles away from home, with no visible means of return." He landed in a field outside of Berlin, and the locals started circling him. Their pitchforks and knives were out, and he was certain he was about to be killed. Finally, the SS came up, stepped in, and took him prisoner. They brought him to an SS office, and took him inside. Waiting for him was a local SS officer who, after a few hours of interrogating prisoners before him, finally reached my 20-year-old Paw. The SS officer said, "Tell me about yourself." Paw responded with name, rank, and serial number, all the Geneva Convention required of him. The SS officer asked again, and the reply came back the same. The SS officer had his goons beat him until he literally lost a kidney. Reply was still the same. The SS officer looked behind his desk at his wall of books and thumbed through several volumes before finally settling upon one point. He picked it out, flipped through a few pages, and finally settled onto a page. He read out his name, rank, serial number, where he was from, his family members, his prior work history, etc. The SS officer finally closed the volume and quietly set it upon the desk, and leaning forward, said, "Now, what do you think of our intelligence?" He was taken to Stalag 17th B in Austria, where he spent his 21st birthday, and about a year. To make a long story short, he was finally liberated by the US Third Army, while the Nazis marched them across the Swiss Alps towards France Point. When I was a kid growing up, he never spoke of the war, and never of Germany. He knew some German, and one of the few memories I have of him mentioning it was him showing me postcards he had written my grandma from POW camp. Larger than life, and he was given a military burial in Greensboro, North Carolina. Rest in peace. My mum. In 1997 my dad passed away in a freak accident in Zimbabwe during a time of major political unrest. She worked full-time as a nurse and some nights as a paramedic to support my brother and I, and ensure we didn't do without. Eventually the rate of inflation was too much for her to be able to do this. She said when we asked for a bag of crisps and she couldn't afford them, it was time to review the options. March 2002 she sent us to the UK to live with my grandparents so we could continue our high school education. June 2002 she gets work of the possibility of a job in a rural town in NZ. She packs a suitcase and the last $4,000 that she has, and we all leave Point for months. We get by on people's goodwill and help while she works as a volunteer at the hospital until they are able to offer her a job. We lived in a tiny unit and slept on blow-up mattresses. 2004 my cantankerous old grandmother comes and lives with her, and us mum continues to work her, but often saves enough money to be eligible for a home loan. 2013, she is diagnosed with a rare and aggressive form of breast cancer. She undergoes intensive chemo and a double mastectomy, all while staying positive and maintaining that she is still luckier than most people. Jan 2014, biopsy results show that they removed all the cancerous cells. Radiation therapy is delayed. March, after suffering severe headaches and nausea, mum is flown to Auckland, where scans show the cancer is metastatic and all over her white matter and down her spinal cord. 2 weeks later she passed away. Not once did she complain. My mum came to NZ as a widow with barely anything to her name, to a tiny town in a country where we knew 2 other people. She passed away owning her own home in a town where she was a beloved and respected nurse and member of the community. I know it's not as badass as some of the other amazing badass people here, but to me she was incredible. She was severely dyslexic as well, and she never let that stop her. Her brother raped her when she was a teenager and her mum always favored him. Her father told her she was stupid and had an IQ below 100 because of her dyslexia. So to overcome those obstacles and still be the kind generous woman she was, to me is supremely bad as a RIP mum. My buddy Mark Chaveria. He is a stunt coordinator slash stuntman who worked on hundreds of movies and television shows, more recently Sons of Anarchy, Logan, Jeepers Creepers 3, Straight Outta Compton, etc. He started in his 20s, put all his money into a cheap trailer and stunt gear, and basically peddled his way onto movie sets, outbidding bigger, more accredited organizations. I met him well into his developed career and you would never know this guy was a stuntman. In his spare time he would train other actors to do their own stunts as well as staged combat. I met him in Houston. He was back home to receive treatment for his stage 4 colon cancer, which he had been diagnosed with, along with his best friend and father. In the middle of his chemo he would still come see me at work, and we'd train whenever he felt up to it. Eventually, after watching his best friend and dad pass away, he decided he wouldn't accept the same fate. So he beat it. Flash forward about a year later, after completing a few more films and taking a sabbatical, he was diagnosed once more. The cancer came rearing back. But once again, after months of chemotherapy he beat it again. This happened twice more over the course of 5 or 6 years. And each time he refused to quit and beat it, still coming to see me, still running his workshops and still working on living his dream, that is. Logan, Jeepers Creepers, etc. Finally, in 2017, the cancer came back, once again. Doctors all over Houston and Georgia, unfortunately, just didn't have the same optimism as my friend and refused to treat him and told him to accept his fate. He would fly somewhere out of the states every couple weeks or so to try to fight it on his own as he refused to give up. I was on a flight home when a mutual friend texted me of the news that he had passed away. The cancer had finally won. He was a badass in his own way. He fought tooth and nail for everything he believed in and was one of the most genuine people I've ever met. Hopefully this short bio does his some justice, as I believe he is truly a man that needs to be recognized. My parents. My mom is a doctor for premature babies and puts on the bravest face for work every single day. She works tirelessly for Christmas, New Year's Eve, and other holidays and sacrifices being with her family to save someone else's. She came to the US and didn't give up despite failures and still killed the USMLE exams like a badass. She takes care of me and takes me shopping and out for food, even when she has worked 24-hour shifts, because she wants to spend quality time with her daughter. When I told my mom I was sexually assaulted, she put on a face of stone and never broke down for me and made me get up, shower, change, and get help. If I can be half the mom she is, I'll be okay with that point. Also, my dad. He came to the US from a small village in a developing country and escaped his abusive parents and even did some college in communist Russia, where he had to wait in long lines to get food in exchange for ration cards only for it to be his turn and be told there was no more food remaining. And paid for college in the US himself by working at gas stations, Subway, and laundromats. Meanwhile, I can hardly do college while focusing on only academics. He took care of me, his daughter, and did my hair before school, and chose my outfits, and did the whole bake sale projects thing when my mom was busy finishing up her residency program. He says we are a family of honey badgers because we are fierce and nothing can bring us down. I don't know, he watched a documentary on them once. I love my parents. My mom married at 17 to an alcoholic who abused her in every way he could. Their blood types, AB+, AB did not mesh, and the doctors told her she should not have children, with the threat of her dying from complications. Abusive husband doesn't care. He beat her so hard he broke her back, and then he kept her locked in the bedroom for 3 days as his sex slave. Knocked her up. Firstborn, my father, was healthy, as well as the mother. He beats her again, and knocks her up. Secondborn, my aunt, was fine. Grandmother was weaker, but still fine. He continues this cycle. She gets pregnant again. This time, however, blood complications occur. She almost dies, and the baby, my aunt, is born mentally handicapped and with polio. The doctors tell my grandmother that her case is severe and that she will need to live under specialized care for the rest of her to be expected short life. This was in the 50s in southern Louisiana, and the closest school was 3 hours away. Mom got her driver's license and would drive 3 hours every day to the school to be with her daughter. She was there so frequently and learned so much from the nurses that she got her nursing license while taking care of her child. She could legally dose her daughter's medicine and take care of her fully. Her daughter died at 3 years old. The abusive prick that was my grandfather beat her and raped her again, thinking, well, she can finally be a mother again now, and I want another son, damn it. Again, blood complications occur. My mom almost dies, but makes it to term, only to have her third daughter die about 15 minutes after birth. The abuse happened once more. This time, mom is put on bed rest for 7 months, almost died twice, and gives birth to a stillborn son. That was the last straw. She made preparations and divorced my grandfather. She moved out, took the kids. Thankfully her mother still had her mother's house, so she moved into it. People in the area instantly looked down on my mom. She was a single mother who divorced a prominent man in the region. He slandered her name. People wouldn't speak to her in public, and the kids that my dad and aunt went to school with wouldn't play or talk to them. They were poorer than poor. They hunted for food they ate and had their own small garden. Now, you have to remember that this was Louisiana controlled by the KKK in the 1950s-60s. Because she was divorced and because she worked, the white well-to-do people saw my family as lesser than the black people in the area. But the black community accepted them and helped them if they could, and that also gave my dad and aunt friends to play with. She eventually got a job at the state school board office because of her experience at the school for mentally handicapped children, where her daughter had lived, and once that happened, she could better support her children. She then went on to marry my pawpaw, no blood relation to me, but treated me as if I was his own, and when that happened, he told her that she didn't have to work anymore, and she will never want for anything ever again. They were happily married for almost 40 years, and after the hell she went through, she deserved every ounce of love he showered on her. My mama is badass for many reasons, not just from the story I shared above. She was a sharpshooter when she was younger and could shoot a penny out of the sky with her brother's pistol. She taught herself how to become a freaking nurse. She lost 3 children and has pulled through the pain. Is the sweetest, most giving person in the world, who give you the shirt off her back if you needed it, is accepting of anything and everything I do, bestows wisdom that leaves me stunned by her intelligence. Can read a situation clearer than a book, and she does not pass judgment to anyone. She also takes care of my dad, who has trigeminal neuralgia, and she took care of my pawpaw when he was dying from C. difficile. She has always been like a second mother to me, so much so that, when I was a kid, I would often call her mom. She helped me get through my mom's death, and was always there, to lend an ear and a shoulder for me. I'm so lucky to have had her in my life for as long as I have, and no matter how long or short the rest of the time is that we have, I will cherish it forever. She's also really badass, because she and I share a birthday 3. TL/DR. Mama G has had a lifetime of heartbreak, but despite that, continues to be a voice of reason, hope, and love in her small southern town. Even while America is so divided. My step-grandmother Mama G has had 3 husbands, including my grandfather. The first one, they found out they had cancer together. Mama G was a teacher all her working days, so they were covered by decent insurance, but sometimes, the insurance doesn't matter. He died. She lived. Her second husband she also outlived, but not before out snorkeling, surfing, praying, and cooking him at every opportunity. Now, as any good Southern Baptist woman does, she settled down on the land that she'd kept from her first husband's estate and proceeded to farm a bit. She doesn't abide liquor, smoking, cursing, fornication, or illogical arguments, but her willingness to bake anything kept a steady stream of family there to comfort her while she was in need. While still weeping daily over the loss of her love, she narrowly missed being bit by a rather large, 7 feet high Ike rattler. So she grabbed her shotgun, killed it, skinned it, tanned the faker herself, and made a belt that lasted for many years. right up until she fell in love with my grandfather. In fact, point now about my grandfather. Next to redneck in some entries, there are renditions of my grandfather. Why only some? Because the only person in the world who could straighten him out was Mama G, and she did in the space of 2 months what others had been trying to do for 65 years. He was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer 4 months after their wedding and died less than 7 months later. Mama G was there for every moment and said that she was meant to be there because she knew how to help him be at peace before the end point. Mama G has had a lifetime of heartbreak, but despite that, continues to be a voice of reason, hope, and love in her small southern town, even while America is so divided. A young girl, Ig, who used to be my scout cub. She started a year early because her older brother started, and we determined she was mature enough to start anyway. At the time we had around 5 girls besides her, and they were all girly girls. They talked a lot about clothes and liked to do each other's hair and didn't really want to get dirty. I know. Why were they scouts? By the way, they were 6 to 8 years old, Ig being 5. We quickly learned that the 2 siblings were way too mature and intelligent for their ages. They were very responsible and helped the other kids. When they had already completed the assignment, they could discuss climate change on level with non-science educated adults. Their parents has 4 masters of science between theme, and they were just in general well spoken, well mannered and highly intelligent. Ig turned out to be the biggest surprise. She was this tiny, blonde big blue-eyed girl, the definition of adorable, but she worked just as hard if not harder than the boys, and would scoff at the girls when they complained. She would carry rafts, I think this is a word, it's a bare thin trunk used for crafting tables etc. on scout camps, twice her height, tie the tightest knots and climb to the top of constructions where the others didn't dare. Besides being freakishly strong for her size, she also quickly became the leader of the girls, at least, and would guide and help them through everything. Eventually she became the patrol leader, and when they went to the annual region tournament she carried her patrol, and they won everything in their age category. Today she's the chairman of the student council, and are actively campaigning against her school getting closed down due to budget cuts in our area by making videos and speaking at city council meetings. She might not be badass in the same way as most of the people mentioned in this thread who's cheated death and whatnot, but I think she's pretty badass, and I'm very proud of knowing her and seen how she's developed through the years. My paternal grandfather. He was the youngest of the 3 brothers. Lost his parents when he was a toddler. His maternal grandma raised those 3. This was pre-partition in the British colony of India. He studied under the street lamp and all of his school education was in government schools. His native tongue was Urdu and all his English was learned more by himself than through his education. He paid for law school by working in the post office, and midway through his law school the India-Pakistan partition took place, and he was displaced. His grandmother could not make it, and he and his 3 brothers then put in the refugee camps, and then finally came to India. He completed his law school education in India, and then started working as a lawyer in India. He went on to be an advocate on record in the Supreme Court of India. Still super hard to pass, had a handwriting that was like pearls and English that would put an Englishman to shame. He was able to buy a house after marriage and 3 kids, ensured that his kids learned the value of family and education, since he struggled so much with both. He was an avid traveler, and despite struggling financially for most part of his adult life, my dad and his 2 siblings always traveled during their vacations, and the same was applied to his grandkids, me and my cousins. He took my grandmother on a round the world trip. He believed that if something is required then one must buy it. Thus a house was the first to get a phone, TV, and car. In India this was all luxury. In India, where a girl child is totally shunned, even today, I was pampered and protected. My mom came from an Orthodox family and she always says that her life started after she got married to my dad. We, the closed and the extended family, have all been touched by his life and remember him so fondly that it is humbling. His struggles were many, and we got him to write his autobiography, and while I grew up hearing all about the struggles of my grandfather, every time we feel lost we go back to his autobiography to seek inspiration and strength. In a world of hate my grandfather taught us love. That is quite badass. My parents as a couple. They don't accept answers they don't want to hear. They always get their way. And if they want something they will get it. I can't think of any specifics. They are just the strongest people I know. I do think without each other they would not be as strong though. My father is really bad at managing money, so my mother handles the books. I think mom would just be lonely without my father. I have never been able to call them and just talk. They are always involved in, or in the middle of something. They just keep going full tilt all day every day. Considering my mother was diagnosed with manuscript 15 years ago, and at that time, was given only a year or two to live, she is a true champion, and wouldn't let a crippling disease stop her from anything. My father is as tough as nails, nearing 60 and still strong as an ox and looks it, while appearing to still be in his 30s. He has been in fist fights, where he is outnumbered and his victory impressed cops so much he hasn't gone to jail for them. He has a very mechanical mind and can get jobs that require multiple people done without help by utilizing his knowledge. They were both in the military. Father is a Marine and my mother was in the army. And they do this without subscribing to any special diet or careful eating. They eat whatever they want when they want. They are also kind of stuck in the past mentality, especially when it comes to the price of stuff. Just as an example, my father sold a 97 F-150 with just over 100k miles for $500 and gave away a set of 18-inch wheels with new tires for free just a few days ago. When I told him he could have got so much more, he told me, well, it's not worth that much to me. Not one thing the SJWs are fighting for would fly with my parents. Canadian paramedic here. I've met a lot of veterans through my job. I still remember this one, with a strong British accent. Details/specifics blurred for patient confidentiality, and my poor memory. I forget why we were called, but I believe it was a failure to thrive situation. At family's insistence, he was going to be evaluated for long-term placement in a nursing home. There were a few items of military memorabilia, and some old-school military tats on his arms. His needs were minimal, and I love talking to veterans. I'm one as well, but by no means WWII caliber. I explained my military past. This usually opens them up a little. Being brothers and all. I asked where he served. He rattled off country after country, campaign after campaign. My history knowledge is not what it once was, but I recognized a few campaign names, and it dawned on me. One of the tats, the campaigns. I asked, "Sir, are you SAS?" "Well, we didn't call it that when we started out, but by the time I got out, yes, I suppose that was the regiment's name." This man was first generation SAS. But, at approximately 90 years old, and maybe 125 pounds, 100 of which were his giant steel balls, failure to thrive or not, I would not want to piss that man off. I thank whatever deity is listening that men like him are on our side when it comes time to fight. He spent the trip and our time waiting for a bed assignment telling me about his first behind the lines mission that got him selected into the newest unit of the British Army. I can't tell it. It's not mine to tell. I hope to buy him a beer on the other side someday. Who dares wins. Just like all of the other kids, I used to think I was a bit of a badass. I would drive too fast, occasionally throw a frost out the window on a main thoroughfare, and generally act like I owned the place wherever I went. The more I look back on it, I was basically trying to emulate this kid that came to our school in 8th grade. We became friends because he had brought some firecrackers to school and another friend who knew him from the neighborhood, and I went around behind one of the trailers during class. He took out not a lighter, but a box of matches with the name of a local bar, Fortunatus, in big letters on the front of it. Keep in mind that we went to the kind of school where just having bar paraphernalia or things related to drinking could get you in trouble. We are 13, maybe 14, and I knew Fortunatus was one of those places you had to be 21 to even sit in the lot. So, just before he lights the match, he tells us he got suspended from his last school for doing something like this, except for the last time he had made a paper gun, sort of an origami pistol, and put the firecracker down the barrel of it, and set the thing off at recess. I remember becoming really scared and apprehensive, thinking that we would get expelled if we got caught, and the last thing he said before lighting the thing was, "Don't run. If you run you'll get caught." lights the thing and throws it up by a window at one of the trailers and it pops, leaving a little black mark on the cheapo glass. Now, this wasn't exactly one of those blow up mailbox firecrackers, it was the smallest size they mail, but damn was he right. Everyone immediately went apeshit, and keep in mind this was before school shootings were big in people's minds. This had nothing to do with that, more of a there's a criminal element in the surrounding neighborhood type of thing. Kids start running around freaking out, and we just strolled into our respective classes. Eventually they got some kid that didn't even do it and suspended him. New kid offered to confess, but the guy they fingered for it declined for some reason. Later that same year, this kid starts driving a car to school. It's a 6th 12th school, so there are students driving to school, but this guy is about half a year at least from even having a learner's permit. For 2 months he drives to school every day in an old green Jeep Cherokee, and at the end of the day he puts on his backpack and walks straight to the 11th grade parking lot and gets into his car. This continues until one day after school, he tells me he's going to walk home and asks me and the other friend if we want to come. I asked him why he wasn't driving back like usual and if his parents found out what he was doing and stopped him. He said no, they didn't care that he drove the car, but he was out of gas. We went home and spent the entire time searching the house for the keys to his dad's BMW. It turns out he had been using the car to pick up his dad from Fortunato's every night at around 1 o'clock, and he needed to find the Beamer keys so that he could do it again that night. He said a lot of the time he would go in there and have a drink before coming back. I know this may seem strange, but I'm going to have to say my 2-year-old son. At 1 he had to have hip surgery and was put into a full body cast. Not once did he care or cry. Woke up from surgery and all he wanted was food, then went on to smile through the whole hospital stay, charming any pretty nurse that came his way. Takes after his grandpa. Slept every night all through for the 6 weeks and never complained once. He then had to wear a brace for 8 months and the army crawled like a pro. All the above leads to him now being a mini version of the Hulk, so as if he doesn't want a nappy change it would now take 2 of us to hold him still just to change him. His arms are that strong. Has some serious leg strength 2 point, but the real baddest part to me is how this 2-year-old takes a needle. Took him for a flu shot, and because it's his first he needs 2 doses about 2 weeks apart. He sat on my lap watching the needle the entire time. He didn't even flinch when it went in. Just waited, watched them, then looked at me as if to say, is this chick done yet, and proceeded to jump off my lap. Went back for the 2nd dose. Walks in the room like a boss, rolls up his sleeve and has the whole let's do this attitude. But because of his age I have to hold him, so once again he takes it like it's nothing. No flinching or reaction whatsoever. Jumps off my lap and goes about his day. I have injections for my illness once a week and even I still flinch at first contact. I know it's not much, but the kid is 2 and blows my mind at what he can do mentally and physically. So yeah, my mini badass 2-year-old. Pretty benign compared to some of the people in this thread. But about 15 years ago I was learning how to fly sailplanes in the French countryside. Lovely place, a little village with a grass airfield and a big hangar with all the various aircraft of the locals. Sailplanes, small single prop aircraft, a gyrocopter or 2. We pitched our tents right along the grass airstrip. When the locals came over to fly it was usually a family affair. Dads tinkering with their aircraft, moms reading books under the parasol, daughters sunbathing on the edge of the field. It was the best of times. Get up at the crack of dawn to breakfast on freshly baked bread. Fly planes all day and BBQ with the locals at night. Anyway, after the first few weeks, we are all sitting next to the field having lunch and watching the goings on when a little single prop aircraft lands in the distance and taxis up to the hangar area. The door pops open and out comes a man who is pure swagger. Not the arrogant high school football player kind of swagger, just the kind that comes from a lifetime of practice. This man must be well into his 70s. Leather jacket, white scarf, mirrored aviator glasses. We see him shaking hands and slapping shoulders from a distance as he arranges for his little craft to be refueled. Once that is settled he looks over and spots us having lunch on long trestle tables. He sits with us for the entire lunch telling stories, and it's hard to overstate just how charming this man is. The moment he sits down, young girls cheerily call out greetings and flock to either side of him. He's never a leering old man though, just all class and charm. He spends the entire lunch telling tales in thickly French accented English. This man had the soul of a bard. The entire table was riveted. The girls were leaning into him giggling and his storytelling was smooth as velvet point. Before he leaves he asks us what the most important thing about flying is. We're all students, so we all come up with answers like the pre-flight check, keeping an eye on the horizon, minding the stall speed point. He nods at every answer until he finally says none. He winks and flicks his aviator glasses open and puts them on. The most important part of flying is looking cool. He tugs the lapels on his leather jacket, kisses the hands of the two girls keeping him company, somehow avoiding making it look dorky point, and he just turns and swaggers to his little plane without looking back and takes off into the great blue. Alive or dead, that man is spending his days flying the wide blue yonder from airstrip to airstrip, charming girls, telling tales and enjoying good food. Dad had a stroke when I was 3 or 4, lost control of the left half of his body. Most people told him he would never recover control over that half point. It took him years of therapy. He avoided all bad thoughts, even when some of his friends told him to cut his arm off as it wouldn't serve any purpose. I really don't know why they said such thing, and regained most of control over his left half body. He's always told me he carried on because of us, mom, brother and I, and because my mom always stood by his side. He was always scared because he thought my mom would leave him as he was no longer complete. He kept on working. He's always had his own business, but he hired a guy after the stroke. Both my mom and dad kept on working so we could have a good life. They gave each other hope to continue, and dad recovered almost all control over his body. His arm is pretty stiff to this day, but he's okay with it. I'm 23 at the moment, and even though we aren't as close as I'd like to, I still think my mom and dad are the most baddest people I know. Point on a side note, I got into a lot of fights with guys telling jokes about the way my dad walks/moves his arm. He always picked me up after school and always asked me why I got into a fight. I never told him the real reason, as I was scared he would be sad if he knew the stuff those idiots said. Point PS. Sorry for crappy English. This is a funny story. 4 years ago, me and my friends were watching the Champions League final between Juventus and Barcelona. We were at the pub in our city, and one of my friends, at the age of 19, started celebrating for the winning goal for Barcelona. Well, he was the only Barcelona supporter in the whole pub, and one guy around 50 years old threw at him a huge glass of beer, smashing it on my friend's head. Point. Of course we started fighting with this idiot, but the baddest person is not there yet. The most baddest person is my friend's father. He is Croatian, and when he discovered that someone broke a glass on his son's head, he came to the pub, and this is a real story, my friends, running bare feet on the asphalt, with short pants, and no t-shirt on. From what we understood, he was relaxing on the beach when someone informed him of what happened. Point. Well, this man is 190 centimeters, pretty tall, full of muscles, and you can imagine, this faking giant arrives almost naked to the pub. We tell him who threw the glass, and what happens next is unbelievable. He grabs the man that threw the glass and literally throws him like a little ball against a car, smashing the windshield. Point. Police arrives. They take my friend's father to the police station, while the other man to the hospital. Point. My friend's father gets back home. Police didn't give a fuck about what happened. Point. Don't know what happened to the man. Point. And the car? Well, forgot to say it was my car. My friend's dad just gave me money to fix it. My high school percussion instructor. She was diagnosed with Marfan syndrome as a child and told she wouldn't survive past her 20s. When I met her, she was in her late 30s and still actively teaching. Throughout the 4 years I attended her classes, she received at least a dozen surgeries for various bone deformities, one of which made her grow 1.5 inches overnight after they inserted some rods in her spine by going through the chest cavity. Point. The only days we had a substitute were the days she was literally in the hospital. She would show up for work in a motorized scooter, doped up on painkillers and hardly able to move, and guide us through practice like it was nothing. She attended parades on that wheelchair, and you could hear the quiet wear between the beats of the drum line's cadence. Point. One day, the wheels caught on the threshold of a door and tipped her backwards, knocking her head into the floor and giving her a concussion. She left first period in an ambulance and tried to come back to teach fourth period with a bandage around her head. The principal had to convince her to go home and rest because she didn't want to leave her students without an instructor. Her favorite thing to say to us was, "I won't ask you to do anything I wouldn't do myself." If students refused to do exercises, she would exercise with them to embarrass them into cooperating. If we were all tired and barely making it at the end of a concert day, she'd show up with snacks and drinks and words of encouragement. Here was a woman who qualified for disability, who any doctor would say should be delighted just to get out of bed in the morning, and she worked 10-hour days of classes and after school practices just to pass on her love to music to the next generation. Hell, half of us had her cell number in case we needed to get in touch about band stuff even outside her office hours. In my senior year, the band's front ensemble, xylophones, guitar, had developed a small collection of chronically ill students, since we were the only section that didn't march. One girl in particular was prone to seizures. More than once did I see my percussion instructor sprint to catch her as she fell. There were days when she was so tired she could hardly speak, but would leap into action with a surge of adrenaline to help a student who had fainted or hurt themselves, even if just to get them cold water or take them to the shade point. I have no doubt, in retrospect, that she was in enormous physical pain and under incredible emotional strain every single day that I knew her. And yet the things I remember most are her tenacity, immense musical talent, and unwillingness to show us anything but a brave, encouraging face. She is the most selfless teacher I ever had, and thinking about her all these years later still fills me with determination. She is an expert in practically every concert instrument, a quick wit, and one of the most caring people I've ever known, even though she has more right than anyone else I know to be selfish and withdrawn. I can honestly say I'm a better person for having known her. My now 91-year-old GMA grew up in Czechoslovakia, but was taken to a concentration camp when she was 12. Her family had a farm with horses and furniture business, and did quite well. They were taken on a cattle train to Auschwitz, where her mother was immediately killed, and she was split with her sister from her brother and father. Her father died of appendicitis. Because the camps wouldn't treat you if you were sick, she ended up finding her brother by working for the UN to help displaced Jews years later. She was tipped off by a Nazi guard that the camp would be cleared out because the Allied forces were getting closer. He said if they were going to escape they should try that night. Her sister and a few friends escaped through a hole in the fence. One girl went back because she was afraid they would get caught and hung. Really shows you how mentally enslaved you are in those times. The group hid in a cemetery until a local found them and offered to hide them in a basement he knew of. She said they had a Nazi poop right outside their window, but were able to hide until they saw Allied vehicles a few days later. Notable things she told me were, my sister asked me what the smell was, but I saw the black smoke and told her that's burning hair. They had German shepherds and would chase you with machine guns if you tried to run. They also had snipers in the towers and would hang you if you were caught. Our shepherd would go for a run every night at the farm. The day he didn't return, my dad looked at me and said, "Dogs have a sense of knowing when to get out of somewhere. I know he'll be okay. I just don't know about us." That one always kind of hit me. She served in the Nuremberg trials and helped convict Nazi officers of war crimes. She moved to the United States, had 3 children. One was my dad. She worked as an accountant. Yeah, we're Jews. And lives a happy life in Florida with my aunt. IDK how some people cope with the trauma, but she's the toughest person I know by far. As someone that wasn't put in horrible situations and had to overcome them, but as someone that made goals and achieved them without provocation, actor William Smith. Check him out on IMDb. Here is a little trivia. Appeared in the final episode of Batman, 1966, the first episode of The Rockford Files, 1974, and although he was in the final season cast, he was not in the final episode of Hawaii Five-0, 1968. He received on-screen credit only. Lifetime Achievement Award from Academy of Bodybuilding and Fitness. Being a record holder for reverse curling his own body weight was a rumor. The correct weight he reverse curled was 163 lbs. 2-time arm wrestling world champion, minus 200 pound class. Petaluma, California. Served in the US Air Force and National Security Agency during the Korean War. Graduated cum laude. He was the Marlboro Man in the final televised Marlboro commercial. Fluent in English, Russian, German, French, Serbo-Croatian. Competed as a downhill skier in AAU events at Mammoth Mountain. Competed in motocross events with Steve McQueen and doubled as one of the track riders in CC Company. 1970, had a 31-1 record as an amateur boxer. Held the Air Force Light Heavyweight Weightlifting Championship. Performed over 5,100 continuous sit-ups over a 5-hour period. Please reread that last sentence. Played semi-pro football for the Wiesbaden Flyers in Germany. Has a master's degree in Russian and taught Russian language studies at UCLA in the late 1950s. Won a Muscle Beach contest by performing 35 inverted handstand dips. Honorary member of the Stuntmen's Association of Motion Pictures. Direct descendant of Western figures Kit Carson and Daniel Boone. Bruce Lee personally offered Smith the co-lead in Enter the Dragon, 1973, but another film went over schedule and John Saxon stepped into the role. Filmed an 8-minute test pilot portraying Kane for the TV series Kung Fu, 1972, wearing prosthetic eyepieces to make him appear Chinese. The network wanted Smith for the role, but producer Jerry Thorpe ultimately deemed him too muscular and menacing. Studied Kung Fu for 8 years with Jimmy Woo and Kenpo karate master Ed Parker. Stunt doubled for former Tarzan Lex Barker while living in France. Turned down the role of Tarzan at MGM. Training partner of first Mr. Olympia, Larry Scott. Fought California wildfires in the early 1950s. Worked as a lifeguard on the French Riviera. Worked as a trainer at Burt Goodrich's Hollywood Gym. Child actor in both R&B movies of the 1940s. He stated in a horror magazine that during breaks on the set of The Ghost of Frankenstein, 1942, star Lon Chaney Jr. treated all of the children on the set to ice cream. Threw the discus 151 feet at a time when the top AAU distance was 150.6 feet. Won the light heavyweight German-Austrian boxing championship while in the service. In 1942's The Ghost of Frankenstein, 1942, he plays a village boy. Has a master's degree in Russian. His favorite writer is Fyodor Dostoevsky. Recipient of the 2008 Silver Spur Award. Stunt Horse Riders Association, recipient of the 2005 Southern California Motion Picture Council Award. Inducted into the Venice Muscle Beach Bodybuilding Hall of Fame 2010. 100% badass. Oh, forgot to mention 300 feature films and TV shows that he usually did his own stunts in. Here is a taste. He is the blonde crazy guy. Finbar Gittelman. He was the chief mate on a boat I worked on. Grew up in South Beach, Miami before the crazy development. Told stories of how he would skip school as a kid, build rafts and sail Biscayne Bay. He independently invented a drop keel as a kid. He got caught in a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico and spent 7 days in a life raft. They spotted a boat and used all their flares to get its attention. When their last flare was lit, one of the guys on the boat stepped outside for a smoke and spotted them. His life was saved by smoking. The life raft company paid him to appear in ads in the 80s because of the story. When the Border Patrol set up a roadblock on US 1, the only road down into the Florida Keys, Key West declared independence from the US and Finbar led an attack on the Coast Guard. He was captain of the schooner Western Union. Many other boats participated. They threw fruit and stale Cuban bread at a Coast Guard cutter. Now, the Coast Guard had no idea what was happening, so they shot back with their firefighting equipment. Key West surrendered and asked for $50 billion in reconstruction aid. He started the Key West Pirate Festival and led the annual reenactment of the Battle of the Conch Republic. In 2005 he introduced himself thusly: "I'm Finbar, Vice Admiral of the Conch Republic Navy. I'm the admiral in charge of Vice. I used to be the Rear Admiral, but I don't like to talk about that." He was a crusty proper sailor who always slept with several gallons of water under his bunk because of his near death at sea in the 1980s. Claimed his doctor prescribed him to smoke since he turned into such a bastard when he quit. Participated in the Mariel boat lift, see the movie Scarface. Was a libertarian who readily would concede that it was entirely unworkable. My dad. I didn't even have to ponder this first. He was a firefighter for 30 plus years, made it all the way to chief, and then stepped down because he missed actually getting in there and fighting fires. He was taken to court by the city once. Not wearing proper safety gear is bad because he went into a burning building that was about to collapse in order to save a woman and her baby, but he didn't have time to put on all of the safety gear. He let the others know that he accepted the risk and ran in and saved them. My dad chased off a fully grown bear in defense of our family once. He was also once run over by a car and somehow managed to stay clear-headed and conscious enough to direct the paramedics when they arrived and debated the best way to move him without causing more trauma. When I was in high school, one of my friends was hit by a car while riding to school on his bike, and my dad saved his life, directed onlookers to redirect traffic and hold a perimeter until the police and ambulance arrived. My friend is alive today because my dad chose to drive me to school that day. He received last rites more times than I can count, and we'd receive the call from the hospital to hurry because he wouldn't make it through the night, and he'd wake up and tell us to stop crying. He's fine, and he'll be back on his feet soon. He always was. When it was his time to go, he knew, and he told me that he was ready. Until then, he just told death to bugger off. When I was small, my dad was on his way to work on his motorcycle and was hit by an 18-wheeler whose driver had fallen asleep. He was wearing full riding gear, but still broke bones and lost an incredible amount of skin and flesh. He was scarred, but recovered and continued to ride once he was able. He taught us to never allow fear to stop us from doing something and to just be smart about it. He was the one who taught me to ride when I started driving because no daughter of his was going to sit on the back of a bike. When I was in middle school, I was assaulted in my front yard by a man with a gun. I tried to scream, but it was cut short. However, my dad still heard it from inside the house and came out armed. He didn't shoot the guy, but when the guy saw my dad with a gun and ran, my dad jumped in the car and chased the guy down. I still don't know what happened after that, but I remember when my dad got back home, he made sure I knew it wasn't my fault. There are so many more stories I could share here, but the main point is that he was an amazing human being and by far the most baddest person I've ever met. I miss him so much, but I cannot imagine having a better dad than him. A Vietnam tunnel rat. Met him while looking for property up in the mountains. Very hard to describe his eyes, just that they were the most haunted, hard sad eyes I have ever seen. He looked like he was only seconds away from violence, but it was contained in a way that he would only use it as a last resort. He was one of the guys that roamed all through the war zone in Vietnam, gathering intelligence, searching for good routes for ground troops, ferreting out the mines and booby traps. He dealt with the native villagers and helped take out opposing forces, and almost all of it alone, and behind enemy lines. He opened up to my husband because they had similar backgrounds. He told my husband not to give up on the war-related disability because it would eventually go through. One of the things that stuck with me was his description of how enemy snipers would attack. They would use non-expanding rounds and try to catch one in a group out in the open. They would go for non-lethal shots, keep the wounded soldier alive and screaming to draw others out to rescue him, then take down more soldiers as they try to retrieve the wounded. War sucks even in old age. I would not bet against him in any conflict. That was a man who had seen it, lived through it, and wrote the book on counter tactics. This will get buried no doubt, but I'm fine with that. The homage to his badassery has been put into the stream. Karma will eventually find him. High school football game. It was dark. It was late. Earlier, some tiny white boy had mouthed off at me for no reason, and I shut him down pretty quickly. He was bit, but I didn't really care. I should have, because apparently he was pretty well in with the local Samoan group, and they decided they were going to beat my ass for insulting their friend. I had a friend with me, but as there was 9 of them, and all of the fairly stereotypical Samoan build, big as fuck, and out of that muscle, for those not in the know, I told him to head out while he still could point. So there I am, staring down at this group of guys. Each of them is only a few inches shorter than me, 6'4", but at least 50 pounds heavier, probably more. My only real hope was that I'd have the comforting knowledge of maybe dropping one before being put on bed rest for a week. I had no doubt I was going down hard. Suddenly from behind I hear this cheerful voice say, "Everything alright here, fellas?" I look over my shoulder, then look up. And up point he had to be 7 feet tall, at least, dark black skin, bald, and you could see his muscles through the 3-piece suit he was wearing. He was just staring at me, at the other guys. The Samoans leader just put his hands up and said, "No problem here," and they all turned and walked away. I turned to my hero with a heartfelt thank you, and he just gave me the nod before turning and walking away himself. I swear, he just faded right into the night before I heard "No problem, little man, faking, badass." My real grandfather and my step-grandfather, RG fought in WW2, got his Purple Heart in France when he pushed his squad mates out of their vehicle and took the brunt of a German grenade himself. Totally faked up his leg, so he was sent home, went to college on the GI Bill, became a dentist, and settled down to make my mom, and eventually, via the transitive property, me. Once gave me the weirdest advice about how to avoid drugs by telling me of the time his friends from college convinced him to go to Mexico, where he received, but did not consume, a marijuana cigarette. He threw it into the Rio Grande because he was scared to cross the border. I'm not sure what the point of the lesson was, but if you're listening, Pop, I always think of that lesson when your daughter goes shopping in Colorado for legal pot. As for SG, he was slightly younger, but fought in Korea. He was born on a reservation and never had a last name. So the last name I now bear was chosen from a book. He got shit for being, in his words, an Indian from the other guys in the Air Force, and once got written up for clocking one of them with a shoe brush. He was so faking tough that, after nearly cutting straight through his thigh muscle with a circular saw, tied a few greasy shop towels around his leg, and told my stepdad to drive him to the hospital, an hour away. And yet, despite all of that, he always had a very soft spot for me, the stepkid who was not like anyone else in my step family, and made sure I knew how to start a fire, hunt, fish, set up camp, and do all the manly things no one else was teaching me how to do. He never raised his voice at me, never yelled, and was consistently one of the only people in my life who acted proud of me, which is why I'm happy to have his last name, even if it is fake as hell. This will probably get buried, because I'm way late, but I created a throwaway account, because the girl in this story sometimes browses the most baddest person I've met, was someone I went to college with. I hadn't seen or heard from her in years, but then one day I was eating lunch at a local place and heard some old guys gossiping. First, a little backstory I got from the guys. There was a shady housing situation a few miles from town, and this is where the young lady lived for a whole decade, along with her elderly father as she was his caretaker. The landlord was a son of a beach and was doing all he could to piss everyone off because he knew he could have rights to their homes if they tried to fight back. Well, the neighbors weren't much better, and it was a known drug hub full of drunks and degenerates. Basically, the place went from being clean and nice over the years to being a cesspool. Anyway, the girl I went to college with was in my class, but was also my tutor. She was kind and very smart, quick as a whip with snark, and knew a little about just about everything I could ask her about. She's apparently going for her PhD soon, so there you go. She was always ready to help, and generally a quiet observe before interacting type. She was kinda cute to him. A couple months ago, her father got surgery for his hands, and wasn't able to do much. A neighbor, a drunk, I gathered later, started shit and tried to assault the father, who was basically an invalid at this point. I guess what happened was that her dad, an actual badass himself, I hear, tried to get a baseball bat to defend himself, but couldn't hold it because of surgery. So, in comes his 5'3" daughter, and she got right in the dude's face, baseball bat in one hand, and told him that, if he came close to her dad again, she'd kill him. She stood her ground, not even moving, until the drunk went home. Then she called the sheriff. The guys I was talking with said they knew her as a little girl and never would have suspected someone so shy had her dad's fight in her. The landlord got pissed and started passive aggressively making their lives hell, but they moved out and not much else is known except that the landlord is going to jail for shitty living conditions and polluting a water supply. All I know from talking to people who seem to know what happened is that this 25 or so year old girl was living with her father, who was some of the only family she had, and making sure he was getting his meds, eating, and looking after himself. All the while going to online school and getting her degree. I wish I could tell her that she is a badass and that the world needs more compassion like hers. TLDR. Sweetest girl's dad is threatened. Girl threatens his hole with aluminum baseball bat and prevents a fight. Landlord is opposed and makes their lives hell until they finally leave. I clerked for a state Supreme Court justice when I was in law school. During WW2 he served in the Polish army, but after German forces conquered Poland he joined the Polish underground. He performed missions on behalf of the underground resistance until he was captured and detained in a concentration camp. The camp was liberated by American forces eventually. He made friends with an American officer who sponsored his immigration to the US after the war. He then worked as a translator and a laborer, obtained his American citizenship, and went to law school at night. He obtained his bachelor's of law. This was before a law degree was a graduate program of study. Worked as a prosecutor and then in private practice before becoming the administrator for the state court system. Was eventually appointed to the workers' comp court and then appointed to the Supreme Court after many years of service. He served for 32 years as a Supreme Court justice. I was one of his last clerks before he died. He was an adjunct professor as well. I met him when he was giving a talk in Roman law to girls state attendees who were not at all understanding his lecture. I, as a very mediocre but motivated law student at the time, was fascinated and approached him afterwards for any opportunities for clerkships or internships he might be aware of. Never did I dream he would ask me to come work for him in a clerkship that would usually be reserved for high-performing students. He once told me his friend has published a Latin dictionary but had gotten the translation wrong, and that the friend should have called him to get it right. He was a huge proponent of the First Amendment and thought his peers on the Supreme Court could have been sharper and more different to his superior logic. A First Amendment group named an award after him for his strict support of the protected freedoms. He was a quintessential gentleman even at 88 years old, and despite being barely 5'2" to my 5'10" and more in heels, always insisted on helping me with my coat, even if he did throw it on my shoulders once when I wore a particularly high platform pump. He was brilliant, prolific, and a testament to courage and doing the right thing. I mentioned a Holocaust survivor in a previous comment, but I do want to at least have a comment about my great-grandfather. He's not my biological great-grandfather, he's the man my great-grandmother married, and he's the only great-grandfather I ever knew. He died when I was 12. This might be more of a testimony to his family than him personally, but they escaped Poland and came to America and were living a pretty good life here when World War II broke out. His parents moved their entire family back to Poland after it had been invaded, and they worked for the Polish resistance, and my great-grandfather lived in the woods for years fighting Nazis. He loved art. He was a painter. I have several paintings that he did while he was living in the woods and working for the resistance. He was a humble man and never really spoke about it, and I didn't find out about it until after he died and we had his artwork. The thing I love most is that after the war was over and his family moved back to America because they had done their job, the strongest thing is he was never proud about it. He did what he had to do, what he felt they had to do as human beings to stop an atrocity that they had already escaped from, and went back to help people that didn't have the same privilege. Well done, Stanley, well done. I used to work for a company with a duty contract that involved me working pretty closely with a lot of current and former SOCOM types, Special Operations Command. Think SEALs/Rangers/SFAS/etc. Our primary duty contact was by far the biggest badass I've ever met, and it's not even close. He was a helicopter pilot among other things. Did you know that they would slap cars with helicopters in Iraq and Afghanistan? Suspected terrorists would see/hear them coming with helicopters and would try to flee in a vehicle. To avoid them all jumping out of the car and scattering, the Spec Ops pilot would use a helicopter landing skid to slap and dent the roof of the vehicle, which would prevent the doors from being easily opened, which would trap the terrorists in the car. They'd then pivot the helicopter so the door gunner had a clean line of sight, fly in front of the vehicle, blast the engine out of the car until it stopped, land, and swarm the vehicle. I'm not making this up. And that guy was absolutely not the type to lie, ever, and other current members of his branch talked about it like it was a well-known tactic, point slapping faking cars with faking helicopters. In real life. On purpose. Point what in the actual fact, this was just one of his stories, but this is the one I don't think I'll be able to forget. My grandfather was a trapper and I've seen his grit and heard some stories. Saw him riding a snowmobile in his 70s at night in -40 weather. I asked him what that white patch was on his face. He wipes it and says that it was just frostbite and it'll thaw out when he gets the fire going. Point told me once about the time he put his knife in its sheath, but it went behind it instead. When he crouched down at a trap it went through his thigh. He stitched it up himself and had to wait a few weeks for the infection to go down before he could walk on it. Point he got cancer behind his eye in his 60s, but didn't want them to do anything about it. Got to hear my dad talking him into treatment, which included the doctors removing his right eye. The reason he didn't want to do it was the right one was his shooting eye. He learned to shoot fine with the left. Send us a bear to hide once, a big old brown bear. He said it was chasing him down while he was checking his traps and he had to shoot it. The only gun he carried on his trap line was a lever action .22. There were a few little holes in the head of this bear hide. Oh yeah, and he was missing the ends of 3 fingers on his left hand that he accidentally chopped off while sawing logs for a fire. It was a handsaw. Again, would have been super cold out, so, for me, Gramps was a badass. Henry the perv is one of the most badass people I have ever met. Lol. But even though that sheet was a perv, I still had such a soft spot in my heart for him. But his perv tendencies will call for another thread. Anyways, Henry was a Holocaust survivor. I worked as a CNA at an assisted living facility for the elderly. After graduating high school, Henry was either in his mid-late 90s. He would tell me so many horrific stories about his time in a concentration camp. I don't recall which one. The one story that truly touched me had, first, to do with when he was captured, and second, the outcome of the story. The Nazis razed his village and subsequently invaded his home. They slaughtered his parents, wife, children, and in-laws right before his very own eyes. He would say he never understood why he was spared, but God had a special plan, even though, until that time came, he was angry with God for not taking him as well. While at the concentration camp, he befriended a small child, a little boy the same age of his own son, who had been executed. The little boy had been separated from his family, so Henry took him under his wing. After liberation, it was found out that the little boy's entire family had been killed. Henry then emigrated to America and brought the small child along to raise him as his own. The kicker for me was the full circle of it all. At that time, when Henry was in need of care, it was the small boy who then took care of him. He would visit Henry every day, both donning their symbolic telltale tattoos. I had always been intrigued and had an endless curiosity and thirst for knowledge surrounding WWII and the Holocaust. I tell this story all the time because it just never gets old to me. Worked at a charity where we had a lot of retired engineers who used their years of experience to help out. All of them had badass stories. One used to be the Queen Mother's carpenter. 2 more worked on the first ever CD-ROM tray, etc. One of them stood out though. He and his family had escaped from Nazi rule just before the war. He ended up working on defense projects during the war. Due to the type of project he ended up on, he had to be trained in combat/defending himself in case they needed to. The project I can't repeat, but was badass in itself. After the war, because the UK was no longer needing his skills regularly as an engineer, he ended up being a bodyguard of sorts, where he even was babysitting Prince Charles and other royal kids. He had such high up clearance and training that it made sense. It is how he became friends with the royal carpenter, and finally they both volunteered together at the charity making medical items for kids with disabilities. Myself and the other placement student didn't believe him, so he showed us how he could so quickly reach over and put his hand on sometimes shoulder to make them pass out, but also that he had so much control over it that he released before the other student fully passed out. We asked the other engineers and they confirmed that all his history was true and that they knew more but had all signed stuff. This guy had to get special permission from the government to leave the country and would have military detail as he knew too much about certain defensive projects. Every so often they would get someone to come to the charity to check on what projects and people he was working with. He was so smart, funny, but also, despite being 80 at the time, not someone who you wanted to mess with. He died of cancer a few years ago, and people won't know just how much he did for the war efforts in the UK. I learned so much from him that year, and then he helped me with my final project too. Rest in peace, you badass engineering whiz. Late to the party, but I'll get this one out there. I worked as an optician in a glasses shop. I'm at the main cash wrap and an older couple walks in, late 70s early 80s. They approach the counter to pick up their glasses. I'm gathering their info and paperwork and the woman says, "May we sit down at one of the tables? I recently broke my back." To which I say, "Oh my god, yes, of course. I'll bring everything right over." I sit down with their glasses and all the tools to fit them and say, "So, I have to ask, how did you break your back?" She says, "Well, the other day I heard him pull into the driveway on his bike, but the engine didn't shut off. After a moment I went to see what was going on, and I saw him pinned under the bike. He has a, don't remember, not a motorcycle guy, big as fuck, Harley, and he tipped it in the driveway and was pinned under it. I knew I couldn't just pick it up, so I squatted down, got my back against it, and pressed it up so he could get out. Ended up breaking a few vertebrae while doing it after a moment of me being expressing a bajillion holy sheets, and what the facts. We get back to talking, and I fit their glasses. Her name was Cookie Crumb, aka Queen of the Hell Drivers and Queen of the Daredevils, who got her fame by riding the Wall of Death back in the day. My mom. We were staying with my in-laws when I was just born. This is way back in the 1980s and there were no women's rights back then. It was a large family. My grandparents had 5 sons, including my father, and 2 daughters. All of us used to stay together. My mom was very young, about 20 when she was married, and had me when she was 21. She had been working since the age of 18 and wanted to get back to work after pregnancy. She was constantly verbally abused and physically tortured by my in-laws, since she used to go to work every day and they did not like it. She used to get up every day at 3:30 am, make food for everyone in the house, get ready, do my baby stuff and leave for the office around 7 am. Come back by 5 pm, make dinner and repeat it every day. Even after all this, she was constantly verbally abused. One day my grandmother threatened her with my custody and my mom lost her shit that day. She legit packed her bags, packed my stuff, and went to the police station nearby, filed a complaint, came back home, shoved the letter down my in-law's throat. All this when they were trying to beat her. She literally physically pushed her way out of the house. The order from the police station said, if my mom complained again, both of them, my grandparents, would be behind bars. Everyone in the house was shit scared of her after that. A week later she moved out of the house. She stayed at her sister's place until she found her own. All this when I was not even a year old. Still give me goosebumps when she tells me that story. My dad came around after a while and he also never went back to his parents. I have a 1-year child today and I still am amazed at the balls that lady had to make me what I'm today. A delivery driver called Mike. He's in his mid-50s now but still has an aura of intimidation about him. He's a black guy who's blind in one eye, has no teeth and a nose that's been broken so many times it looks like a screwed up piece of paper. In his youth he played for the Wasps rugby team but never made the grade and was let go. After that he fell into a life of crime working for different London-based gangs as an enforcer. He'd be the guy they'd send round to beat up or threaten rivals along with being a bodyguard during meetings. He's been stabbed, hit with hammers and bats and even ran over by a jeep before he did that for about 10 years or so and managed to buy a nice house with his earnings. Eventually he settled down and left the crime world and got a job as a delivery driver, which he's been doing for the past 20 years. I think he still has money stashed away as he goes on real flashy holidays a few times a year with his wife. A funny story about him: during his rugby playing days though, for years he believed that his former coach was racist and never gave him a chance because he was black. Years later though, he met his former coach at a golfing event and they got talking. His coach actually vaguely remembered him, and might even confronted him about being a racist, and not giving him a chance, to which his coach replied, "I didn't let you go because you're black. I'll let you go because you were sheet." One of mom's uncles. He was blind in one eye due to a childhood accident. His older brother was messing around with a BB gun, and the rest is history. His hopes of joining the military crumbled. However, he found a new lifelong love in writing. Graduated from college a journalist, and married his college sweetheart right off the bat point. When his first son was just a baby, their house was targeted by burglars. Tied the two of them up and thankfully just raided the house out of their valuables. Granduncle was traumatized because he thought he was going to lose his wife and then only child. After making sure that their finances are okay, he convinced his brother, the one who blinded him, to teach him how to use a gun and hunt point the next time their house was targeted again. About 4 years later, he was prepared. Their second son was a few days old. He told his wife to take their sons into the panic room. He fired at the burglars with a .45, hitting all 4 of them on the legs so they couldn't escape. He calmly went to a next door neighbor to ask if they could call the police and an ambulance. Turns out they were the same burglars who terrorized them before. The first time I heard of this story, I wasn't that surprised. Mom was his favorite niece, never had a daughter, so he saw her as his too. Showed pure glee when I showed more interest in his past than his actual grandchildren. That old man even showed me how to hold a gun, using the very same .45 he used to protect his family. Mom wasn't happy about that one, since I was like 8. But we are still fond of him. I inherited some books he wrote, co-wrote and edited, including a generous chunk of his book collection. I think he's a badass because of that incident, and he always will be. R.I.P. Grandpa Carlo. So as I was growing up, there was an older farmer that attended my parents' church. Nice guy, tall and slender, had a hitch in his step. When he shook my hand his grip was like iron. So, sometime after I graduated high school I was at my folks' house. Dad owned a tire shop and had a service truck to go fix tractor flats on local farms. It was either time to plant or harvest wheat, and he'd been working on someone's tractor as the sun was going down. The old farmer was in an adjacent field, working in his tractor with a bank of lights on. Dad said he looked up and saw the tractor turning and then just disappeared. Both fields were bordered by a river that had a decent drop to the river. Dad hustled to the edge of the river and saw the tractor on its side, got back to his truck and used his mobile phone to call 911. They didn't find the farmer in the tractor, the river, and had put in for dogs and a helicopter to come help look for him when someone 2 miles upstream called the search off. Our intrepid farmer had jogged upstream and called home with a broken clavicle. And this is where I found out I'd been shaking the hand of possibly one of the baddest men in the face of the earth. This farmer had joined the Navy Air Corps in World War II, had shot a couple of Japanese planes down in the Pacific before surviving being shot down himself. He hadn't been able to jump out of the plane, so he survived an ocean crash landing to be picked up by the Japanese Navy. He survived being moved from island to island on Japanese prisoner ships. More than one ship had been strafed because they weren't marked as holding POWs. Was delivered to Baton. After being captive for several months in bad circumstances, he was part of the Baton Death March. I can't recall if he was released after the war or liberated. He returned home, several medals in tow, and was promptly robbed at knife point. He survived a motorcycle accident in the 70s and being nearly gutted via a Bowie knife in a bar fight when he was in his 50s. Run over by a bull, kicked by his cattle. It's a wonder he could walk into church. The toughest man I've ever met. He might have weighed 170 pounds and was 6 feet 1 inch tall. And I had no idea what he'd survived. Probably my grandma. My grandfather wanted a son, so they kept trying. They only had daughters. My grandfather thought that women shouldn't get an education. He didn't understand why he should pay for them to get an education only for them to get married and have kids. He forbade her from sending them to school. My grandma said fuck it and started working. She cleaned houses, washed clothes and worked for most of her life to be able to send my mom and her sisters to school. My grandfather was no help until the oldest one graduated. Then he went to her graduation and cheered and hollered and was proud of his little girl, and my grandma put up with it because he was finally supporting her goal. One of my aunts is a colonel, the highest rank a woman can reach in the military. One of my aunts is a nurse. My mom owns her own business. Another of my aunts is a bank manager. At least 3 more are business owners. Some of them didn't make anything of themselves, but that was their own choice. My grandmother dedicated her life to making sure her kids had chances she didn't. Most of them took it, and now I have cousins that are doctors, lawyers, military, some that are in college, including me, and more. My sister just went back to school in order to finish her education. All of my aunts value education and they strive to give us the best one we can have, and all of this is thanks to a woman that didn't listen when her husband told her that giving girls an education was a waste of money. She worked for most of her life, and when she finally stopped, most of my aunts and mom made sure she didn't have to work anymore. She took care of them, so they took care of her. My grandma was an incredible woman. She was strong, stubborn, and never gave an inch. My grandma's dad died in the Ukrainian famine in 1933. Her mum went crazy and died soon after, leaving her the eldest of 3 orphans. She was 13 in WW2 when her village was occupied by Nazis and survived by stealing sugar cane from a nearby factory, making vodka, and selling it to the Nazis. When the soldiers were leaving the village, they were killing everyone. So my grandma put a sign at the front of her house saying parents died of typhus and hid in the basement. The Nazis were too scared to come in, so she and her siblings survived. 3 of the handful of people in the village who did. She then had to work on a communal farm in the Soviet Union, and they took away your passport, so you're kind of like slave labor. So my grandma ran away, jumping between heavy goods carrier trains for 2 weeks before getting to Crimea, where she was a builder and a street cleaner. She and her husband, my granddad, built their house from nothing and even dug and made their own well. Really impressive, I heard. She worked her entire life and raised 2 beautiful daughters, one of them my mum, who could play the piano and went to college. I remember when grandma was really ill at the end of her life, she would pour herself a shot of vodka every night before bed. Absolute badass. Rest in peace, babushka Lyuba. I was in basic and broke my foot in week 11. Got sent back to a company in week 3. 1 week later, one of our drill sergeants shows up. I'll never forget. Looked like a 6'7" nightmare of Popey. Turns out he was late getting there because he'd just finished and placed 4th in the best ranger competition, or whatever it's called. He did so with a broken ankle and a cracked vertebrae. This was all confirmed to us by the other drill sergeants. Not knowing that my foot was broken, he gave me an orange reflective vest and told me I was a road guard for that morning's run. Running ahead of the formation to stop traffic at intersections, then catching up to the front before the next intersection. I did it without mentioning my foot. Next day, I couldn't walk. He asked me what the fuck was wrong with me. Told him I'd aggravated my broken foot the day before. He was a bit pissed I didn't tell him about it, but made me platoon leader right there. He would tell me stories, and I won't give his name, or he tell the stories, and he wore the bracelets bearing the names of fellow rangers killed in action. One day, we were to run in full combat gear to a company-wide event for Independence Day. It was only a couple of miles. I and 3 or 4 others were at the head of the formation, and several of our platoon mates started falling behind. Out of nowhere, Drill Sergeant Popey stops calling cadence, grabs the guy carrying the company colors, and throws him into the ditch on the side of the road shouting, "You're dead. Don't move." He then lays into the stragglers cursing them because they're weak, and how the guy that got there first is dead. He then makes the first 2 stragglers that caught up grab the guy and the flag out of the ditch and carry them. A few steps later, he throws me, the first guy and those carrying him, and the flag into another ditch. Same thing. Stragglers have killed us. It went that way for the last half mile. Many flew into the ditch. Many were carried by exhausted, puking soldiers. It was a bit of a freak out, but having heard the stories he didn't share with anyone else, I knew where it was coming from. Word was he was later berated by the company commander for being cruel, or overstepping bounds or something. But I got it. and from that day forward, we were one solid machine of 50 men that would have followed him into the mouth of hell. I know there are a lot of soldier stories in these comments, but that man had to be pushing 50 years old at the time. In him, I saw badassery, professionalism, concern, and compassion all rolled into one being. Lots of stories I could tell about that guy and my time in that platoon, but I think this will suffice. A friend of mine. His story isn't heroic or something like that at all, but it's pretty bad. This dude had a huge drug problem for 5 years. I only met him a couple months before he went cold turkey. Then around Christmas 2017 he stopped doing oxycodone, which he was heavily addicted to due to taking it for a quarter of his life. That alone deserves huge respect. He managed to quit cold turkey while also going to work and not having his parents. He was around 21 at the time and living with his parents. Or boss noticed a thing. So he stopped doing oxycodone, but that was only a part of his drug problem. He continues doing a fuck ton of drugs, mainly Xanax, Valium, GHB, morphine, cocaine and a couple other things. Around March he overdosed in his room and got brought to the hospital by an ambulance. He was in and out of a coma for 2 to 3 days, and the doctor said that he most likely wouldn't make it, and if he did he wouldn't be able to walk or would need a machine to help him breathe. This dude got out of the coma, admitted himself to a clinic for withdrawal and therapy. Drugs made him kinda go crazy, and he developed borderline syndrome, and after 1 or 2 months he was completely fine again. He had some minor relapses, but he's been doing a lot better. I'm sure he has some kind of plot armor. TLDR. Friend had a drug problem, quit cold turkey without help, overdosed on different drugs, was in a coma and lived, despite the doctor's expectations. Is completely okay now. My great uncle was a communist war hero and ex-U who died during some type of torture and didn't spill secrets. Another POW, Sarah, was next in line while they brutalized him in front of her, and shortly after they killed him she was liberated. Went on to shower him in praise, telling people all sorts of horrors he went through and how he didn't say a thing. I never read the book. Yeah, there was a book, but apparently what I heard as a kid was that they pulled out all his nails, finger, and toe, and other such things. I don't wanna get into exaggerations when I don't know the facts, but I do hold a great deal of respect just on the basis alone that he seemed like a very fine young man. Apparently, he had a black horse named Sultan, and they liked to race the train. Sultan went into a huge depression when he didn't come back to feed him a sugar cube. In the end, the town I lived in XU ended up using his name for the elementary school I went to, a movie theater, a street, and they built him a statue downtown. Funny part is, his name is exactly the same as my dad's, so it was surreal seeing my dad's name, but not really. Everywhere I went, I even pulled a douche move and told a kid the school belongs to me, and the teacher backed me up. That weirdo. Then the war came, again, and now all his dedications are gone. RIP to a young man with a brave heart. A friend of mine is basically a living legend for some of us. We call him Livergan because he has gotten into and out of more shit with his 45 to 70 than most people will get into in several lifetimes. He was an outdoor guide in Wyoming/Montana for quite a while and lived out in the woods in a straight up cabin with no power or flowing water or anything for even longer. There are pictures of this guy staring down a grizzly at 10 or so feet. From what the people who were with him say, he didn't even flinch when the thing charged him to get that close, just shouldered his thumper. What he calls his 45 to 70, he stood his ground when a moose charged him. He says this is the scariest thing he has ever done. According to him, a grizzly will fuck you up, a moose will faking kill you. But he and the people he was guiding were caught in a field by a moose, so he had to stand his ground. He doesn't believe in killing something unless it is absolutely necessary. He has been stalked by wolves and has actually killed a few over the years. Been stalked by mountain lions several times, but never had a serious run-in with them. Apparently there are rumors he took down a man-killer polar bear, but he won't confirm or deny them. Got caught out in a blizzard in Wyoming for like 3 days on foot and made it out like 40 miles. I have never seen someone accurate with iron sights on a gun that big like this guy. He has carried the same damn gun for like 35 years. Anytime he goes into the brush he's got his thumper and his cabba. sometimes .44 Magnum as well. He also once pulled a dead moose out of a pond, but didn't realize how decomposed it was, and when he went to lean his hand on its side the skin broke, and his arm sank into the thing up to his elbow or something. Said he threw up for a while after that. Apparently the head came off when they tried to pull it out. But yeah, hardcore man. Tons of scars, very soft spoken and gentle, drives an old Dodge pickup, and would give you his shirt if he thought it would help. Never tries to brag about all these stories, just kind of shrugs them off, or uses them as cautionary tales when asked. My grandma, she grew up a maid, and was abused by her stepfather and stepsisters. She had to take care of her dying mom before she turned 18, and ended up on her own as soon as she died. She then married my grandpa, who was a horribly abusive person. She raised 5 kids mostly on her own, and shortly after her youngest kid was born my grandpa was hit by a car and ended up with a serious brain injury that left him acting as if he was a baby, and she had to help him make as much progress as possible so he could at least take care of himself. After my grandpa moved to a resting home, she taught herself everything and anything she needed to take care of the family. Growing up with her, I saw her paint all of our house multiple times, get up on and fix our roof in the middle of the winter, tile several rooms in the house, build benches and tools, sell clothes on the street while it was 90 degrees out, make our front yard the most beautiful garden on our street, and cook the most amazing meals and sweets. We lived in a really dangerous area, and while I was a teenager, no matter how late I would be coming home, she would always walk to meet me, because most buses or taxis would drop me off blocks away. She had my aunt make her a baseball bat with nails on it, and she would always say, if they are gonna fuck with someone, they are not gonna fuck with the grandma with the baseball bat. I could keep going, but she really was the most baddest person I will ever meet, not to mention the kindest too. Wikipedia Bulleter. Warning: NSFW maybe not for those with weak stomach. I work in the UK on the patient transport service, taking people on the non-emergency ambulances in and out of their hospital appointments. We took a man in just a few days ago with one leg, not unusual as most patients have mobility issues. Turns out his story was he took a chainsaw to his leg after suffering with agonizing pain from deep vein thrombosis for over 2 years. He was ex-military, having served for several decades, until medically discharged, at which point he became a Bear Grylls-esque outdoorsman and survivalist. That is, until the DVT confines him to a wheelchair the doctors were hesitant to amputate, so he could have a prosthetic placed and walk again. And the pain medication wasn't enough, so, not willing to give up the outdoors lifestyle, decided to take things into his own hands. One tourniquet, a chainsaw and lots of pain meds later, he, NSFW, managed to saw through 3/4 of his own leg below the knee before the chainsaw stalled. Not having the strength to go through starting it up again, he called the emergency services and went in for emergency surgery. He told us that he was lucky that the chainsaw stalled as it left enough tissue attached for the surgeons to create a skin flap to cover the wound, and that if he had cut clean through they would have had to remove above the knee, which would make future mobility with a prosthetic much more limited. The appointment we took him in for was to have measurements taken for his new prosthetic, now that the wound was nearly healed. While I wouldn't advise his course of action to anyone, and he took a massive risk, he did what he felt needed to be done in order to achieve the life he was determined to, and will now be able to resume. I'm late to the game, so this will probably get buried, but I'll post it anyway for those interested. My great grandfather was a glider pilot during WWII. For a little background, these glider planes were pretty much a one-time use type deal. They had skis for landing gear, were often just patched up with what they had laying around, and were an all-around death trap. Essentially, he would have this glider loaded up with cargo, sometimes troops I believe as well. They would attach him to a larger tow plane and then take him up to altitude and then cut the cable. Every landing was essentially a crash landing, being that the landing gear was basically non-existent and there was no tarmac to land on. In his words, I flew 5 gliders and tore the sheet out of each one of them. Well, on one mission he landed a little harder than usual and ended up fracturing his spine, breaking a few ribs, and had a metal rod impale his leg. He had landed in enemy territory and a German truck quickly approached the plane. He said that, even though he was in extreme pain, He knew his only chance to survive was to play dead. So he was pulled from the plane, tied to the back of the truck and dragged. As I recall, I believe he said that eventually a Red Cross truck was allowed to take him. Came as a bit of a surprise when they discovered he wasn't dead. He needed some time to recover obviously, and then he went back to fly 2 or 3 more missions including D-Day. He always painted and named his gliders the Big Ass Bird. I still have most of his uniform and flying scarf, as well as his Purple Heart and other medals. The coolest thing that we have of his is the flight maps he was given for D-Day, which say either top secret or classified. I'll have to look again. The man is definitely my hero and the most baddest person I knew. Love you. Pour some photos of my great grandfather and his glider. Perhaps not entirely in line with this post, because I never personally met him, but I'm his descendant, and received the accounts first hand from his sons. Also, I recently received his official military record, so I know it's not BS. My great grandfather was probably the closest thing to a real world Indiana Jones that you can imagine. At 16 he dropped out of high school and ran away from home. Lied about his age to join the army and participated in the Poncho Villa expedition with General Pershing. His mom sent a letter to the army explaining that he was too young to enlist, so they dropped him off in Texas and sent him back to school. At 19 he joined the Navy and fought in WWI as a radioman on a destroyer. While he was on the deck of the ship in the Atlantic Ocean, a wave picked him up and threw him over the side, breaking his legs. He somehow managed to swim long enough to be washed ashore on the Azores of Portugal, from where he made it home. After WWI, got out of the Navy and earned a degree in electrical engineering while working as a policeman in Prohibition-era Chicago, where he regularly dealt with the mob and sheet. WWI broke out and he wanted to join the Navy again, but he was already kind of old and had a limp from when he broke his legs, so he went to the army and lied to them about his age and medical condition. He then participated in the Middle Eastern campaign and made it all the way from Tunisia to Italy, where the train he was on was blown up by fascist saboteurs. While he was recovering from breaking his leg a second time, German planes shot up the hospital he was in, and a piece of shrapnel blew his nose off of his face. At the same time this was happening, his wife in the States died due to a medical accident, and the army doctors were afraid that if they told him he would perish from grief, so they waited to tell him until he had made a full recovery and was on his way back to America. Went on to remarry and was a Chicago policeman and army reservist until he retired. Whenever I complain about my own life, I think about how much harder he had it and feel like an entitled pose. Also, recently I found a chest full of his things and there was an actual blood-stained Nazi flag. What a faking badass. I'm very late to this, but I want to write about him anyway, because he's the closest thing I had to a father figure, and I feel like he deserves to be known about. His name was John, and when I met him, he was 63 years old. To look at, and to speak to, he was as though Santa Claus had been fused with Karl Marx. He was unendingly generous, would give his time to anyone and everyone, and was a well of knowledge. Him and his second wife ran a construction company, just the two of them, and I've always said to people that they could, between them, literally knock your house down and leave nothing but a dirt patch, and then rebuild it, nail for nail, brick for brick, wire for wire, and it'd be better than it had been before. The only reason they needed to hire other people was simply to get the job done quicker. During the days he and I would often go off on what we are supposed to be quick trips to various stores for various supplies. But I quickly learned that these were mere cover. John would drive us to various houses, wherein we would find some old man or woman barely able to open their door, and we'd go and fix their toilet, or fit a handle by their shower, or sort out their chimney blockage, always for free, and always with the understanding that I would not tell his wife why our trip for such a tool or supply had taken 2 hours the longer. I worked with them, the more I learned about him. He'd lost his first wife in a car crash many decades previously and apparently roamed, lost, for some time afterwards. He'd worked with young offenders, teaching them how to survive in the wilderness, and done all manner of other incredibly selfless and rewarding jobs before suddenly, in his 40s, deciding to go to university. His second wife, with whom he owned the construction company, told me the story of how he came to a lecture one day and she, in her 20s, took one look at him, and decided she was going to marry him. He was certainly quite a catch. There was one afternoon where a group of Polish roofers joined us. We were adding a third floor to the house, and the time had come to get that section completed. The crew arrived, and it was immediately apparent that something wasn't right with them. After a few minutes of John talking with their boss, it transpired that one of their companions had died the week before after falling from a roof as they worked. Now, this crew, they had no safety harnesses, no helmets, nothing. John wasn't going to let these boys work this way. Within an hour he had helmets, I have no idea from where, and had rigged a top-notch belaying system up for each of them. That day John also taught me how to belay, and I'll never forget how tight one of those Polish guys at the end of my rope hugged me. When he'd finished his task point, John did all of this with minimal fuss, but with such pristine communication and reassurance that everyone felt utterly safe. The roofer's boss looked pissed, but he knew what was happening was absolutely correct, and he, like everyone else I have met there, just seemed filled with respect for John. I heard stories of families that he'd helped secure visas for, people who had escaped war-torn countries, people that he had fed and clothed, others that he had found work for. The more I sit here writing, the more I remember about the amazing things he would do, but never talk about, never seek credit or recognition for. He could fix anything, would stop work to suddenly converse with you about some incredibly obscure subject that had been jogged in his brain by some word or phrase heard on the radio as we labored. He seemed to know absolutely everybody wherever we went. Walking down 25 meters of street could take an hour or more most days, and his patience, empathy, resourcefulness, and good humor seemed to know no bounds. He was such a joyful, wise, effervescent soul, and I cannot imagine how many people he helped. I absolutely adored him. Still do. Thank you, John, for teaching me so much about so much. I have no idea where you are, but I'm always thinking of you. Major James Taylor, Medal of Honor recipient. He's a close family friend who I've had the pleasure of spending many evenings with. His BO is pretty incredible. From the MO website, Captain Taylor, Armor, was serving as executive officer of Troop B, 1st Squadron. His troop was engaged in an attack on a fortified position west of Ksun when it came under intense enemy recoilless rifle, mortar, and automatic weapons fire from an enemy strong point located immediately to its front. One armored cavalry assault vehicle was hit immediately by recoilless rifle fire, and all 5 crew members were wounded. Aware that the stricken vehicle was in great danger of exploding, Captain Taylor rushed forward and personally extracted the wounded to safety despite the hail of enemy fire and exploding ammunition. Within minutes, a second armored cavalry assault vehicle was hit by multiple recoilless rifle rounds despite the continuing intense enemy fire. Captain Taylor moved forward on foot to rescue the wounded men from the burning vehicle and personally removed all the crewmen to the safety of a nearby dike. Moments later, the vehicle exploded. As he was returning to his vehicle, a bursting mortar round painfully wounded Captain Taylor, yet he valiantly returned to his vehicle to relocate the medical evacuation landing zone to an area closer to the front lines. As he was moving his vehicle, it came under machine gun fire from an enemy position not 50 yards away. Captain Taylor engaged the position with his machine gun, killing the 3-man crew. Upon arrival at the new evacuation site, still another vehicle was struck. Once again, Captain Taylor rushed forward and pulled the wounded from the vehicle, loaded them aboard his vehicle, and returned them safely to the evacuation site. His actions of unsurpassed valor were a source of inspiration to his entire troop, contributed significantly to the success of the overall assault on the enemy position, and were directly responsible for saving the lives of a number of his fellow soldiers. His actions were in keeping with the highest traditions of the military profession and reflect great credit upon himself, his unit, and the US Army. Definitely my grandfather. He was a Holocaust survivor, born in Czechoslovakia, and liberated from Budapest. Throughout the war, he was kept alive because of his skills as a tailor. He made uniforms for the SS and managed to convince them to let him leave the work camp to get the best material for the uniforms. While outside the camp, shopping for the SS, he would also pick up extra clothes for Jews in the ghetto, as well as food and ammunition for an underground organization that shuttled Jews out of the camps. They offered him passage out of the camps many times, but he always stayed to help more people. He married my grandmother to save her from the Nazis and shuttled her out of the camps soon after. She then got a fake Red Cross license and went back into the camps, where she would inspect Jews and claim they were infected with a disease that could spread through the whole labor population. She would funnel Jews out that way and clothe them with the materials Grandpa, among many others, supplied the organization with. When they were liberated, they spent time in an Italian refugee camp. They wanted to go to Israel, but Grandma became pregnant, so they were not allowed on the boat. Grandpa used his connections to smuggle guns and munitions to Israel for the War of Independence until he received news that an aunt had made her way to New York and was willing to vouch for them to immigrate to the States. So they moved to New York, where Grandpa soon rose up in the garment industry and became the lead women's fashion designer for Youth Craft, a company who moved him and his family to Kansas City. Grandpa met presidents, designed clothes for Israeli dignitaries, rubbed shoulders with stars, Liberace and Elvis among many others. But he would never cop to all that. He was always most proud of his family, and given any chance at all he would tell you how he and Grandma raised 4 beautiful children who all went to college and had kids of their own. Grandpa never even went to school. I think he might have had 2 years of formal education in his life. After he retired, he opened his own shop. After he retired, he opened another shop, is how my grandma would say that sentence, and just did what he loved. He fixed his family's clothes. He always had people in and out talking and schmoozing, and he cared for others. Into his last years he developed dementia, and just about the only thing he remembered was how much he loved Grandma. Sitting here typing all this out, I'm getting tearful. The man was my hero, and he had every reason to be spiteful and mean, but instead he filled his heart with kindness. That's faking badass. My great grandpa. I only knew him for the first 12 years of my life, since he died of pneumonia, so at the time I knew very little about him. He was kind, and his love for all of his grandkids and great-grandkids was very evident even to my younger self. So many biographies to why he was so badass. As a kid, his dad had died, so he had to drop out of school and middle school to earn income for his family's household. I believe he joined the army once he was of age to do so. This would have been the mid to late 20s. By the time the Great Depression started, he started up his own little business to haul things in his truck. From what I gathered, once the Great Depression had ended, his business grew enough where he sold it, and from what I'm told it's still in existence in some form or another. In the 30s, he had married my great-grandma and was going to officer school in the army. My great-grandma helped him get through some of it, since she had graduated from high school, rare for the time, and he struggled with some aspects which he missed out from being a dropout. However, it worked out, and he eventually became a colonel. Then WWI started up. He was sent to the South Pacific, leaving my great-grandma and my grandpa at home. The only person I know for sure he shared some of the stories with was my dad, since he was also in the military. You know, someone has seen a lot of action when they don't openly share it. He ended up contracting malaria while in the South Pacific, and with malaria you never get rid of it fully. Apparently, it still popped up even in the 70s. In the 50s he became the sheriff of Kenosha after his predecessor was found doing something illegal. Again, details on this are hazy at best for me, but he ended up losing the election after his term ended. However, Eisenhower then appointed him a US Marshal. One story in particular I remember well from his time as a US Marshal was when someone had a pony in the back of their car. He didn't take well to animal abuse, and especially abuse of a horse. He had a favorite horse while in the army that apparently didn't respect anyone but him. There are many more stories I could share about him, but this is just a quick synopsis really. He lived one hell of a life and my family calls him out John Wayne. My personal favorite memory of him, though, is when I was very young and he and my dad sang this little light of mine really off key to get me to laugh. As I said much earlier, it was obvious that he was happy to have his family. Because of him, to me a badass is someone who can live a tough life, work their way out of difficulties, and still have a soft spot for their loved ones. The mountain man from the small town I grew up in. He kind of looked like the real life version of Groundskeeper Willie, but was very soft spoken, and was not Scottish. He lived in town, but spent most of his time up in the mountains. He would climb to the highest point in the mountain range every single morning, which for most people is about a 5-hour hike. He was the head of the ropes rescue team in our area and frequently took people rappelling and on canyon spanning zip lines that he made himself. One time, my dad and I were up hiking around in a mountain and stupidly climbed down a flat, nearly vertical series of boulders, just to realize we couldn't climb back up. Within 2 or 3 minutes, we heard the mountain man yell, "What are you doing down there?" He said he found us because he was in tune with the canyons, and he had us out in minutes. He collected snakes and had a shed built on stilts in his backyard for housing his snakes. He was just an all-around fearless guy and the kindest man at the same time. Last year he started having memory and balance problems, and the doctors found out he'd contracted mad cow disease a few decades ago after eating some bad meat in England. The disease slowly killed the seemingly indestructible man. He left behind 3 teenage sons who now do their best to sport the groundskeeper willy beards and are the new keepers of the mountains and the snakes. My mom, let me list some reasons why TLDR. She got brain damage, learned to walk after the doctor said she wouldn't, was a badass before, and is even more of a badass now. Her favorite holiday is Halloween and we go all out every year and give away full-size candy bars. She taught me to cook for more than house present in case someone shows up, or at the very least, so I don't have to cook the next night. She got her eyeliner tattooed on, except she didn't use the topical anesthetic before doing it. She just took 2 shots of tequila and went for it. When she went back to work after the tattoo, she had 2 very swollen eyes from it and convinced the guys she worked with that she got in a bar fight. She hustled pool in college. She used to babysit to Hell's Angels and the entire gang loves her. She used to go to their bar with them. She taught me how to fight. When girls started picking on me in middle school, I never had to use it, but I was always told if I ever got suspended for fighting, I wouldn't be in trouble with her. She proved that when my brother fought back though. That's awesome. She fell down the stairs in 2010 and hit the back of her head on the edge of a step. She got some serious brain damage from that and was told she would never walk again and would be almost vegetative. Well, my mom refused to take medication that made her sleep for 2 weeks and taught herself to sit up and take steps while the nurses weren't in her room. So she basically told the medical staff, "Fuck you, I do what I want," and eventually walked out of the hospital. She's still healing from that 8 years later, but she has since tiled her living room, rebuilt my entire bathroom from the ground up, raised 8 kids, her actual kids and some of our friends, makes and decorates extravagant cakes for various occasions, baby showers, weddings, birthdays, etc. Learn to knit, crochet, make lace, cross stitch, stain glass, build sets, make costumes. I do theater. She's been a massive help. And now she's ordering stuff to learn to tattoo because my little sister wants to be a tattoo artist, so they are gonna learn together by tattooing leather and pigskins, reupholstered and restored a pool table. Turns out that's harder than it seems. Still build sets and scenes for Halloween. This year we're doing Area 51. She just built the skeleton for a UFO. Continues to be literally the strongest person I have ever met, especially since she could have died from that brain injury. There's a ton of other examples of my mom being a badass, and I'll probably add them as I remember things. Anyways, this is long. Love you, mom. You're a badass. My grandfather is on my mom's side. I didn't know him that well, and he had his demons for sure, but his WWII escape story is just absurd. This guy was captured by the Germans and an officer points out that he has a German lugger on him, which means he took it off of a dead German soldier. The officer just happens to have an American 9mm on him, and my grandpa decides to point that out in response. 2 watching officers start laughing, and when they get to the POW camp, he gets taken to the front of the food line. This is a guy who watched old cowboy movies on repeat, had a ranch in Co, and was an actual cowboy. Doesn't stop there. They get moved to another camp, and in the process a Russian tank division unknowingly opens fire on the entire group. He hides under dead bodies, and after waiting until after dark he crawls however many miles to a farm. At the farm, he finds 2 other POWs who did the same thing. "Oh hey, we're safe, let's stay here." No. He forgot his journal that had a picture of his wife, my grandma, in it. He tells the other two soldiers he's going back, and they ask him to grab cigarettes. So the same night he goes back to the site of the ambush, finds his journal in the dark, and grabs cigarettes. Going back to the farm owners are Polish and Ally supporters, and they get taken to the border and get back to American forces. He smoked like a chimney and eventually died of heart disease and dementia. After he passed, I tried on his stupid large gold dinner ring with a fat Olonix in it. It slid off my thumb, and I'm a big guy. Guy had bare paws. Pigpen. When I was a teenager I kickboxed, and Friday night at our gym was fight night, and once a month we hosted another gym in fight night. Another gym would visit us, and each member of that gym would fight one of ours. One school had a guy my friends and I nicknamed Pigpen because he was so scruffy looking. He was clean, but had very unkempt looking hair and beard. During warm-ups he'd kick the heavy bag so hard we thought he could kick it right off the chains that were holding it to the ceiling. He also punched the concrete wall with his bare knuckles and did it pretty hard. He was a brown belt and our school didn't have any brown belts, so the first time Pigpen visited he was paired with one of our red belts, our school's equivalent of a brown belt, and he crushed him. Knocked him out in less than 30 seconds with a kick to the ribs. We begged our instructor to fight him because we knew Pigpen would smash him, but he ignored us. A few months later Pigpen's gym visited again, and this time he fought one of our black belts and he knocked him out even faster, probably around 15 seconds. My friends and I didn't care if it bothered our instructor. We openly cheered for Pigpen and approached him after for some one-on-one pointers. He was actually super nice and humble, and was careful not to hurt any of us when showing us techniques. Many weren't so considerate. That was the last time I saw him, but I've never forgotten what a bad mofo he was. I stayed with a friend of a family friend while visiting Amsterdam, and my first night he told me his entire life story. After testing out of school and getting insane scholarships to go anywhere he wanted, I think he studied at some Ivies before buying a van in Europe and traveling literally everywhere he could, not just making stops. He said he would go province by province all over Europe and the Middle East until he developed an understanding of each local culture. He was driving on some rocky hillside somewhere near Afghanistan when he skidded off the road and the oven he had installed in his van turned RV came unsecured and crushed him. He couldn't walk or talk, but somehow after a long period in a rural hospital he could finally tell people who he was and managed to get sent to a friend in the States who was a doctor. He was told that he would never walk again, but boy did he. This whole time an investment of his had been growing, and he became one of the founders of Celestial Seasonings Teas, the makers of Sleepy Time Tea. So now that he was rich and could walk again, he moved to Amsterdam and hired a bunch of students to build him a houseboat. He said it took much longer than anticipated, but he thought the experience would be invaluable to them. The whole time he told me the story he stressed the importance of having new experiences and learning new things. Then he bought me a bag of weed, helped me rent a bike, and left my terrified inexperienced 19-year-old alone for a week on his houseboat while he went on vacation. It was amazing. What a guy. For me the most baddest person I had ever met was my best friend. He passed away last July, but he changed my life for the better during our friendship. But the reason I think of him as the baddest of asses was because some years ago I watched this man struggle with heroin addiction. Started with pain pills for a broken collarbone, but like a lot of other people, the doctor cut him off of the pills when his body wasn't ready. I don't condone replacing pain pills with heroin, but this is what my friend did. And for 3 years I watched him change into a full-fledged addict. It was the most heartbreaking thing to see happen to a guy with so much potential, to a guy you love as a brother. I had to stop hanging out with him because his addiction was starting to affect our friendship. Stuff came up missing after he would visit. I remember one day confronting him about it, and he broke down in tears. I told him that I couldn't idly sit by as a friend and watch him destroy himself. Well, after that conversation I didn't hear from or see him for almost a year, and I had found out from his family that he had taken the first steps towards recovery. He ended up beating his addiction, and up until his death about 4 years after getting clean he never touched the stuff again. But if you guys could have seen the transformation that had taken place, you would have been as proud of him as I was. He got his life back under his own control and is still the most badass I have ever met. Sorry for any grammar/spelling mistakes, I'm on mobile. A friend named James. James was in the army and was in the special forces. He got out in 2000. In 2002 packed his bags and started doing private security in Afghanistan. In 2004 he transferred to Iraq. He basically spent 7 years of his life in constant combat. He was in quite a few fights. In 2009 I met him. For a guy who's seen as much heat as he has, he was super normal. He was the KBR security chief where I was at and dealt with employee theft mostly. Anyway, one night James and I were at a bar. Two guys next to us were arguing in Albanian, which I don't understand. I'm not sure what happened, but the argument got out of hand. James got involved, and in a blink of an eye he knocked one guy clean the fuck out and disarmed the other guy who had pulled a gun and pinned him down to the ground. And I'm just sitting there like, what just happened? Dude was a straight up badass. Another legend of a story, which I didn't see. James was dating this girl. One night she called James and said her ex-boyfriend and his brothers broke into her apartment. James rushed over and there and kicked all three of their asses single-handedly. James is not a dude I would fuck with. Also, James was pretty slow to throw a punch, but when he did, the fight would be over shortly after, and he was fast. The one fight I was present for, I was right next to him and I didn't even see him punch, is how fast and hard he hits. I'm gonna go with my dad to my kid's bus stop. The first thing you notice about him is that he has 2 prosthetic legs, honestly, but the second is that he is all smiles. Not once have I seen this man with a frown. I'd seen him going on runs before my daughter started school and marveled at it, but once I got the chance to talk to him, I was just in awe of his perseverance. He came to the US from Kenya with friends, all professional runners. He was offered a scholarship for running, but being from a smaller village he had to travel to even read an email correspondence, and his family struggled to come up with the funds to get him to the US in the first place. Culture shock was huge, food was confusing, and the weather was the opposite of what he grew up with. The college was in Anchorage. He dealt with depression for some time due to separation from and deaths in his family. Due to that big combo of change, he decided to go on an impromptu run one evening to clear his head during a snowstorm, and basically, he got lost in the woods. He was in the snow in light clothing for days, and ultimately ended up losing both legs from right below the knee down to frostbite, and he's lucky he didn't lose his hands. A few months after that he returned home to find out that one of his Kenyan friends had committed suicide. He still managed to complete his education with top marks, kept running in races and placing on them, then eventually moved to the south. No snow here. Anyway, he's very open about the story and has given permission to share it before. Heck, even this article has pretty much everything I just said. And no, he doesn't have any additional reason for running in a snowstorm that he's admitted to me. A teacher I had at a small community college tucked away in rural Ohio. She was a famous, or infamous, lesbian poet who'd actually fought in the streets for gay rights in Boston in the 70s, when there was a string of murders of gay people. She'd marched as a teenager during the civil rights movement in the 60s, and saw both MLK and Malcolm X speak. She had traveled all over Africa and told stories of fighting giant snakes, traveling into active war zones just to find an outpost selling cigarettes, witnessing South African police abduct gay women to subject them to corrective rape, and continued delivering used school books to rural African schools herself until she passed away. She had multiple PhDs, and at one function she was at, she met one of the heirs of Carnegie/Us Steel. She said he had the weakest handshake she'd ever felt. She also did spoken word performances, and at times, opened for King Sunny Ad and Black Flag, and had pictures to prove it. By the time she was a professor, she was barely mobile, and required constant oxygen, but still made it every day. Her classes, I took all 3 that she offered, introduced me to my love of African cultures and history. I'm a punk-looking white boy, and taught me more than I could have ever learned from anyone else. If you want to see films unlike anything you've ever watched before, look up Ousmane Simbine. Mula Aid is a particular favorite, truly a badass woman. She passed away in 2015. My stepdad was an orphan in rural Kansas. He was adopted by a farmer who needed more labor on the farm. He was given a rifle and one bullet and told to go hunt for rabbits for dinner. If he missed the shot, he got no dinner. He led his 7-man football team to the state championships and won 3 straight years. He married a girl right out of high school, but one of her friends accused him of rape, so the judge said he could stand trial or join the military. He joined the USMC. One of his buddies told the story of how on the first day of boot camp the instructor asked for the biggest and the smallest guys in the camp. My dad was the smallest. The instructor told them both to go get their trunks and stand in front of the whole camp. The instructor then stood on the trunk of the taller guys and punched him right in the mouth and knocked him out. He then walked over to my dad and told him to get up on the trunk. My dad did and punched him in the face so hard he knocked him out. He told the unconscious drill instructor that he wasn't going to get sucker punched by the likes of him. After boot camp he was assigned to the team that ended up rescuing the Shah of Iran when the Iranian Revolution happened. He did 2 tours in Vietnam and was a sniper most of that time. After his 2 tours he did 1 more for the CIA and never spoke about what he did during that time. His job had been to wait behind when the Marines withdrew to take out officers and intelligence resources, then get back safely. On one of these missions he rode for miles in a tractor tire with only his rifle as a paddle. He was a scary dude and never backed down from anything. Late, but I'll answer anyway. Probably a tie between 2 women, my mom and the grown mother of my college boyfriend. My mom threw down at both local and national board meetings on behalf of her union for decades. As an understudy, was called to perform on Broadway for a Christmas Eve performance at the last possible minute. At age 67, has become a certified yoga instructor despite painful arthritis. As a college-aged hippie, I dropped acid at Disneyland. As a brave teenager, got up in her drunken father's face twice and won the battle both times. The first time, she was 14 and her parents were screaming at each other non-stop, so she told them both to knock it off and said that one of them was going to have to leave the house because she was sick of their crap. She volunteered herself to be the one to leave and went upstairs and packed her bags, to which her dad responded that she didn't have to go, he would move out instead. The second time, she was 16 and, during a Christmas visit gone wrong, her dad pounced on her mom and started beating her viciously. There came a moment when grandma was able to get away long enough to run to the phone to call the cops, and he began to chase her. Mom jumped up in his face and yelled, "Oh, you think you're such a big man? Then why don't you hit me instead of her? Come on, I dare you." He backed down and let the cops take him away. Despite this past with her father, she also took enough pity on him to let him move in with her and my stepdad for the final years of his life and cared for him even with hospice in the house, singing him to sleep as he was dying. Devotion and forgiveness goals, combined with ultimate toughness. Ex-boyfriend's grandma grew up in an orphanage during the Depression after her parents were murdered by her mom's stalker. Married for the first time at age 15 in order to escape the abusive orphanage, only to be beaten, threatened and eventually gambled away in a poker game by an even more abusive husband. The guy who won her in the infamous poker game was her husband's former best friend. He was a heavy drinker, but at least he loved her, so he became husband too, and they stayed together until he died. Before he passed away, he begged her not to let them take him away dirty, so she bathed and cleaned his corpse on her own, before calling the morgue. Survived and overcame meth addiction. Talked and flirted her way out of speeding tickets, twice, while in her late 60s. Single-handedly ran a Mexican restaurant during her heyday, in order to have enough money to raise her 2 kids. Beat the crap out of a gangster who threatened her granddaughter, then in more stereotypical old lady fashion she chased the culprit off a lawn with a broom. Meanwhile, she also knew how to fix her own roof, install toilets, design, build, and stain her own kitchen cabinets, tile her own bathroom, sew custom clothes, and make gift bags and boxes out of saved newspapers. Depression era, remember, so she saved and reused everything. And she'd do it all while smoking a pack a day, going through a case of beer a day, wearing heels, and somehow never chipping a single one of her long acrylic nails, which were pretty much always painted a scary Joan Crawford red. Was also a ruthless poker player herself, by the way. She'd drink you under the table and kick you while you were down there, demanding that you get your sheet together, crawl back up, and finish the game, so she could take your money. One of my favorite memories of her involved her doing keg stands with my ex's brother and his friends for his 24th birthday in their garage, while all the guys were cheering, Grand MA, Grand MA, Grand MA. I'm gonna post another answer, because it popped in my head today. The most crazy badass couple I've ever met, the Diamonds. Jim and Betty Diamond. They're alumni at my university. Betty has since passed, an absolutely adorable old couple. I was interested in the Peace Corps, and sat down, and talked to them. They served together in Chad. They became close with the president of Chad, and did work in the villages. Betty helped the women learn some skills like boiling water, to make it safe to drink, embroidery, etc etc. She also had Jim build a brick oven, and taught a few of the villagers how to make bread, and they used this new skill to make some good money. Jim was helping out with agricultural issues. He said a farmer couldn't keep his cattle alive for the dry season because all the grain would be gone or something. So Jim came up with the idea to make a silo, but in the ground, called it a pit silo. The villagers were like, that's complete bullshit, that's not gonna work. Then a few months later, when they opened the silo, it had worked. It increased the amount of food in the villages and kept cattle alive. He said his idea was implemented throughout Africa, and he traveled around teaching villagers how to make pit silos. This was all in the early 70s, which wasn't a great time. He said that people would get pulled out of their vehicles and killed. It was pretty dangerous, but they didn't give a fuck. They said that they themselves almost got attacked by an angry mob, but somehow had calmed them down. I wanted to listen to their stories forever. My wife raised disabled, highly dependent twin girls into their teens with virtually zero support from the long-term live-in partner she was dating for a while. When that turned abusive, she found a way to get out and move into a home for her and her kids despite having very little income. With her caregiving duties, she couldn't go earn a living. So she did work from home jobs online. After I moved in, I took over the caregiving duties so she could leave and work. She became a manager at a group home for intellectually disabled adults. One of them assaulted her physically, beating her upside the head. He was 6 feet tall and over 200 pounds. But he was mentally incapable of understanding what he did. So you can't be angry at him. My wife has had an intense migraine headache since that day, 54 months ago. In spite of debilitating head pain, she continued doing figure competitions and obstacle course races. She got a trifecta 3 years ago in Chicago, all while feeling like her skull was on fire and in a vice. She pushed through the pain, light sensitivity, and nausea because she wasn't about to let the pain define her. 4.5 years of non-stop migraine pain, with nothing that works to stop it, has taken its toll on her ability to push toward her fitness goals. A temporary setback, but a hard one for her to swallow. Over the years, as I learned what it took to raise twins with high care needs, I looked at her having done this mostly solo for so much of her life. I look at how patient she continues to be with our girls, now 20. I look at how hard she pushed against her own body to reach her goals. And I'm in awe of her strength and patience. My wife is truly the single most badass person I've ever met in my entire life. My mom was supposed to be born in October of 55, was born very premature in July. They put her in an incubator, but told my grandma she would die. They didn't have anything else for micropremas then, a term that didn't even exist at the time. She didn't die obviously, however the stress of the situation caused her to have a stroke, yes, as a newborn. As a result, she was unable to smile or hold her head up on her own until she was nearly a year old. She eventually recovered enough to be a pretty normal kid, although she always had full body pain as a kid and didn't understand why. In her teens she found out it was because she had arthritis and degenerative disc disease. Over the years she developed more autoimmune disorders including systemic scleroderma and ITP. She has endured 21 surgeries which include 2 C-sections, 4 spinal fusions, gallbladder removal, spleen removal, bunion removal, and a bunch of others I can't recall. She is missing a portion of her brain where the stroke occurred, and the tissue died. She is in chronic pain every day, and has no cartilage left in any level of her spine, it's all bone on bone. But she is badass enough that she still goes to the old people's exercise classes at the pool and helps give advice to others who are having a hard time with pain. Through all of the above, she also raised 2 kids. Also, I've never heard her complain about her situation. Ever, so, yeah. I wish there was a way to properly explain the absolute essence a bona fide badass exudes. It's literally an aura, and by all means impossible to describe correctly. But the first was meeting a random senior officer while in basic training. Later on in training, we were able to take ourselves to chow, and I ended up in line next to one who invited me to join them for lunch. When he addressed me, I puckered up so hard thinking I had done something wrong, but he just wanted to hear my experience with training and life for no particular reason I can recall. But it was so goddamn undeniable that these guys were the real deal. The soldiers I was sat with their group, and nothing notable came from the conversation truly, but it's something forever seared into my DNA knowing that those types of people exist, and that I'm glad they are on our side. Turns out they were all Green Berets. His detachment was at Fort Leonard Wood for explosives and engineer training. They had no markings or distinguishing features that made them stand out in any way. Honestly, the closest way I can think to describe it is that it was just lunch with Master Chief from Halo. No big deal, right? But the power is palpable, undeniable, and awe-inspiring. I later tried out for Chicago's Special Forces unit and failed miserably, but I know I wouldn't have had that lunch not have happened as a dumb private. The only time I can think of anything similar is when I worked at the Signature Room in Chicago, and we were serving a Saudi prince. I was in the kitchen and the security team swept through before he came just to scope the layout of the place. A similar fear of pure respect exuded from them, knowing that they could put you down at a moment's notice and not even be fazed by it in the slightest. A former coworker I had, let's call her M. So M is pretty cool, but she's also blunt with customers. It's 9:30 at night. We close at 10. We get a call from a lady asking about soup. We have about 1 bowl of soup left, and we tell her this. She says she's on her way. Let's call this lady R. So R calls again, after we've served a few more customers, and asks again about soup. We just served the last bowl and M tells her this. R gets mad and asks we make more just for her. We throw out soup at the end of the night, and the warmer needs to be cleaned, so M tells R no, and explains why. R isn't having it, and a few minutes later marches in. I take her order, and the whole time R is being extremely rude. When M goes to ring up R demands to speak to the manager. Because of the late hour, we don't have one, but give her our manager's number to call the next day. R says she will, because she got terrible service. We were extremely polite, and we have a good boss, so we weren't that worried about it. M tells her to go ahead and to have a great night. R leaves in a huff, or so we think. Unbeknownst to us, R pushed the door open to make it sound like she left, then hid behind a partition. M turns to another coworker and says she was so rude. Like, go ahead and call my manager, Beach, see if I care. At this, R literally whips around the corner from behind the partition and shouts, "What did you just say?" We all turn to each other, simultaneously thinking, oh, shit is about to go down. Meanwhile, M stares down R and says, without missing a beat, "I called you a beach, Beach." R started frothing at the mouth about how she would ensure M would get fired and never work again, but we were all dumbfounded. M was known for being bossy, but that instantly made her the most badass person I've ever known. She quit a few days later because she hated her job, but surprisingly didn't get into any trouble for what she said. There was this Dutch woman I worked for once. So firstly, she's a brilliant engineer. I'd be struggling with a problem for several days, walk into a meeting, and on hearing a 30-second description of the problem, she'd have me off in the right direction in minutes. And this wasn't textbook stuff. Cutting-edge research and development were being created every day. She was also a great manager, blunt as hell, She absolutely got the best out of everyone who worked for her, and her dressing downs when you did something wrong were legendary. A guy once rolled his eyes at her in a meeting, and they still tell stories of how she reamed him out then and there. When she left the company, they had to hire 2 people to fill her role, despite the fact she only worked 4 days a week. And all this is despite the fact she's ridiculously absent-minded. We were traveling together overseas to visit a supplier, and she called me from the airport in a panic because she couldn't find the documents we needed. I reassured her I had 3 printouts of everything. Then she called me 10 minutes later saying she was about to get on the plane, but she forgot her notebook, so could I buy her 1.0, and she was a single mother as well. I met her daughter, and that young girl is ridiculously intelligent herself. Scary family. My father, I found out later in life that he was an airborne Halo, high altitude low opening. He was the sniper in a part of Vietnam. My mom always told me he was never in the service, but as I got older and realized the effects of PTSD with my little sister who served in Iraq, and after my little sis died of an overdose to succumb to the tragic horrible things she witnessed, I finally went to see my dad for the first time in 33 years. He's in a nursing home with alcohol dementia. Looks like hell, but one thing I noticed, his eyes never changed. I sat with him talking, and still he doesn't know my little sis died. Anyway, I inquired about his time in the service and I thanked him for his service as well. He replied, "Thank you for your support." So his mission was, I believe, being dropped over Cambodia at about 2 AM. I can't remember specifics what the altitude of the plane was, but I know it was way up, and opening was maybe 2,000 feet. Or less. Anyway, he took out the higher ups by being a sniper. But then someone got a trail of him, and he took off on foot, but didn't have a map. It was lost on his landing through trees. He ran for miles knowing they were onto them, found a higher ground, and took them all out. He has to figure out a way to get home. Mission completed. He walked in a river due to landmines. As he was walking for days, he hears the loading of guns, looks up and it's the US and yells, "I'm one of you. Don't shoot." He was ordered back home. As he finished the story and ended it, I asked what haunted him. The nightmares, the blood, the faces they got a bullet to the head. My dad is a badass. Thank you, sir. I had the privilege of meeting Walter Marm at a Medal of Honor luncheon once. He received the Medal of Honor for actions during the Battle of Ia Rang, the battle from the movie We Were Soldiers. He was an absolutely amazing and awe-inspiring individual to meet. I'm on mobile and don't know how to link to the citation, so I have pasted below. 4. Conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity at the risk of life above and beyond the call of duty. As a platoon leader in the 1st Cavalry Division, Air Mobile, 1st Lieutenant Marm demonstrated indomitable courage during a combat operation. His company was moving through the valley to relieve a friendly unit surrounded by an enemy force of estimated regimental size. 1st Lieutenant Marm led his platoon through withering fire until they were finally forced to take cover. Realizing that his platoon could not hold very long, and seeing 4 enemy soldiers moving into his position, he moved quickly under heavy fire and annihilated all 4. Then, seeing that his platoon was receiving intense fire from a concealed machine gun, he deliberately exposed himself to draw its fire. Thus locating its position, he attempted to destroy it with an anti-tank weapon. Although he inflicted casualties, the weapon did not silence the enemy fire. Quickly, disregarding the intense fire directed on him and his platoon, he charged 30 meters across open ground and hurled grenades into the enemy position, killing some of the 8 insurgents manning it. Although severely wounded, when his grenades were expended, armed with only a rifle, he continued the momentum of his assault on the position and killed the remainder of the enemy. 1st Lieutenant Marm's selfless actions reduced the fire on his platoon, broke the enemy assault, and rallied his unit to continue toward the accomplishment of this mission. 1st Lieutenant Marm's gallantry on the battlefield and his extraordinary intrepidity at the risk of his life are in the highest traditions of the US Army, and reflect great credit upon himself and the armed forces of his country. My dad, he lied about his age to join the military during WWLL. At one time he was the youngest person in the Navy ever to achieve his rank. He was in a famous battle where 6 other ships in their fleet left them behind as they fled. With a hole in their hull they sank 6 Japanese ships and made it back to port. After he got out he pitched minor league baseball for the Boston Red Sox until he hurt his shoulder. He then became a ski jumper until a bad crash. Remember the one on the opening of Worldwide Sports? Yeah, something like that, until he broke his leg so bad he was in a cast for 6 months. Him and his friends then started a race car team. He was the driver, pre-NASCAR, so it was at county fairs etc and local speedways. In those times when there was a bad crash everyone would stop and help. He quit after another friend had crashed, and they had to pull his body off a 4x4 that he was impaled on. When I was a child my father was a teacher and also worked as a butcher at the same time, all while getting his master's degree. He became an elementary school principal, and he was loved by his student and faculty, and respected by his peers. Due to a sudden death of another principal he was principal for 2 schools concurrently. I went to the same school he was principal at from kindergarten to 3rd grade, and this was probably his most baddest time. My poor dad. The first incident probably happened when I just started 1st grade. I remember it clear as day. We were in the cafeteria for lunch and all of a sudden I started bawling. Seems like the entire school turned and looked at me, and the lunch attendant came over and asked me what was wrong. I opened my sandwich and proclaimed my dad made me a cat food sandwich. It was devil's food spread. My poor dad. Then I was in a talent show. The whole school was in the auditorium and my dad was standing in the back. So when his son came on to display his talent, I had put on one of my dad's jackets and hats and just went out there and acted drunk a la Foster Brooks and falling down. I didn't realize that everyone thought I was imitating him. Then to top it off, in 2nd grade all the kids on the playground were playing with these cool little telescopes, and I remember my parents bringing me in their bathroom and showing me one. Do you know what this is? Showing me one of the telescopes, and I said sure, that's a telescope. Do you know where all the kids are getting them? Yep, from me. And where do you get them from? Right there, I said, pointing to the trash basket in the bathroom. They were tampon applicators. My dad's funeral was standing room only with people flowing out the doors. I could never be half the man he was. I know my dad might not be as badass as some of these stories, but I love and miss him. My girlfriend's sister, she became the sole breadwinner of their household at 16 when my girl's dad left them, and their mother developed her first cancer. She's had multiple jobs to the point she'd work in the morning, come home and sleep a few hours before going back to work at night. She was paying rent for a house and car payments while feeding 3 people and a dog, and she still managed to go to bartender school. All this while she was driving my girlfriend to school and taking care of her mother during her second cancer. She's the oldest out of their generation of cousins in a predominantly female family, so it was her job to plan all get-togethers and host all parties, but she received very little help from the older member of their family because they were religious elitists who started shunning my girl, her sister, and their mom. The reason was they weren't going to church. They refused to acknowledge that it was because their mother was too sick. She's had so many jobs she's lost count, and no matter what, she always found a job within a week of losing one. Her greatest trial was when her mother got her 3rd cancer and passed. This was last year. Only shortly after that their pet cat also passed. She now has a boyfriend, and a boyfriend with his own tech company. They bought a house which me and my girl live in and pay rent. She's worked hard and she's earned a good life. Oh man, I'm late to this thread, but I've wanted to tell this story for ages. I studied abroad in Germany for a year, and when we had spring holidays I toured the Balkans with some friends. We met a guy at the hostel on our first morning in Montenegro who was a straight up badass. We never got his name, as tends to happen in chance encounters at hostels, but he's gone down in history simply as Belgian Aragorn. He earned his nickname well. He really did look like he cold been some kind of ranger out of the Lord of the Rings. He was a tall, slender guy with a bit of scruff and strangely piercing eyes. I remember at the time thinking that they reminded me of a hawk or maybe a lion. He was a more or less professional backpacker and told us about his travels over breakfast. It had all basically started with some friends he made from India. He went to visit them and just sort of decided to stay and tour the whole subcontinent. Since then, Belgian Aragorn had managed to make his way through most of Europe and a bunch of other crazy places, but the thing that stuck with us the most was that he traveled through Mongolia on horseback without knowing any Mongolian, traveling with a guide who didn't speak any English. They stayed the nights in yurts with families they met on the way. When we met him, he had planned to only stay one night in Montenegro. He was making his way south, across the border into Albania, on a bike, in mid-March. We had literally just crossed over from Serbia on a bus through the mountains in a snowstorm the night before, and this guy was gonna do it on a bike. Wherever and whoever you are, Belgian Aragorn, God be with you. I hope you have many great adventures still to come. I've got two. One is more humorous everyman, the other is a force of nature. Badass 1. B1. One was a guy who made armor for a living, for private collectors and films. He made a badass suit of leather armor, and his buddy, an animal wrangler for films, thought it was awesome, and asked if he wanted to do a photo shoot with his tiger. B1 is like, fuck yeah, let's do it. So during the shoot, tiger got angry and attacked. Claw marks across the leather armor, but it held up, and may have saved his life. So the wranglers pull on the chain one way, while B1 turns to ruin the opposite way, just as planned. But there's a hitch. The tiger was able to lunge far enough to bite B1, right on the ass. He looks at the tiger, sees all the wranglers on the chain keeping the tiger from getting any more grip, but the tiger is not letting go. Seeing there's no help available, he does the only thing he can think of. He punches that tiger right in the face. Tiger is clearly startled, and lets go. Turns out, B1 broke two of the tiger's teeth. Bonus, it was a photo shoot, and the photographer didn't know what to do, so he just kept taking pictures, so the guy had photographic evidence it happened. I wish I had the foresight to ask for copies of the pictures. Badass 2. B2. B2 was an animal wrangler, unrelated to B1's story. I've worked with animals before, but I've never seen anyone as good as this guy. He could get wild animals he'd just met to obey commands. It was awe-inspiring. The most badass thing I remember him doing was with a pride of lions who were being unruly. The handlers couldn't get them into the back pen to clean out their exhibit at this wildlife preserve thing he worked at, and he got called over to help. The lions were all standing in threatening postures towards the workers when he showed up. He made eye contact with the male, and it was the first time I saw a lion get startled. B2 walks over to the gate, unlocks it and swings the gate open and just steps into the exhibit, like he's just hanging out. All the lions look nervous now, and one moves on him from the side. B2 just turns to that one, and it stops in its tracks. Without a command, all the lions just started cautiously walking to the back pen. Basically most of my family is of my grandfather's generation. He and his 6 or 7 siblings grew up in Pontotoc, Mississippi, very poor. All the brothers served in the military, my grandfather having joined the army before he was drafted, became a Green Beret, and had his beret handed to him by JFL himself. My grandfather then was part of Project Hotfoot/Operation White Star, and trained the Royal Lao Army to fight against the communist North Vietnam invaders as part of a detachment from the 7th Special Forces Group under the guise of a US Geodetics survey team. He then became an accountant and worked for our Ardenelli for 42 years, eventually becoming a senior executive, was offered the VP position, but turned it down because he didn't want that big of a target on his back. Everyone was gunning for VP, and also was a very successful stock trader. He taught me how to fight and basic field medicine and surgery, along with how to always stay calm, no matter what. His older brother Robert got pissed off that his little brother became more badass than him, and also became a Green Beret as part of 3rd and 5th SFG. Saved a bunch of people after a North Vietnam fighter/bomber crashed into a city. While he was doing so, the bombs exploded and he survived. He was a part of the MACSOG and possibly a part of the Phoenix program. He brought back a Mars MLE-36 CR-39, of which there are only maybe 20 originals in the US, and also Mars MLE 1949 7.5 calorie rifle which I eventually inherited. Here is a full listing of the commendations he got for rescuing those people. 3 of their cousins are fairly famous. One is General David A. Bramlett, former commandant of West Point and interim commander of PACOM, awarded the Bronze Star 6 times, and the Silver Star once. served with the 101st and 82nd Airborne Point. Another is John the Bull Bramlett, meanest man in football. MVP for the Patriots in 1970, appearing in the Pro Bowl twice, and was runner-up Rookie of the Year for the AFL behind Joe Namath in 1965. He eventually found God and became a pastor. Another is Delaney Bramlett, who was a famous musician for over 50 years and was part of Delaney and Friends, who Eric Clapton joined on tour in the late 60s, and Delaney taught George Harrison to play slide guitar. Then there is my many times great-grandfather, Governor Thomas E. Bramlett, who was a wartime governor of Kentucky and commanded the 3rd Kentucky Regiment during the Civil War, and would later found what is now known as the University of Kentucky. Point: the only thing of note I've done is have 2 open heart surgeries, chest reconstruction, spinal fusion, and a cardiac ablation in 10 years, and I'm only 23. I was able to manage my pain well enough in the last open heart surgery to not require opiate pain meds, which scared the doctors. Since starting college I have had spinal fusion, T1 T9, open heart surgery, aortic valve replacement, and cardiac ablation. I haven't taken a single semester off, including summer, despite the surgeries, having had them all in between surgeries. I'm now a chronic pain patient thanks to the last open heart surgery, and I'm finding out that unfortunately, my university was quite ill-equipped to handle a student that is a chronic pain patient. I called him the Shepherd. To this day I don't know if he was real or not. When I was a freshman in college I hung with the druggies. I was never a druggie in high school, but college I was trying everything I could. Ick now, besides heroin and meth and the really bad ones. The first hard drug I ever tried was LSD. My buddy warned me it was strong shit, but I wanted to seem cool around them, so I went for it. Fuck me, was that a mistake? My night became a wild ride of colors and hallucinations. At one point our group decided to go walking. I was new to the city and unfamiliar, but I was down to see what the city looked like while I tripped balls. Well, through a series of events I got separated from them. I had no idea where the fuck I was, and I was terrified. It was around 2 AM, and I was near a large lake, but I didn't know where. I didn't remember getting there. I don't know if you've ever panicked while tripping, but it is the scariest shit ever. Until he came around. "Yo, my man, you good?" he said to me. Standing before me was mid-20s, shirtless, fit man with a beard and walking stick and this hood that wasn't connected to any shirt. I discovered that I was tripping for the first time, and I'm lost and afraid. "No worries, my man," he said. "First trips are always wild. Let's walk and talk, and maybe we can help you find your way back." This man and I walked around for hours until dawn. I opened up to him about everything. About my fears of being away from home, about my love for comedy movies, about my horrible ex-girlfriend, about all of my deepest wants and desires, all while tripping balls. But I wasn't afraid anymore. I don't know what it was, but having him there made my trip mellow the fuck out. And he just listened and gave me some kick-ass advice and spent the entire night guiding me back and helping me retrace my steps until dawn came up and I was standing in front of my friend's apartment. He told me goodbye and started walking away down the street. I started walking up the stairs, but then I realized I never caught his name. I ran back down to try and stop him, but he was gone. Shepherd, wherever you are, thank you so much. My friend Tina. I met her while volunteering at a skilled nursing facility. She has been through so much physical suffering in her life. Before her medical problem she had some tremendous personal struggles as well. She was married to a drug addict that was often physically violent. She found him dead one day, overdosed on drugs. Not only that, but she had 2 brothers, both of whom died from debilitating diseases, something that she would experience later in her own life. Around her 30s, she started developing health problems. She had cancer several times, had to have the lower half of her left leg removed, became wheelchair bound, and lost her sense of hearing. She has a neurological condition, the same that took her hearing, that is slowly limiting her mobility, and one day she will be a quadriplegic. She's only 58 years old and living in a care center with mostly retired people. She's been living in care centers for almost 10 years now and was basically homebound before that. I really struggle to even begin to imagine the amount of physical and emotional suffering that she has been through. I haven't even described everything either yet. Despite all of her hardship, she is still a happy, caring and positive person. A lesser person may have given up to depression or nihilism, or even death, but she has kept going through everything with positivity, optimism and dry humor. She really inspires me. She has been through so much, yet is still so kind and fun-loving. Tina is definitely the most baddest person I've ever met. My grandfather. He's gone now, but he was the most successful self-made man I've ever met. He grew up in the back hills of North Carolina, poor as dirt. Apparently he and his father grew cannabis and ran scams on people. He got his first job when the managers were calling out names on a list and he assumed someone else's identity, which is how my family got its last name. He eventually joined the Air Force and was a B-2 bomber pilot during WW2. After the war he worked on radar and had ties to the CIA from what I'm told. We know for a fact that he had mob ties, specifically to the people in the movie Casino. Apparently when that movie came out, he was correcting everything that happened on screen, saying that's not how that happened. And that guy was not nearly that important. Where those guys were in charge of organized crime, my grandfather was the straight-laced businessman who was laundering all their money. On a side note, apparently Christopher Walken was one of his hotel employees before he became a song and dance man, and then eventually an actor. He was part owner of the, I'm pretty sure, Desert Inn Hotel in Las Vegas. Evidently he was in the same room with Howard Hughes, who was infamously off the deep end at this point, twice. Although once was a private plane. My father suspects that his ties in the mob and his ties in the CIA are actually tied together, as my grandfather was an incredibly successful businessman. One of his main accounts was Shell Oil, who bought contracts from the Gov and whatnot. There's a whole theory that my aunt, who knows better than anyone, has strongly agreed sounds within the bounds of possibility. He was also partly responsible for what turned into spam mail, but it was mailboxes. As he got older he owned race horses at Arlington racetrack and had a private box and a table in the turf club. Most of these are things I learned after he died a few years back. My dad didn't know half of it, but knows the casino stuff is absolutely true. I knew my grandpa as an extremely wealthy horse who occasionally took me to his table in the turf club and he would win thousands of dollars like it was nothing. He was strict and crotchety, but learning all of those secret stories from my dad was so eye-opening, but also not at all surprising. He was one hell of a guy. Edit. I also forgot, no one knew his actual birthday because the tiny church where his birth cert was stored burned down when he was little. I guess he wasn't the sort to care about it either, so he just picked a day and went with it. Mom's dad. Born on a tobacco farm. When he was 5 his dad died of throat cancer. His mom lost the 5,000-acre tobacco farm, 2 summer homes, and a bunch of investments within a year. It was the Great Depression, and he was the youngest of 10. He ended up homeless and had a job toting nail buckets for buildings downtown. Pay was in food. When the 300 started he joined up, then had a sister help him later join the Navy at 16. He was briefly held POW, then was injured on a crew boat attempting rescues during Pearl Harbor. Later on a submarine that was lost to a mine. He found work as a railroad mechanic afterwards, but was eventually partially crushed by a falling car on a derailment rescue. After that he was laid up for a couple years with dozens of surgeries while they lived on a family farm. Eventually he settled in one place and worked as an army instructor until the end of Vietnam, raised 5 kids, and farmed 200 acres to help feed them. For most of my life he walked with either a cane or walker. Had severe osteoporosis and heart disease. He had his first triple bypass in 1973. By the end of his life most of his vertebrae were broken, slipped, or partially eroded. 90 angle in his back. I never thought about him being tough until he died. He had broken his hip and had it replaced, but never walked again. He was in a home for 11 months. I used to visit him every day after school. You could see the blood pooling between the bones on his arm. He would sweat uncontrollably about 30 minutes before it was time for his next pain meds. My grandmother had been getting worse with dementia and finally had to go to a separate home. We had been to see her first, and she was finally doing okay. meds regulated, had friends she ate with, and had been to bingo and sing-along. Papa and I were watching Cops like every other afternoon, and he said, "So you think they'll take care of her there? Good," and closed his eyes to rest. I didn't even realize he had died until a nurse came running in. It honestly couldn't have been more than 90 seconds. My grandma, the toughest 5 feet Irish Catholic lady you'll ever meet. She was born prematurely in 1914, a near death sentence in those days, but she lived. She skipped several grades in school due to her intelligence, and graduated college with a degree in English and history. She did this as a woman in the 1930s. At 42, she found herself pregnant for the 6th time with no job, no money, a jobless husband, and bad health problems. The doctors thought it could be cancer, but they needed to do surgery to confirm, so they had to wait until my mom was born. She shipped the other 5 kids to New York to be with her family, had my mom, had the surgery that told her she didn't have cancer, and left her husband of 13 years. She reunited with the kids in New York and became a single mother to 6 kids in the onset of the 1960s. She worked as a teacher and got some help from family, but money hadn't been flowing well since the Depression. My mom remembers seeing her crying at the kitchen table over all the bills, but she kept the lights on and the stomachs full. I also recently learned that she participated in protests for better pay for teachers and appeared on the cover of a local newspaper at an event. She died in 1999, 85 years old, and surrounded by her 6 kids and 8 grandkids. She's become a legend in the family, the lady who broke a yardstick over a football player's back for disrespecting her, the woman who chased her daughter down the street with a slipper for calling her a beach. She was tiny, sickly, and took no shit from no one. A tour guide for a school trip around Germany, called Richard, was just an outright badass. He was about 6 feet 5 inches and a white bloke. I'll recount some of his tales. He was a detective. He was a Freemason. One time he was visiting a shrine in the Middle East, and a man that was with his children was walking back down a lane. Several Palestinians with hammers came out of the street, and he told his children to run back to the religious place. The men approached him and were about to swing their hammers, but not before Richard clotheslined one of them, shoved the other to the ground, took a hammer to the back of his head, and then in a vague state of consciousness fought with the rest and carried the man back to his family. Another time, he was driving down the motorway on his motorcycle, naturally, and he passed a large truck with low exhausts. It swerved towards him slightly, making one of the red-hot exhausts that was traveling several miles per hour relative to him, embedded itself into his forearm, before ripping itself out again as he passed. Did Richard fall off of his bike? No, he continued to the next gas station to get medical attention, with a large chunk out of his arm. He was also a poet, and was studying to become a next level pastor, whatever that's called. He had many more stories, paired with many more scars. I can't recall any more, sadly. As much as we disagree on certain philosophical points, I'd say my dad. C. Growing up, I didn't really know that much about my dad other than he grew up working on a farm and going to school in Mexico. Met my mom in the US and moved here to have a handful of kids. Very soft spoken and stoic type, but generally happy and loving. It wasn't till my late adolescence when I actually spoke to him as an adult and learned so much. Here's a short bio with lots of details missing. Some for privacy reasons. My dad grew up very poor and worked his whole life. When I say very poor, I mean he didn't have a pair of shoes till he was 12ish. My dad is one of the few of his 7 siblings to finish high school while working, helping my grandpa, and getting 2 black belts on the way after graduation. He was basically kicked out because he decided to get his degree instead of staying on the farm because he valued education. He paid for it by joining the Army Reserves and working. He then worked between the US and Mexico till he met my mom and stuff. When she asked him to stay in the US, he did so, knowing the United States didn't recognize his degree he worked for. Then he raised several kids with my mom working in factories all his life. Hard time and hours, and still made time to help us with school. After we all left, he went back to school and got a bunch of certifications to make a little more to save for retirement, and joined the church. Then he challenged the education board, and even though he's too old to change careers and use his degree, he can get a pay bump and hold the title he earned. And he did all of this without once bragging or talking down to me or any of my siblings his entire life, never making him feel lesser or small compared to him. I try my best to live my life like that. Edit. Cleaning up some spacing. My dad and I didn't really see eye to eye philosophically, but objectively speaking he was pretty badass. He grew up in rural Maine in the 40s, living a lifestyle that most people would associate with the 19th century. He taught himself to play blues guitar as a teenager from listening to records of Blind Willie Johnson, Reverend Gary Davis, and Blind Lemon Jefferson. Then he joined a biker gang. He volunteered for Vietnam early in the war and passed ranger training on the first try. Did a full combat tour and tried to go right into the second without leaving, but they decided he was going native and sent him home. When he got home, he made his way to the Haight-Ashbury district in SF and spent a few years doing drugs, beating up pimps, and playing the guitar. Then he decided to go to college and got 2 degrees in 3 years. He started coming down with cancer in his early 30s. He beat Hodgkin's with the help of then experimental radiation therapy and went back to work. Spent the next 30 years beating another 2 or 3 kinds of cancer on and off before finally dying of metastatic lung cancer that went to his brain. We are convinced that he would have beat that too if he hadn't refused to quit smoking until he was diagnosed with lung cancer. Dad was a lazy goofball jerk when he relaxed, but he became hyper competent when shit hit the fan. I never met a man so disdainful of injury or obstacle. Our plan for every possible emergency was locate dad, explain the situation, relax. These are not shoes I anticipate being able to fill. My dad, after moving us back to the US when his service in the Air Force was up, he decided on becoming a police officer. I grew up with him working super late nights, going to the academy and holding down a day job to provide. Fast forward a bit, and he starts volunteering to join a gang enforcement squad, which was essentially a precursor to SWAT in his department. As his experience grew, he started training and qualifying for SWAT, while also getting involved in any high-risk duty he could. After crushing his SWAT training and working his way onto an entry team, his reputation grew, and he got work as a homicide detective, while also refusing any promotions that would have taken him out of the field. He believed he was doing his best work on the streets and sought to earn more pay through more work. Now in the last decade he was assigned to a special high-risk team whose job is to track down and bring in dangerous fugitives, the type who shoot first and run. His squad was so efficient that the US Marshals approached his team to recruit one of their members. They all refused, basically saying that they didn't want to take the risk of changing the dynamic that was working so well. They had a perfect record with no casualties, so the US Marshals made a deal with them to recruit the entire unit, giving them state-wide jurisdiction, while still being able to continue their usual operations. All this dangerous work has taken a toll. My dad has been in 5 fatal shootings in his career, and this last year was his worst, seeing 3 shootings on the job in roughly 17 months. The last of which held what may be his most badass moment. The suspect on that particular warrant opened fire and shot down my dad's partner. My dad was able to exchange fire with the suspect and then provide life-saving care for his partner during the firefight. The suspect fled on foot and eventually exchanged fire with another unit and was killed elsewhere. My dad is 52. Sorry for being vague about location and dates, as my dad does not feel comfortable disclosing specifics unless asked directly. To be honest, despite all my dad has done, the most badass thing I saw him do was accept and voluntarily go into therapy after the most recent shootings. When I grew up, my dad struggled with accepting trauma and emotional disorders, but he's grown a lot over the years. Let me tell you about Master Chief Ray Hart. Despite being retired from the Navy and certainly being able to live off of Master Chief retirement pay, he decided to just keep working and was a manager at Mshost. This man, Jesus, the stories he'd tell you, and the life he lived. He pretty much got what he wanted, like a really nice house, a lifted F-150, a Holly, even bought his kids new cars. On top of that, when he wasn't working, he was helping someone out. You ask, he'd help. Went out of his way, well out of his way to point this one time. We were at some restaurant, and he looked at the silverware we're using, liked it so much he ordered it on his phone right there. It was like a $200 plus silverware set. His go-to story was how he was in the delivery room for all 3 of his kids, which had 3 different mothers and 3 different fathers. He was my mother's best friend. No, they didn't fuck, but boy did everyone think they should. He clearly had the hots for her, and I saw him as kind of a father figure, especially after my grandfather died. A lot happened last year. He got diagnosed with cancer again. Assured us he'd make it. Bought a new Mustang GT, of course, but things started really looking bad in December. Unfortunately, he passed away January 7th this year. I miss him so much. Little fun trivia though, after he got the Mustang, I told him I'd buy his truck for 15 grand. He told me yeah right, I did though. Both of my parents, but probably more my mother. My mother has been through hell for the past years. My parents divorced around 7 years ago when my dad came to me and my siblings about being transgender. My mother, who is straight and tried to keep up with it for a couple of years, said it's too much for her. The divorce broke them apart quite badly because everyone kept my dad a hero for coming out of the closet and doing what's best for him, but everyone turned against my mom for doing exactly the same thing, doing what's best for her and ultimately my dad. Fast forward to my graduation, my parents got along very well, and I currently possess the best photo of our funny family. To this day we are all in our own WhatsApp group and get along very well. My mom got a new husband some time ago, and she decided she's only getting shit at her work, so she decided to find a new job. She got a much better job as an offer for being overqualified for what she applied for. She had worked for 4 to 6 months, so when she was diagnosed with cancer, the cancer broke her and my stepdad apart because it was super rough to both of them, but they are currently fine, I think. Now she has gone through all the medical procedures and is towards making a full recovery. She is a trooper and an idol of mine. Definitely the baddest person alive. For the end, a slightly funnier story. When we were small kids, my friends would do things that all kids do and try to hide it from adults. The most iconic thing heard in the playground was, "Guys, stop it, or a cookie's mom is coming." TLDR. My mother is the ultimate badass. My grandfather. Long story made very short, grew up dirt poor in the mountains of Puerto Rico. Got first toothbrush at age 7, first pair of shoes at 13. Got drafted for Vietnam War at 18. Knowing no English, stepped on booby trap in Vietnam jungle, taking extensive damage to his body. Lost an eye and still has shrapnel throughout his body. Came back and got 2 degrees while working full time and living an HR/half away from school. Taught at the college level, but then chose to spend 35 years working in public aid because he felt his duty was to help the less fortunate. Retired and bought a small plot of land and has planted 70 plus produced trees, sugar cane, root vegetables. All of the above, all by hand. Provided irrigation for all of it. Built a smoke/cooking house replicating those of rural Puerto Rico, by memory, by hand. Then a watershed, carport and a few decks, just because. All, while never complaining about his lower back reconstructive surgery or the numerous pains caused by the shrapnel or the cancer, which he beat. Never bragging about generosity/charity. He has shared with countless people and never shows an ounce of ungratefulness. He still gets up every day at 70 years old and works his ass off, like he's trying to make it. These are very few examples of what he has accomplished/shared with his family/friends and even strangers. He is one of the most humble people I know and wish I could be half the man he is one day. My great-grandfather was pretty badass. He trained as an engineer, and when WWII started he joined the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers, REM. He helped develop the DD floating tanks, as well as some of Harvard's funnies, things like a flamethrower tank, and one with a flail for clearing landmines. By the end of the war he was a colonel, acting, and has been decorated with numerous medals including the George Cross. However, he never spoke about his war experiences, save for one time, when he was very drunk, and he confided in my mother. He showed her photos of when he helped liberate Belsen concentration camp. He was the first officer through the gates, and what he saw haunted him for decades after the war. He went and worked for Lagonda and developed chassis layouts for V12s. He also raced cars and was always a bit of a terror on the roads, despite never having any accidents off the track. Later in life he was very dry and always positive despite losing an ear to cancer. They had to cut it, and a lot of the skin and flesh around it away. He was once watching a play with my sister, and halfway through all of the girls began getting undressed, and just as they got to their underwear his plastic ear fell off. It gave the girl in front of him quite a shock. He had married his school sweetheart when they were both in their teens, and they celebrated their diamond wedding anniversary. They had 5 children, 17 grandchildren and dozens of great-grandchildren. He died a week shy of his 95th birthday. He told me a few months earlier, when you get to my age, and you've done your best, you can basically do what you like. He was a total badass in my eyes. My grandpa was a sniper in Korea. He almost never spoke. Technically my step-grandpa, but in the 15 years I knew him, going to their house, grandma was a first-generation German. I honestly don't know what he was. I shit you not, he spoke one word to me every holiday. Hello. He didn't like me because I was a fat spoiled little sheet. He really enjoyed the WWF, and my first holiday there I said it was a stupid soap opera for men. I had no idea how much he loved the WWF. That said, his son, my stepdad, was really my father. When I got married and had a daughter, he treated her like a Goron princess. Hundreds of dollars every holiday. Not that she cared, but he'd take her out for lunch, dinner, breakfast, any excuse to dote on her. He was always armed in some form or fashion. Was trained in multiple styles of martial arts. He was also a skinny, wiry, short old man who would likely kill anyone and feel zero remorse. I don't envy him at all. The type of mentality that would allow you to just kill someone and fall asleep every night in 2 minutes or less. I can't imagine being able to do that. He felt supremely justified in who he decided needed to be taken out. There was no question, no doubt. He's been gone for a decade now, and he is still more faking badass than any movie actor I've ever seen. TBH, he'd probably feel fine killing me for outing him, even online. If he'd been in the Mafia, they'd probably still run sheet. Guy was scary. There's plenty of examples, but my top example would be my grandfather on my dad's side. Now, my grandfather on my mom's side was a badass as well, though in a slightly different way. Naval intelligence stationed in Pearl Harbor from 42 to 45, worked with the Navajo Code Talkers. My grandfather on my dad's side saw actual combat. He joined the army and completed training as a fighter pilot before the war started. He felt the war was inevitably going to involve the US, but was grounded from being a pilot after developing vertigo, which probably saved his life. He led part of the first convoy of men from the East Coast to the West Coast to ship out. Along the way, he met Patton and his convoy of tanks heading the other direction. Only one convoy could traverse this area at a time, and though he was a lieutenant and Patton was a general, my grandfather's orders usurped Patton's orders. Patton begrudgingly let my grandfather's convoy through after a brief argument. Upon reaching California, they shipped out to the Pacific Theater and were the first to reach the Pacific Theater, having to eat monkeys for weeks before additional supplies arrived. Throughout the war, he had some interesting encounters. Charles Lindbergh joined his wing as a civilian test pilot, but actually flew several missions. My grandfather knew him well. He served directly under Douglas MacArthur, who he described as fearless. One day during an officers' meeting, their tent was strafed by a Japanese pilot and everyone dived under the tables except for MacArthur, who sat there as if nothing was happening. My grandfather received 2 field promotions during one plane flight, was being transported, and became Major Morja. Both are pronounced the same. He had a pet kangaroo. There were some darker sides of the treatment of US soldiers by the army during the war. Since malaria was a huge issue in the Pacific, they were given quinine tablets to reduce the risk of getting malaria. My grandfather religiously took the tablets, even though they had nasty side effects like extreme shakes. Many other men did not. Since he did not catch malaria, the army decided to take him and several other men out of New Guinea and send them to the jungles of northern Australia and take away their quinine tablets as an experiment. Turns out my grandfather was naturally resistant to malaria, but others were not, and several died from the disease and lack of treatment afforded to them. During this time, my grandfather caught a different tropical disease and was close to death for over a year until after the war had ended. As I said before, being grounded and being changed to a field officer probably saved his life, as out of the 26 people in his wing, he was the only survivor of the war. After the war, he finished his degree and became an engineer. Had 5 children. In the early 60s, black woman asked him if she could become a full member of the church he attended, and of course he said yes. He had worked his way up the ranks in the church over the past 15 years. Even though this was a church on Long Island, other people at the church were unhappy with his decision and told him to tell her that he changed his mind. Instead, he told her they were a bunch of racists, and he left the church and joined a different one and had to start all over again. Might not sound like a big deal to most Redditors, but you have to understand the times during the reign of Pol Pot. He helped a family escape Cambodia and paid their way to America as refugees. In return, they took his last name. I met them at his funeral point a week before his death. He was awaiting mouth surgery to have the rest of his teeth removed. He told my aunt that he was really excited about the surgery. Either it wouldn't hurt to eat anymore or the anesthesia would kill him and he'd get to see his wife again. He ended up having a stroke a day before the surgery point. After the funeral, my aunt emailed me because she wanted me to know more about my grandfather. She said that when she was a child and got angry and said that's not fair, he'd tell her that what really wasn't fair was the racial animosity that led to blacks being treated as second-class citizens. She also said that he would typically do pretty well watching WWII documentaries, but would always break down crying when Pacific natives or African American soldiers were shown because of how horrible both groups were treated during the war, even by American servicemen. He never really liked the Japanese after the war because he was dissatisfied with the handling of Japanese war crimes, some of which he of course saw himself. Last winter I was at a youth camp up in the mountains, and there was a kid with us on the camp. Let's name him Jim. Jim was one of the quieter kids on the camp and mostly kept to himself, so people weren't really aware of what he was capable of. On the last night, we decided to play a variation of Spotlight. The lodge was up a small, one-laned, around 500 meters long access road from the main road, with dense forest/swampland on either side. Our challenge was to get from the main road back to the lodge without being spotted and named by the leaders with torches. Initially, it seemed pretty impossible. The forest was too dense to get through with any kind of speed, particularly at night, and there wasn't really anywhere to hide on the road itself. Then once you got up the road, there was a big open car park you had to cross with a big light shining over it. But Jim didn't care. To the shock of all the leaders, less than 5 minutes after the game began, Jim is standing in the door of the lodge, waving and smiling. Nobody heard anything. Nobody saw anything. It was as if he had teleported there. Nobody else even came close, and after about half an hour we all got cold and went back inside. The talk of the night, however, was Jim and how he managed to slip past everyone so quietly in such a short space of time. Turns out Jim was a huge fan of hunting and happened to know the area we were in quite well. First he crashed his way in the opposite direction through the forest down to a small creek, which he then followed all the way back up to the lodge. Except, he went well past the lodge. Jim knew the car park would be impossible to cross without being spotted, and so instead opted to go all the way around the side of the lodge and crawl through the frozen swamp so he could pass without being seen. When he arrived, he was absolutely covered in snow, mud, and cuts. But Jim made it, and he was a badass for it. He was given the name Absolute Unit for the rest of the camp and hailed for being the only person ever to succeed in the long-running Spotlight Challenge tradition. Keep being badass, Jim. I'd have to go with my dad, because sometime around 1985 he got his hand pulled between a print roller assembly which squeezes paper at about 5000 lbs. I don't know the story too well, but here is what I do know. The machine was off, and he was realigning the paper when he told the guy next to him, "Don't press start until I say go." Of course the guy was a faking crackhead and pushed the button to start the machine. "Now shape your hand like you're heading someone a piece of paper." His left hand got pulled in like that point the crack dude noticed as my dad screamed and ran out of the building because of faking course he was high. My dad reached around the machine and hit the emergency off button, pulled out a long screwdriver, and pried the two rollers apart. His bones were either crushed and coming out of his fingertips or out of his exploded palm. He went to the office and basically said, "I need to go to the hospital. I'm passing out now." Multiple surgeries later his hand is still stuck in that position, somewhat movable, and he has a skin graft from his thigh on his palm. Yeah, it grows hair. Tiny ones. He never took pain medication or went on disability and worked 48-hour weeks to raise 3 kids. He worked through his intense pain for us. A few years ago he went before a judge to get granted disability, and because the judge is an asshole he said no, because my dad wasn't dying without meds. At first I did not believe him, that Vicodin doesn't work on him. Until I got hurt and they didn't work on me either. He was in so much pain recently that a doctor moved his ulnar nerve to the other side. That's your funny bone BTW. Thanks dad for working through your pain for us. Even if you did threaten to kill me with an aluminum bat when I tried to move out. TLDR my dad, because he worked through his pain to support his family after his hand basically exploded between two 5,000-pound rollers. My grandma grew up in a very poor peasant Jewish village in the Carpathian Mountains with 9 other siblings in tough conditions. The place was a mess since WW1. During WW2, at the age of 14, she was sent to the notorious Auschwitz concentration camp for hard labor and eventually extermination. Since she came from a farming background, she was sent to work in the crop fields of the nearby villages. She used these opportunities to secretly eat fresh vegetables right from the ground. In many selections, the camp doctor Joseph Mengele, who examined the prisoners that'll be executed, wondered how she gained more strength. Remarkably, she was one of the only ones who actually survived the entire 4 years in Auschwitz until liberation. Her entire family was exterminated. When the Americans liberated the camp, she noticed at the train station that one of the Nazi female officers who was disguising herself as a Jew prisoner tried to flee. She detained her and called US soldiers to arrest her. Have evidence, and they did. She moved back to her old village and start from scratch. In the 50s, she tried to testify in some of the trials against key Nazi officers she knew in person, but the USSR iron screen policy prevented her from leaving the country. In the 70s she immigrated to Israel. She told her story to the Holocaust Memorial Institute, like many others, and originally was rejected since there was no evidence that any 5-digit prisoners could survive for so long. She was offended and angered. Eventually new records and evidence came up later in research, and the institute reached out to her with an official apology and recognized her very unique history. Here's the amazing part. You may imagine her as a very tough, emotionally wrecked and serious person, like my grandpa was. But she wasn't. She was funny as hell, kind, warm, and the most welcoming woman I knew. Even in Israel, she lived in one of the poorest cities in Israel for all of her life. Even when her kids did well, she refused to leave her old building, since she loved her neighbors. When most people left the building over the years, new immigrants Ethiopian Jews moved in. It ain't obvious, but she, an old Ukrainian Jew, became a key member in their tiny, poor but lovely community. She lived a good life and passed away a few years ago at the age of 92, surrounded by her 3 kids, 6 grandkids, and 12 great-grandkids, and a large community of people in many shapes and colors. Gosh, she was such a badass. My father, a 165 centimeters, 5'4", badass, a pacifist provo/hippie who at the age of 17 decided to hike to Turkey from the Netherlands wearing Chuck Taylors. He made it, and in a true Forrest Gump fashion decided to do the way back. Also by foot. On return he had to do mandatory military service. Despite his hippie lifestyle he went to fulfill it, protesting the military from the inside. Because of his trip to Turkey he had stamina and willpower like no one else. He made it to the Corps Commandotropen, Commandos, as a MAG, M240, shooter. He was also an athlete in his unit's assault course team and decided an international match was the best time to let his pacifism out and protest the military. Began meditating on top of the highest obstacle he could find. Point after his military service, his hiking days weren't over. He hiked from the Turkish/Iranian border to Afghanistan, got a chase that into Kush. Went to Nepal, did a bit of mountain climbing over there. In the meanwhile, wooing my mother with love letters, he became a successful carpenter, a mentor to many younger apprentices. He also provided us with all the time and money to pursue our dreams and goals. My mother never had to work in her life, including not cooking, not doing housework. When she became sick with cancer, my father was the most caring person I've ever seen. And after my mother died, he decided to enjoy life even more. Quit his job early of retirement and now is cycling all over Europe with his new wife, enjoying every day. This man even started playing golf in a true retiree fashion. Never afraid to speak its mind, never afraid to stand up for those who are done injustice. Once he defended the house of a Muslim neighbor against a knife-wielding neo-Nazi trying to get in. So many dad stories showing how badass dads can be. Guess I should share mine. 2011. I was in boarding school at the time, but dad started having growths on his neck, around his armpits and chest/stomach area. Cancer. Lymphoma. I'm still not sure of all the details. He and mum never really told us too much to protect us, I suppose. Anyway, he's told he has 4 months to live. A week or so later it finally hits him, and he breaks down in front of my mum and just lets it all out. He would never get to see me graduate high school. I was in 9th grade at the time. Never see me get a job and just have a life of my own. Never even see my brother, who was 6 at the time, make it to 8th grade. 7th is a pretty big deal. After he's done, mum just sits with him and tells him to fight. Tells him she's grateful for the life they'd shared, grateful for us kids, and that no matter what we'll always love him. Dad had a follow-up with the doctor another week later to discuss possible treatments and whatever else he can do to give him more time. He tells the doc that no matter what he will see me graduate and he will see my brother make it through 7th grade. So the doc tells him they can start him on chemo to slow it down. The type of cancer he had basically resulted in growths wherever he had lymph nodes, so they couldn't operate, and even chemo could never get rid of all of them. He goes on chemo for the next 3 months and thankfully the 4-month prediction doesn't come to pass. Time passes and he continues on with chemo. I graduated high school and went to college, and at the end of my 2nd year, November last year, I got a paid internship and used my first salary to get him a new phone. He had never gotten anything nice for himself, and I wanted to show some gratitude. Around the same time, my brother had just finished 2nd grade and the exam results had been sent out. He did extremely well, and dad was really proud of both of us. He and mum took us on a family trip. This was around New Year's this year. My brother started 8th grade. I started my 3rd year. Dad died on April 12. I didn't know most of this story until the days following his death. Didn't know about the 4-month prediction, how bad the cancer really was, and while I knew that he wasn't doing too well, I didn't know how bad it was. What makes him badass to me will always be how strong he was through it all. I worked briefly for a training company that would assist people who weren't British if they needed English lessons or help with job searching, writing a CV etc. One day this dude comes in, really polite and friendly. He was from Eritrea and spoke English reasonably well. He would always be first outside the office in the morning and he would bring me a banana every morning. A sweet guy. So we became friends and I helped him with his IT skills more than the others, which meant he stayed late a couple of times a week. So one evening we are talking about our lives and things that have happened to us. His entire family was killed in front of him when he was 12 years old. He hid under his mother's corpse for almost 24 hours because the gunmen were circling his village, so he couldn't risk coming out. He managed to kill 2 of them in their sleep before running, and over the next few months he managed to get to Egypt, then on to Israel, and eventually somehow he got to France and then came into the UK in a lorry. He went into care and moved from foster family to foster family before settling with one lady who then died, and now he's living alone, 19 years old. I'm sat there with my faking mouth open wide in awe of this guy that had been through more in a few years than most of us do in our entire lives. My mom. Sounds corny, right? Let me explain. Before coming to the United States of America, she was living on a farm in Mexico. One day my grandpa bought this car so he could sell and buy more goods from the town pretty far from where they lived. It was a manual transmission truck and he paid a man to drive it since he didn't know how to. One day the man who knew how to drive was very obviously drunk, so my gramps didn't want him driving. So he just went home. My mom offered to drive it since she was in the passenger seat seeing how the man was driving it. So from that day she taught herself to drive it around. Back then you really wouldn't see a woman driving, so she would catch everyone's attention. When she illegally came over the border, she only brought with her 2 gallons of water. She later dropped them because they were getting heavy with all the walking she did. It took her another day to reach the border. After she had crossed it, she would have to wait a certain time for a car to come pick them up. She waited 5 hours for the car to come, and right as she was about to hop back over until it was coming in hot and screeched to a halt, she hopped in with 10 plus people in a van or something. A few years later she had 4 kids who raised us basically by herself, and an open heart surgery. Though going through an open heart surgery and being in the hospital, not seeing your kid that much. Soon after she was driving home one day and had a heart attack. She drove herself to the hospital that was more than 5 miles away. She's got her green card now and also a certified badass in my eyes. TLDR, mom taught herself how to drive a manual transmission, crossed the border walking, has 4 kids, raised us by herself, had an open heart surgery, a heart attack, and drove herself to the hospital, and is and always will be a certified badass. So much faking more that I didn't mention. I have to add to this one. I worked closely with a Cambodian man who grew up in the collectivist farms of the Khmer Rouge. Not only did he survive, but turned into an awesome adult. Some of the stories he told me. The time he and his friend were searching the jungle trying to find something to eat. With much excitement, he sees a coconut floating in a river, and he and his friend give chase. They manage to catch the coconut and fish it out, only to discover that it is a human head. Then there is the time that the guards beat the neighboring family to death publicly because they had eaten a chicken without approval. He survived and found himself as a teenager in a newly constructed family. Father remarried after mother starved to death with no money and no opportunities. He would sell trinkets on the street to pay for his school tuition. When he didn't have enough money, he used to sit outside the window of the school so he could hear the lessons. His elementary education was provided in camps set up by the UN Refugee Agency. He graduated with a university degree, speaks multiple languages, and has run a few successful corporate businesses, is married and raising a son of his own. On top of all that, he is a happy, relaxed, and consistently good man. I'm proud to call him my friend. I was his boss, but often felt undeserving of the respect he showed me. He would drop these stories on you without warning, and they would leave you with a huge lump in your throat for the rest of the day. I remember riding in the back of a car with him, traveling around Tonle Sap Lake, and we passed where his farm/concentration camp was. He proceeded to tell stories for an hour. It was a ride I will never forget. In my opinion, he is a model badass. Biggie. There are many underground poker games where I live. There have been robberies at most of them at some point. Biggie ran a poker game out of a business property. One night a guy that lost about 1200 left, but said he'd probably come back later. Pretty normal thing. When he came back he had someone with him. The security for the game included an exterior and interior camera set with an exterior door, a hallway, and then an interior door which was opened by a remote. Generally speaking, a dealer that wasn't dealing ATM would answer the door, but he wasn't supposed to take the remote with him. But the guy who answered the door did exactly that, because he recognized the guy. When he got to the door, one of the guys had a shotgun and the other had a pistol. The guy with the shotgun took the dealer to the room that had the safe with the money, and the guy with the pistol went to a small kitchen where all the players had fled to. There was no route to escape without going towards the gunman. The man ordered everyone to toss out their phones and wallets. Biggie took a large wad of money out of his wallet and fanned it out. When he threw it down, the gunman's eyes were on the money. Biggie pulled a gun out of the back of his pants and put it to the guy's face and told him to drop his sheet. The gunman jerked his face to the side and shot Biggie through the leg. Bullet went clean through and came out the back fairly clean. Biggie fired and grazed the gunman's face. He grabbed the guy and threw him down on the ground in front of the other people in the room. One of the big guys there just sat down on the guy. By now the other shotgun gunman had heard this and came to the room. Biggie looked up and saw the barrel of the shotgun come through the doorway. He immediately kicked the door, which hit the shotgun, and the shotgun fired off into the side wall of the kitchen, instead into the 7 people in the kitchen. Biggie shot him in the chest and the guy turned and ran. Biggie shot him again in his side, but the guy did make it out the door. He was later arrested at the hospital. That guy saved the life of all of those people as far as I'm concerned. It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Probably my mother-in-law. She lived her early life in rural El Salvador and only went to school relatively briefly. Watched her sister drown in a creek. Fell in love in her early 20s and had a daughter. Not long after has a second child, but just as she gives birth the civil war gets ugly in their region. She has to carry her 2-week-old baby and walk with her 2-year-old for about 30 hours by night to evade the army through some pretty terrible terrain, purposely avoiding roads. She gets to Honduras, where she lives in a refugee camp for a few years and has 2 more children, my wife being one of them. Meanwhile, her boyfriend/father of her children is fighting guerrilla warfare with the army. She loses her brother in the war. My father-in-law drops in to deliver whatever he can source. They live on rice and beans and maybe an egg here and there from the Red Cross. They get a chance to flee. The options are Canada or Australia. If they choose Canada, they have to leave their eldest child with a relative. My father-in-law is okay with this, but my mother-in-law isn't. They choose Australia. One last child arrives in Australia. They work hard on farms to make ends meet. The children go to school and get an education. After 8 years in Australia, my father-in-law is diagnosed with leukemia. He deteriorates and dies in months. My mother-in-law raises 5 children by herself. She never really learned to read or write or drive, but she is the most kind and selfless person I have ever met. She is a real badass. Guy was married with 2 kids and owned a company with a business partner. Out of nowhere had to have emergent spinal surgery that was supposed to fix sharp pains and slight outer foot numbness. Came out of surgery with both arms and legs completely numb and catheterized. His biggest fear. Instead of 3 to 5 days in hospital, I spent 35. During this time his wife started doing meth while taking care of his 2 kids, and his business partner completely wrote him off, took all the money, and started a new company without his name on it. While this guy learned how to walk again, wife got further addicted, and even though she was a nurse, didn't help him one bit. In the hospital, he was continuously catheterized because he still couldn't go on his own every 6 hours. During one 3 AM catheterization, a nurse messed up and a geyser of blood shot out. Over $400K in medical bills for surgery and rehab. Finally is going to be sent home, but has to learn how to catheter himself and does. Comes home and tries his best and goes to rehab, but has some falls at home, after which his wife screams at him. A few months after coming home, his wife is really addicted to meth and starts lying about everything and stealing his meds. He can't prove it, but he knows she's doing something bad. She asks him to leave, and he is so in love that he agrees to do whatever to save the marriage. After he leaves, she brings a drug dealer around, and he notices and tries to stop it. Wife asks for legal separation and 4 kids, but he says no and wants split custody. He knows she is doing bad things, but again can't prove it yet. One night he goes to the house to pick up kids and takes them to dinner, and when he gets home wife is acting crazy, and he is worried for the kids' safety. Wife calls drug dealer guy over, who proceeds to push him down his own basement steps 6 months after major spinal surgery. Wife then lies and says he threatened to kill her and gets a restraining order out on him. On his birthday, wife calls and says kids want to wish him a happy birthday, so he calls, and she uses that to get a violation of protective order on him. He goes to jail for 1 day. Tides finally turn after months go on, and his wife is starting to be seen for what she has become. After he was forced to leave, his wife sold all of his belongings for drugs, and who knows what else. Guy finally ends up getting temporary custody of kids while living in his brother's basement, and goes out of his way to make every day and holiday special for kids. Wife gets arrested and then tests positive for drugs in custody hearing, and he gets further temp custody of kids. Wife then lies and says he threatened her again, and the guy has to spend 5 days in solitary, no available medical spots open, and for his own safety, before finally having charges dropped when she is sent to a mental institution to be looked at. Wife then gets arrested again, and he can take back his house, which is a disgusting mess. He cleans it, and he and the kids move back in. He perseveres more than anyone I have ever seen through so many awful things and just never said die, and his kids love him so much, and they seem so happy. He's still fighting to keep her away, or at least to have supervised visits, as she's still a drug addict, and he still puts those kids before everything he does. I have such respect for him, and I'm so ashamed that me and most of our other friends didn't know what to do and kind of left him out to hang in the wind by himself. Writing that makes me realize how shitty of friends we have been to him, and makes him even more of a badass for still getting through. TLDR guy has a good life, has surgery, and things go to shit. Wife becomes an addict, cheats, steals, sells all his stuff, lies and gets him sent to jail. He gets assaulted, and then wife lies again, and he goes back to jail. And he persevered and got back as normal a life as he can. Never met him, but he's the reason I was born. When my mom's father died, she decided it was time for another baby. That was me. He was from Croatia. When he was a kid, his father went to war and came back to see his wife. My papa's mom was pregnant, but he'd been gone so long, didn't add up. Turned out she'd been having an affair with a Serb. He beat her to death while my pappy watched, and then left to live as a street urchin. For a while he was fed by a family and housed in their garage/shop in exchange for cleaning it. He did stuff like that until he was old enough to work in the coal mines. He had a giant scar on his forehead from a cave-in that nearly killed him. Nazi Germany invaded Yugoslavia, and he joined the war to fight back. He had one particular close call where his squad was laying in wait, and he left them to go take a piss, only to find out, when he returned, that they were all killed. Don't know how long after, but sometime after he got put into a labor camp, he met another soldier buddy and a priest there. They were eventually released when the war ended. He had a bunch of other close calls, like having his face ground against the pavement in a motorcycle accident, but ultimately succumbed to late-stage liver cancer after refusing to go to the doctor until his eyes went yellow. He considered himself a lucky man and said it was because he was born on the 22nd of February 1922, or the 2nd of February 1922, don't recall which. My mum. She joined the military at 17 as a translator, speaking 4 languages. She was a county athlete throughout her teenage years. She married my dad at 21, left the military, and had 4 children, while working as the main breadwinner for the family, and supporting my dad as he worked his way from the very bottom of a company he was hugely emotionally invested in. Doctors discovered she had ovarian cancer when she was pregnant with my baby brother. She had him, had treatment, and survived. 3 years later they found breast cancer. She had treatment, she survived. 5 years after that, advanced skin cancer, again she survived. She developed severe osteoarthritis and struggles to use her hands. Her joints swell up at random. She had to medically retire. She started to lose feeling in her left hand side. They knew it wasn't the arthritis. Another tumor, this one at the base of her brain, tangled in the nerves of her spinal cord. Radiotherapy shrunk it, but it can't be removed. Luckily, this one isn't cancerous. She lives every day with no feeling and control over one entire side of her body. She's the most positive person I know. She calls herself the cockroach because she's survived everything. She's currently in Australia on a month-long adventure to celebrate her 60th birthday. She's so badass. I'm incredibly proud to be her daughter, and I hope I have just 1 ounce of her mental strength. I never had the privilege of meeting him, but my late grandfather is easily the most badass person I've ever heard of. 1979 Iran, the revolution was in full swing and the new regime was being put into place. My grandfather, along with my father, his sister, and my grandmother were all living in Tehran at the time. My grandfather was a general in the Shah's army at the time. For those who are unfamiliar, the Shah was the emperor of Iran at the time. This revolution was against the Shah's regime and was to destroy or execute anyone or anything that has relations with the old regime. Before they escaped, my grandfather helped lead a secret operation to get workers at an American company that were stuck in Iran out in the middle of the night. His name was Masoud, sounds like Masoud, but people called him Saudi, sounds like Sudi. According to my dad, people on the plane were changing Saudi. Due to the loud noise of this, they were told to be quiet or they would have been caught. Point after this, things began to grow worse and worse, so they had no other choice but to escape. During the process of selling their house, they were robbed of their money by a sleazy realtor and they were left with barely anything. The night before they left, my dad's family was staying with some friends of theirs. While there, my dad stumbled upon my grandfather in the kitchen and took notice of the diamonds and roll of film he had next to him on the counter. He was stuffing them into the film roll. Due to my grandfather's genius, they successfully made it past airport security, probably by bribing them, and onto Europe, before making their way to the United States. Unfortunately, he died from smoking when my dad was 18, which is one reason why I'll never take up such a gross habit. Everything I hear about him is truly incredible and makes me wish I had the pleasure to meet him as well. My father's uncle fought the Nazis at age 13. His rifle was longer than him standing. After WW2 finished high school and then military academy, steadily advanced in grades till he became a colonel. In his 30s he became chief of military counterintelligence in a communist country. All that time he translated countless books from different languages, Russian, German and English, often 2 books at a time. He translated and 2 secretaries typed in the same room at the same time. A few years after our country's withdrawal from the Warsaw Pact, he was accused of being a spy. Oh, the irony. He was tortured, beaten, had his both shoulders sprained while they were torturing him, and an arm broken. Ended up missing most of his toenails for some time. They kept torturing him for about a year. One of the techniques was that they would take him once every 2 to 3 days after beating him, hands behind his back fastened with barbed wire, in the woods, and the torturers would talk to each other. Shall we kill him here or there? Nah, I'll let him live for today. He'll incriminate himself later. This went on for about a month. Because they couldn't find any proof he conspired against the communist government, they imprisoned him. After a year of torture, he was released after 11 years, just before communism fell in the 90s. Started drinking heavily after release. This went on for about 2 years till he got his sheet together and started caring for his family. Became a successful businessman, now in a democratic country. Started doing a lot of charity work, often not caring for religion. Died of stomach cancer in his early 70s. Total badass. Edit. Spelling. I'm going to be that guy and not give an actual person, and even then not even a solid situation. To understand my answer, you have to understand me. I was married at 17, became a widower at 19 due to my wife having a brain tumor. Diagnosed with bipolar 2 at 25, and then stage 2A testicular cancer at 27. I'm 29. I've spent a good portion of my life in and out of hospitals, cancer wards, chemo rooms, and psychiatric institutions. These fakers going through those treatments are faking insane. Do you know what it's like to not be able to have very basic control of your moods? Not be able to control your actions? I'm not talking about getting a bit too drunk, but stabbing yourself in the ears to make the voices stop. Kind of lack of control. And then after it happens, working to get through it all, just to have another thing pop up. It's like a damn soap opera for people with mental illnesses. It's just one thing after another, and you may or may not get the help you need, and yet everyone in the hospital just wants to get better. No matter how bad it gets. From the people with depression just snapping to the 90-pound soaking wet woman who threw a fridge through a brick wall. She had her meltdown and then fought day in and day out to work on her illnesses. I hate these facilities with a passion, because in most of them, you don't even get to go outside, and that's something that prisoners get, but yet they are filled with people fighting for control of their minds, and it's just incredible to see. Cancer wards too, everyone is strong as fuck. Being on both sides, it's insane to see. Patients putting up walls with their families telling them how it's all going to be okay, then going into a chemo room and breaking down because they don't know how to tell their families that they have a better chance of putting the money into the Powerball than they do with treatment. Families having to hold it together for their family members going through treatment. Always being positive. Always. Because you have to be, because it's the body literally fighting itself. Then there's the I'm not in the hospital today moments, where you can't control your nausea and the house has to be kept spotless or else your immune system, that is superseded by AIDS patients, can't handle even the basic bacteria. Then you start to get better, and you feel comfortable enough to eat that favorite food your mom, or wife, or husband, or Private Michelin-starred chef makes at family dinner. Only to go back to the hospital the very next day, to have medication that has to be transported in a lead-lined container. Go to a hospital that has a cancer treatment center, and something that you won't realize is that the waiting rooms aren't like regular waiting rooms. A regular waiting room is just a sea of chairs with the occasional table and lamp strategically placed because of feng shui, but not a cancer treatment waiting room. It's always 2 chairs, table, 2 chairs, table, 2 chairs, table. Why? Because there's tissues on each table, because everyone breaks down. But not in front of each other, because you've got 2 houses of cards propping up each other. Point every single one of those people are badasses, and there ain't no way you can change my mind about that. My grandmother, born in Indonesia, her Polish parents were killed in WWII when she was a teenager. She was separated from her 5 sisters, each of whom were put into a separate Japanese prisoner of war camp. At age 22, she met a woman dying of malaria who had a 2-year-old daughter and a newborn baby. She swore to keep them safe and raise them as her own children. She never broke that promise, not even on her deathbed. Point the conditions in the POW camp were atrocious. Stories of Japanese men killing children by feeding them crushed glass in place of sugar was a particular story that haunted me as a child, but that hardly scratched the surface. Point dying of malnutrition, malaria, and dysentery. She met my grandfather, a WWII medic from India. After the war, she moved with him to India, where she raised 7 children in severe poverty. She would often go several days without food in order to feed them. My grandfather worked incredibly hard to get a single piece of meat on the table each week. Soon enough, one of their kids managed to land a job in Australia and was able to help move over the whole family to begin life here. When she was 79, I was born, the youngest of all of my cousins. My grandfather died before I was born, so she promised to take care of me in place of both my grandparents. And so she did. She was my nana, my second mum. She was always there no matter what, and in many respects, understood me better than I did. She often said I reminded her of herself when she was a little girl. She'd teach me phrases in Dutch, cook incredible Indonesian dishes, and told me stories about India. She died peacefully in 2013, at age 95. My grandfather, he was the only living member of his family after the Blitz. He decided he was going to avenge the death of his father, mother, 2 brothers, little sister, aunt, uncle and their 5 children. He was basically the only one left as he worked in a bakery and was stuck at work. He came home in the morning and his whole street was gone. He was 16, not particularly big or athletic, but he was very angry. He had nowhere to go, so he went straight to join the army. He had no idea of any type and the sergeant that saw him was a little suspect of the age he claimed to be. He just passed his medical, so he was at least getting fed and had a place to stay. More importantly, he could get his hands on some Nazis. During training he impressed with his driving skills in the tank he was assigned to and was sent to in Africa. He fought in several battles, but was literally blown out of his tank by a 88mm shell. He was actually left for dead, as he was covered in blood and gore, which was actually the gunner who took the brunt of the shot, killing him instantly. He was wounded, not badly, but his hearing and eyesight were affected badly. He walked for 48 hours in the desert, before finding some Australians who got him medical help. He was sent back to England, and discharged as unfit to serve, because of his injuries. He spent 3 months getting better, while staying with a farmer who would feed him in return for work, which got him fit again. But he still wanted revenge. so he decided to re-enlist. Using his dead brother's name and date of birth, he enlisted in Scotland and said his scars happened in a car accident. Back in a tank he fought from D-Day until the end of the war, being decorated twice and being wounded again 3 more times while chasing the Hun all the way to his lair. He said he was disappointed they didn't get to Berlin to see the finale. He stayed in the army and helped rebuild Germany. He harbored no ill will once the war was finished. He did not care for communism much. He moved to Australia as he enjoyed the time he spent with the Australians and how they laughed about everything. He only spoke about this at the end of life. I was really close to him, and over a few weekends in the pub, he told me the whole crazy tale. I wish I could write the whole thing out here. It was all pretty wild stuff. When I asked him if he felt revenge was served, he laughed and said many times, but he said he felt pity for the average German. Falling for that whole shit show must have been a surprise when the curtain came down and the war went to shit for them. During the Great Hunger in Russia/Ukraine, my grandfather was very young. He had 8 brothers and sisters and his mom was raising him alone because his dad died in WW1. Food was so short that people were kidnapping kids to eat them. His mom had a hard time keeping all kids from starvation, so she decided to give up her 3 oldest including my grandpa to a new orphanage, hoping they could at least feed them. A few months go by and an elderly couple living close to her reveal that they secretly have a cow inside their cellar, and in exchange for the kids bringing it grass they will give her milk. This helps the food situation to the point where she decides to go back and grab her kids again. However, when she gets there, the orphanage is verbally abandoned and there in the gymnasium is just a pile of dead bodies. She begins to try and find her kids, but only manages to find my grandpa's body. She thinks he is dead, so she drags his body outside to bury it. However, he wakes up and begins to cry. He ends up getting better just in time for WW2. He gets drafted at around 16 and taken on a train to Stalingrad. He had been wounded, but the ship taking him back across the river gets sunk, so he has to swim back and decides it's easier to just go back to fighting point. If you are familiar with details of that battle, my grandpa fought for the chemical factory on the banks. That was the last building still under Russian control on the contested banks, the lowest point in Russia's defense. He survived and proceeded to fight all the way to Berlin. He said when the Russian soldiers were so mad coming into the city that as droves of civilians were trying to exit, the tank drivers would literally just run them over, hundreds at a time, and it would cause a blood rain from the chassis of the tank. When he came back from the war, he had not heard anything from his family for 3 years. When he got off the train and rode to our home village, it was not there anymore. It had been completely flattened by tanks and no one around. He would never see or hear anything from a single family member for the rest of his life. Not mother, brother, sister, cousin, no one. He moved to Rostov-on-Don and met my grandma at the train station there. She had been a doctor during the war. They moved in together that night and they got married a week after meeting. He ended up becoming an engineer after the war. Was an incredibly kind man. Never drank or smoked. Never cursed. He had some shitty war tattoos, including the word duck on his finger. He said that was a friend of his in Stalingrad. I guess they stayed up one night during the shelling and just gave each other tattoos of each other's names, so that if one happened to survive, then someone else's name would with him too. He told this full story literally just once to me and my brother before he died on the phone from Russia, and it took 2 hours and everyone was crying. His biggest thing he told us over and over again was to never ever under any circumstances support or fight a war. Just don't. He said it's all just slaughter and death, physical and emotional, the manifestation of hell on earth. My ex-boyfriend, he's a great guy, had overprotective parents who put him and his sister through horrific abuse. Then when he got to college, he was in a 2-year abusive relationship with this weirdo sorority girl who'd sexually assault him, steal his money, cheat, attack him, and just generally be awful and manipulative. He couldn't leave because nobody took the abuse seriously. Lol, that just means she's feisty, was a common response, and she'd claim he's abusive if you said no to her. She ended up getting him hooked on coke. He didn't gather up the courage to leave until after she killed his dog because it wasn't cute enough. Few years later, his best bud got stabbed to death right in front of him by some drunk guy at a bar who apparently owed him money and didn't wanna pay up. It was a big wake up call for him. He spent a few months bitter and depressed and mourning, and after that he forced himself to go to rehab, went back to college, and eventually got a job as a mechanic. We met shortly after that. We quickly realized we were not a good romantic fit together. Realized like a week later it's because I'm a lesbian lol, but we've remained very close friends. Now, he's got a stable job, goes to therapy regularly, and has been sober for 3 years now. He's engaged to a sweet little black lady, who I'm also very close friends with. I absolutely adore her. She's a great person, and she's 2 months pregnant. They are getting married in April. That would probably be my dad. My dad has been hiking for many years. He's a very outdoorsy person. When I was a junior in high school, he was probably 59 or 60, somewhere around that age range. He'd wanted to hike the Appalachian Trail for years, but never really had the chance. But finally that year he went out and did it. Went all the way down to Georgia and hiked for 5 months all the way up to Maine. He only came off the trail twice, once when he passed by home and came home for a night to shower and eat real food, then once in Vermont, because I was doing college visits at the time and my mom wanted him to come too. So for about a week he was doing college visits with me and my mom. Before going back to the trail point he actually got something of a fan club, since every night on the trail he would keep a blog on what is essentially Chinese Facebook. I'm still not sure how it started spreading, but a lot of people eventually started following it, to the point where people who lived like close to the trail would go out to meet him, bring him food, and hike parts of the trail with him. And then probably a year or two after that, for some reason he decided he'd take up running. So this was probably a year or two ago, and while he hasn't done any full marathons, yet he's done a couple half marathons already. TLDR, my dad's getting older, but still does cool shit. There was a guy who was a family friend. His name was John Lyle, but we all called him Colonel Lyle. He owned over 1,500 acres in Northern Virginia, and my dad, cousins and uncles, and myself would all go there and go off-roading, hunting, shooting skeet, fishing, basically anything you could imagine. In return we would help him with his livestock and any projects he had around the farm. I was just a kid when he sold his property, but my dad has stories. He was a fighter pilot, one of the first for the US, and one man that served alongside him said he's the bravest man he ever knew. He also had a Purple Heart and was shot down. He worked with my grandfather when they both worked for NASA. He was an inventor. I remember seeing this machine he built that tested chairs. Companies would bring him chairs to be strength and endurance tested. One day he built a barn and there was a board sticking out a few feet. My father and uncle were helping him. He threw a rope over the roof, tied it to his waist, and told my dad and uncle to pull. Then he was 20 feet in the air with a chainsaw cutting this piece off. At 70 he broke his leg while four-wheeling, but that didn't stop him from doing what needed to be done. My dad remembers him fondly. He would often tell people who were working slowly or not efficient enough, "If this was war, I would be dead because of you." That puts things into perspective a little. He taught my dad a valuable lesson. My dad was talking to him about going back to college and getting a history degree so he could teach. Cole Lyle said you don't need to go to college to learn history. You don't need to pay for a class to learn anything. He was an all-around badass. A really smart badass. I found his obituary. I would go for my grandpa. I'll keep the story short as I could talk about him for days. So the guy was born in a small village in Algeria, from a dad who worked as a policeman in France. The term was gendarme. At the time, in 1934, Algeria was considered to be French territory until the Independence War broke out in 1954. At the beginning of the war, the Algerian army would take students from the capital in for questioning, and they would not be seen again. So great-granddad, the policeman, told my grandpa to pack his stuff and leave for France. He did so, and ended up studying medicine in a French university in Angers, until his activities for the independence of Algeria had him kicked out. He moved across France to Rouen, and kept studying medicine, and also met my grandma, who worked on the dock. Pretty badass as well. The badass part truly starts as he went back to Algeria to work as a doctor in a town of his region, divorced the woman his Muslim family had arranged for him so he could live with my grandma. A divorce didn't normally happen in a Muslim country back then. Got 3 amazing daughters with her and then started a life of sacrifice. He wanted all 3 of the daughters to get a good education and had them sent to France alongside their mom. He worked his ass off as a doctor, alone in Algeria, while the 4 women of his life were living in France and he would only see them during their vacations. He saved many lives, with one of his patients even deciding to become his chauffeur for life as a token of gratitude. He was also honorary captain of the football team of the town he was born next to and recognized for his kindness in the region. He kept working until he turned 76 I believe, and then rejoined our family in the south of France until a stroke took him away 2 years ago. Hundreds of people whose lives he touched with his kindness came to the ceremony that was held in Algeria. Point might not be fighting Badis or survive a Badis, but he left all he had more than once and sacrificed the happiness and family life so he could give the best to his loved ones. I aspire to be as good a person as him and hold him dear in my memory. My uncle is pretty badass. He served in the military during the Vietnam War, was in the Navy working on artillery I believe. When he got home, he went to Hollywood and acted in a few TV shows and movies, not as starring roles, but still, especially ones about war. When he was done living it up with drugs and such in Hollywood, he moved back home to live near to his sister, my grandma, and got married, had kids, and started a family. He's a huge, like 6 feet 5 inches, tank of a man with a full beard and long hair who wears leather coats and works on / rides Harley Davidson motorcycles in his spare time. But I've seen a side of him very few people have seen. Deep down, he's a total dweeb. He loves TV and follows many typically non-manly shows religiously. He's obsessed with old video games and owns a sizable collection of classic video game technology, especially old flight simulators, which he repairs and maintains himself when he's not working on motorcycles or, presumably, fighting crime. He's also probably the nicest person I've ever met in my entire life and is fiercely devoted to family. One of the most memorable stories I have of him is that one time there was a huge blizzard that locked down the entire highway. Cars were completely stopped, engines were freezing over, and the roads couldn't be driven on. People were huddling together for warmth and there was a serious risk that people could start freezing to death. My mom was one of the people trapped, and she called my grandma. My grandma called my uncle and less than half an hour later he was bursting over the snow embankments in his huge 4x4 with snow tires filled with blankets. He gave out blankets and other ways to stay warm to people who were staying and then loaded up everyone he could in his vehicle and went off-road straight home, dropping my mom off at our house first. The door was so snowy it couldn't be opened, and I remember watching him burst through that snow with a snow shovel and raw manliness, then putting out his arm to gesture for my mom to enter as he retreated to return the rest of his passengers to their homes. If I remember correctly, he even took everyone who wasn't sure they'd have a safe place to be, unreliable heating or road conditions even he would consider unsafe, and let them come over to his house, and he and his wife cooked all of the food in the house for their guests and let everyone warm up until conditions were better or someone else could come by to pick people up. The man is a faking superhero, and by far my biggest role model growing up. I'm not a dude, but I was pretty tomboyish for a time, so he was basically my hero. He can go from Santa Claus to terrifying biker dude in an instant if anyone starts causing problems. I remember hearing a story of him getting in a bar fight when he was a little bit younger. Some guy started shit with him. He, supposedly, according to other men in the family, knocked the guy down with one punch then called the police himself, just to be safe. Faking legend. So yeah, I was at this event, working. It's kind of like a train tug. They have a train, tie rope to it, and a bunch of people in teams try to pull it a certain distance. One guy who was participating was this guy who was real short, but he was just built out of muscle. He was a friend of my dad, who tapped my shoulder, pointed to him, and stated the obvious, that guy could kill you with his pinky finger. Apparently he was an ex-Southwestern did a bunch of crazy commando shit as well. taking down drug rings in the area, and could take out a room of bad as a lone point. Apparently at another strength event he was doing a stair climb at some tower, where they climb up and down for all the stories of the World Trade Center. This guy's climbing around with a bunch of firefighters and policemen and military dudes. He carries a pair of 75-pound weights on his shoulders the whole time, and he climbs the whole thing and finishes it all before anyone else. Twice. He did it once, realized how far ahead he was, and did it again, to group back up with everyone else participating, but still finished before anyone else. All while carrying 150 lbs on his shoulders. This guy literally radiated big dick energy. Also, I think his team came in first in the train tug event. Can't remember. It was a couple of weeks ago. Maybe it was second. My uncle. He was born with spina bifida and wasn't supposed to survive infancy. He did. Wasn't supposed to survive childhood. He did. Couldn't walk on his own, but used forearm crutches. They basically make every step like taking a dip. This gave him incredible upper body strength. When he was in high school he could bench press 475 pounds, but only weighed about 200, very little leg mass. He apprenticed with a world famous gunsmith, and learned wood carving and gun engraving as well as jewelry making, painting, scrimshaw etc. Became a world-class artist and master gun engraver. Loved the outdoors, and went on big game hunts all over the country despite being on those crutches. He was also very proficient with a bow, and could make his own flint-knapped arrowheads. Years of those crutches and hand carving metal gave him enormously strong hands. A friend of his who was an NFL offensive lineman for 16 seasons told me I spent 16 years battling some of the biggest and strongest men on earth, and I've never met anyone with hands stronger than your uncle. He would get picked on for being cripple, and would pummel people in bar fights. Had some anger issues in his youth. He was friends with celebrities, adventures, world famous wildlife photographers and naturalists. Later in life he had a couple pet grizzly bears. He also knew a few bears that have since gone viral. If you've seen a bear video in the last 2 years, he was probably one of the world's leading experts on bears despite having no formal education. Point at it. Forgot to mention a few other talents. He was a taxidermist, a blacksmith, knew more than a few famous knife makers, and a fur trapper. In his youth he was literally a mountain man, all while on crutches. My grandpa. He has several stories that are straight out of a western, because he grew up in a very violent period of Colombian history, aptly called La Violencia. One time he witnessed the first bank robbery in the town of Armenia, and reported the criminals to the police, which led to their capture. He became sort of the hero of the town, and the town paper wrote a story about him. Later the robbers or a friend of his tried to kill him. He was driving out his ranch in his Jeep Wheels, and one dude popped out from behind a palm tree with a makeshift shotgun and shot at him, peppering the windshield. He managed to duck behind the wheel before the shot hit, and got ahead of him. When he did, he pulled out his revolver and shot over his shoulder to suppress fire and escape. Point another time he was flirting with a lady, but nothing serious came from it. The woman's brother, who he barely knew, became furious for some reason, and decided he wanted to kill him. So about a week later, Gramps was in a bar having a drink, and someone came up to him saying that there's a gentleman outside asking for him. He goes outside, and there's the brother of the woman standing there ominously wearing a sombrero and a poncho. He asked, "Are you Pacho?" That's his nickname, and he said yes. The gentleman proceeded to shoot him from under the poncho, Ruana in Colombia, and hit him right in the hip. By a stroke of luck, my grandmother had gifted him a big gasoline lighter that exact morning, and he had it in his watch pocket. That's the smaller pocket above normal pockets. The bullet hit the lighter, which slowed down the bullet, and it lodged between his femur and hip. He still has the bullet in him, and he also has the lighter. I will upload a pic of it if you guys don't believe me. So the dude that just shot him started running away. My grandfather took a step, unholstered his revolver, and was about to shoot him, but when he took the step, his leg collapsed from the bullet wound, and he smashed the butt of the revolver on the floor. He had him in his sights and the gun jammed. Point couple of weeks later, Gramps found the dude in a bar and just shot him 4 times in the back. In his own words he said to me, "And that son of a bitch didn't even die." Or 3-year-old girl. Might have been 4. If you want to know what she looked like, this was over 10 years ago. Just Google Pepsi girl and you'll be close enough. Yeah, pretty much. Not the real Pepsi girl, but she looked kinda like her. Friend of mine saw something, was at one of her birthday parties, so I'm in my mid to late 20s then, big guy, and I'm taking a rest sitting on this bench at my niece's birthday party. A Pepsi girl looking kid comes up to me, asks if she can sit beside me, polite as can be. I say sure. After a minute of silence, she asks me if I'd like to take a bet. Sure, why not? She says that she can hit me once and bets that it'll hurt, and if it does, I can't go tell her. I take the bet. She makes me shake on it. Real clever kid. After we shake hands, she takes one fist in her other hand and jabs her pointy little elbow into my arm. I won't admit it hurt, but I'd be lying if it didn't sting real good. She read her answer off my face and reminded me that I promised not to tell her. After that she was a normal little girl. Asked for return on my shoulders and at getting swung around by the wrists. Typical party favors when you're as big and popular with the kids as I'm/was. I think she may have been the one to crack the pin at her too. I was the one holding the rope. I gave her a few near misses, let her tap it with the stick, and pulled it up at the last second, making her spin as she swung for the fences. You do that once with each kid and then let them get a hit. She must have known the score, because the first time, she didn't swing that hard and stagger that much. I figured she didn't have the muscle for it, but the second time, I'm pretty sure she made a few pieces fall. Never underestimate someone who's small and scrappy. Maybe not the most badass, but it's a hell of a story, and happens to be true. Great grandmother. I never get to see her, since she's my father's maternal grandmother, and everyone on that side of the family, except for my maternal grandfather, wants nothing to do with us. But here's the story as I've been told. Grandma, as I'll call her here, was born in Poland, in a part of it that now belongs to Germany. She was maybe 18 or 19 when Germany invaded Poland, and she was at work just over the German border. Hearing the news, she decided to hike back to her hometown and escape with her family. Somewhere along the way she meets a split in the road. One road leads to her hometown, the other leads towards the north coast, and also connects to her hometown through another split road. She can either go directly home and hope her family is still there, or go towards the northern coast, hoping to meet her family by the coast. She goes the coastal route, and right where the road splits again, she meets her family. They had fled just before the Nazis started shooting the opposition in her hometown. So, they and the many thousands of other refugees collected at the coast, waiting weeks for ferries to carry them all to Sweden. They finally get on a ferry. In Sweden, my grandma meets the man who would become her husband, and after the war they moved to Denmark, built a house, and that's where grandma still lives today, or at least last time I visited, which I'm sad to admit, was over 5 years ago. Old ass refugee of World War II, pretty badass in my book. My maternal grandfather is pretty cool too. Lifelong sailor, decorated Navy soldier in the 60s, well-known former harbor master now retired, showing off his paintings across the country. My great-grandma. I'm a guy for context, if needed. If she were alive today, she'd be 100 plus, but she died some 12 years ago now. She had a really bad case of pneumonia while in hospital. But prior to that she survived polio at a very young age, which gave her bad walking problems, various respiratory problems all throughout her life. She had several inhalers to use daily, and colon cancer during her later years. She worked for Winston Churchill during WW2. I'm not exactly sure on what it was she did, but she worked in some of the underground bunkers in London. She did tell me once she would count the bomb explosions during the Blitz, which was why she no longer liked loud bangs, such as balloons popping. She was also a member of the Wrens, the Women's Royal Navy Service. She married following the war, but would later divorce him, in what I assume was a bit of scandal back then. She later married a man who owned a hat factory, I believe, until he passed away. She lived on her own for the rest of her life, as a strong independent lady. She spoke fluent French, as I found out when she would shout at me in French, and was very well educated. She taught me a lot about respecting others, and books. I have a copy of Treasure Island from 1928 that she gave me, along with classic comedies. We would meet up in the summer holidays and watch Laurel Hardy on TV. She was also very supportive of me and would encourage me to do whatever I wanted to do in life, which sometimes was more than others would do / say point me and my father, her grandson, would meet up with her once a week to go to our local fish / chip shop for tea, then back to hers to talk and generally catch up on what's going on. Unfortunately, she passed away a few years before my own daughter was born, being just short of being a great-great-grandma. Irish revolutionary during the fight for independence. Cathal Brewer, a real badass not personally known by me, but he deserves to have his awesome story told. During the Civil War he acted as Minister for Defense and was an extremely cautious man. He only speaks orally, so that there would be no record of his speeches. He never slept at home, constantly disguised himself as a minister to avoid capture and recognition. Was willing to die for his state, but was also a man who wouldn't allow acts of violence against the British to hurt the public, and was unwilling to execute British female spies. He is badass for two reasons. In April 16th he led a charge against the British troops during which he was shot 25 times and was completely cut off from his men, but instead of surrendering he held off the British forces on his own for an hour with a revolver, all the while shouting, "Mon you cowards, I'm just one injured man." Eventually his men found him and rescued him. Then during the War of Independence in 1922 some of the Irish took over the four courts just off of the River Liffey. In response to this the British, under Churchill, decided the best course of action was to roll out some 18-pounder artillery guns and bomb the hell out of the building from across the river. Cathal and some other men took over some hotels on O'Connell Street to hopefully divert some attention from those men getting bombed. Soon the hotels were almost demolished from artillery fire, and he and a small handful of men kept holding the building to allow the rest to escape or surrender. Cathal decided wouldn't surrender or escape, and while the building was on fire and falling down on him, he ran out into the street holding two revolvers and charged the British forces on his own. He was shot by a British sniper from a window across the road and died. TLDR. Irish freedom fighter, shot 25 times in 1916 and holds off British troops on his own. In 1922 runs out of burning building, dual wielding revolvers into British gunfire, faking badass. I think it's my English teacher from college. He was basically the starting route for my sophomore year, and I had to take an English 1A class to fulfill my JED. I expected the class to be a bit more professional and serious, and the teacher that came in gave zero facts, talked to everyone very casually, and expressed his feelings about certain things more strongly than I thought. He was coming in on the students strongly with his ideas and perspective on things that mattered to him and everyone around him, that he would physically jump sometimes to show the emotional frustration that he was feeling. I was scared to almost come back at first because of how intimidating that was, plus also kept learning about him and that he was sent to jail a couple times for certain things. It's just interesting. I stayed because he taught me and a couple others about important aspects in life that I forgot to realize growing up as a person, and thought that he was the closest to the ideal badass person I could respect. He was real, honest, emotional, and just human. It's unfortunate that after the semester they fired him due to his record of getting arrested before the semester started, and certain things happened during that time, but I'm going to miss that teacher. He taught me a lot during those couple months that I won't forget. I don't know if it is really true, since I heard the story from other people and not my dad. He passed away when I was 3, but he was a federal road cop. I don't know if that is translated the right way. He was a federal policeman for heist at driveways, and once a bus full of kids around 12 fell from the road into a river, but it didn't go all the way because some trees held it in place. He was first in the accident. His vehicle was an old Beetle with winches in the front and back bumper. It was late at night, raining buckets, but he wrapped one of the winches around his hips, and one he took down with him. While the firemen rushed to get there, he went down, and with the bus driver's help took the kids one by one to safety inside his car. Another policeman arrived soon after with a SUV, and they fixed the bus with fear of it falling into 3 rivers. He had rescued around 20 kids when the firemen showed up and got the other 12 or so. There were some injuries, but not a single casualty. I didn't believe the story at first, but they held a display with pictures of the kids back in the accident and in the present on the 20-year anniversary of the accident in the mall of the city. When I was around 12. There were pictures of the driver, the cops and the firemen too, and a short story about what my dad did. But I bet it would be really cool to have heard the story from his point of view. Another dad, mine, nomination. A war journalist who lives in Africa. He does lots of other journalistic pieces too. A place never short of some really gruesome wars. He has spent years in the deepest, darkest, and most dangerous parts of Africa reporting on struggles. Also did a rather long stint in Iraq. Flew into Rwanda after the genocide there. Has been into the heart of Congo and hung out with rebels. The type of guy that isn't scared to walk up to a bunch of people in a forest holding axe. Really kind, funny, constantly cracking dad jokes kinda dude. Think he disarms a lot of those situations. During all this work he also owned and ran a olive oil and wine farm that produced the best, won lots of #1 prizes, olive oil in the country. Raised 4 boys, none have turned out to be bad people I don't think, and is still in a stable marriage with an Argentine woman. Never been shot, never been stabbed, was kidnapped in Lagos, Nigeria once, but just jumped out the car and ran. A garage is littered with things like landmine warning signs, expired US military MRE packs, Zulu weapons gifted to him by Zulu kings, etc. Currently cancer is fighting a losing battle with him, which I think he keeps forgetting he has. He forgot to tell us about it for a few weeks. Still has all his hair after most of his chemo. And one of the local bowls champions. Tough as nails. Mine doesn't come close to some of these other stories, but mine is my dad. He is a firefighter and has performed many acts of badassery. One of the best stories though was one day he was riding his motorcycle home from his second job when he heard a structure fire get toned out. Instinctively he responded to the call. He was the first on scene and found one side of the house fully involved. The man who owned the house came running up to my dad and told him that his wife was still inside. I should mention now that my dad was only wearing a tank top and shorts, but still my dad rushes into the building. He had to push through the intense heat and flames. He found the room where the wife was located, but it was also the source of the fire. He began to enter the room. But as he started to get burnt he knew that if he had to search the room to find her he would get too hurt to get her out of there. So he ran back outside to find a volunteer had arrived. My dad tells him exactly where to go and how to get the wife, but the volunteer says he can't because he has no air pack. My dad tells him if he isn't going to go in there to take off his gear and give it to him. The guy still refuses. It wasn't until the first engine arrived on scene that my dad took the driver's gear while the driver pumps the truck. Not taking the time to put on a pack, my dad runs back into the fire room to get the wife. He got her out of there, but sadly it was too late. My father is badass because he isn't afraid to risk his own life to save others. Gotta be my friend's dad, though it's mostly insanity. In his youth, he and his buddies would drive to the city, 4-hour drive, and would switch every half hour to take turns driving while the other guy got sheet-faced. If they happened to see a deer, they'd slow down and take pot shots at it. There was also a time when he was mid-20s looking for his dog Apollo, so he was in the backyard, drunk off his ass yelling the dog's name while shooting his rifle in the air. He ended up going inside, passed out on the couch, and was woken up to a SWAT team screaming at him. He's also a fisherman who on multiple times has been caught in nasty storms, 2 of them minor hurricanes. Some of the captains were complete sheetheads and refused to listen to the weather updates. When we were 15 they were stuck 5 hours from land while they were in the middle of one of these hurricanes, waves breaking into the cabin. He needed to brace his feet on the windows to keep from caving in. The captain lost his mind and was unable to do anything, so he took over. When they got to shore he beat the shit out of him for putting the crew through that. He's also an incredible hunter. He'd go bag a deer, gut and clean it himself, and oftentimes would have other guys come to him and clean this. If he knew a few of us were coming over, he'd go back out and get another one within a matter of 2 to 4 hours. My friend and his sister became vegans, but they always eat the deer he hunts. Damn near every part of that animal is used. Any scrap meat is made into sausages. The dude was insane when he was my age. He's seen people murdered and most likely has been involved in murders himself. When he and his wife found out she was pregnant, he immediately gave up booze as he was obviously an alcoholic. He got his act together and ended up being an incredible father. My wife's 98-year-old Nonno Luigi, survivor of the Battle of the Bulge, one of the liberators of the concentration camp at Dachau. He was drafted into the war, but as he was Italian, not allowed to fight, and was instead assigned as a frontline medic, one of the higher mortality rate roles in World War II. But before all that, he was a middle child of a large Italian family. At 12 he was told he needed to migrate to America, 1932, so he could earn money for the family. After a lonely and grueling transatlantic voyage, he arrived in New York City with a 5th grade education. Unable to read, write, and speak any English, all he had was a 4th class train ticket to San Francisco. Somehow he managed to find the train, figure out how to transfer in Chicago, and get it to his new home. He arrived in autumn and found work in pumpkin fields south of San Francisco. In the coming years he would work a grueling laborer's life on a variety of farms. Half of his money was sent home to his family. He taught himself carpentry and eventually met the girl he'd marry. Shortly after meeting her he was drafted into the war. He was trained as a medic on the front lines. The training was in English, a language of which he spoke only a small amount. He quickly taught himself a functional language the family called Luigi's, a mixture of Italian, English and swearing. It was sufficient for war and, as he was a good-looking guy, getting women. Eventually he was shipped out to the European theater. He was in the army and every one of the men in his first company died in the first year. His job was simple: run with a stretcher up to the front, put the injured man on it, if possible stabilize, and then run back to safety. He was shot more than a few times, fell and injured himself a lot, and saw a lot of men die. Over the course of the war he saved thousands of men. 3 years later, in the spring of 1945, his regiment was ordered to take over a surrendered German POW camp by the name of Dachau. It was hardly that. It was a concentration camp outside of Munich. And, as a parting gift, the Germans told the prisoners the Americans were coming and would most likely kill them. Consequently, the welcoming party was not particularly welcoming, and there were very tense discussions before the US troops were allowed into the camp by the prisoners. Entering the gates of Dachau he saw a German sign in wrought iron over the entry gate, "Arbeit macht frei." It means "work will set you free," the army translator told him. Looking at the survivors of the camp, Luigi said he cried. It was worse seeing the living like that than a man dying with no legs. He helped save many lives there. The war was over not long afterward. He went back home to see his family in Italy, a small town just outside Lucca. There he was told that his brothers had died in the war. His father told him the wrong one survived. The medals he received during the war he threw into a river. Disgusted, he eventually came home and married his sweetheart. They had 2 kids and many grandchildren. He built some houses and bought some property. Besides Johnny Cash he loved gambling. Specifically gambling at games with the worst odds. He'd buy a scratcher every day and scrape off the stuff on the ticket with his lucky coin while he drank coffee. His wife died 20 years ago. Driving up until 96 he lived by himself. Visited often by his family and neighbors. A year ago his birthday was celebrated by getting him replacement medals. This was broadcast on a local station and a long form of his war story was run in the Bulge Bugle, an unfortunately named veterans magazine for those who fought in the Battle of the Bulge. With his death this May the circulation of the magazine must be only a few dozen people now. A good man. Definitely a badass. My grandpa. He was a combat engineer in New Guinea and Burma during WW2. He was part of one of the first platoons into Buna, clearing the way for the tanks. As a kid he'd tell me war stories about being stuck in the middle of the jungle with one mate and a couple of tins of bully beef. He'd say they spent a couple of days crawling back to find more Aussies, then reorganized and went back in point the day I received my commission. He told me the story, this time in tears. He was one of the few survivors of a massive ambush. Him and a mate crawled back to the float, avoiding Japanese patrols. They had very little to eat. On return they joined another platoon and went back in to finish the job. Everything he had told me was true, except it wasn't an adventure, it was a nightmare. I've read other accounts that included his unit. It was faked. Point. When he got home he married Nan. He built every home they lived until they moved into a retirement village. He's kind, intelligent, and quick-witted. I've never heard him say anything racist or sexist. Point. He's in his 90s now. Nan died last year. I visited him last weekend. We visited Nan's memorial. He said he didn't think he'd last this long after she died. He said the night's a long. Point. I love that old bastard so much. I just made myself cry. I don't know if I want him to die and be done with it or keep on. I don't like seeing him lonely. Fuck it. I'm posting this. My great aunt. She is 91 years old and has always been a very independent woman and a true survivor. She is my grandfather's sister. Her and her husband never had any kids, so my mom and my aunt have always been considered her children, with me and my cousins being her only blood relatives. Her husband passed away about 25 years ago, but she learned from him how to fix up and maintain a car and do fix-its around her house, so when he was gone, she needed to step up and be the provider. They bought a car in 1988, a 1989 Oldsmobile Cutlass Sierra, same car used in the movie Fargo. She still has that car to this day, with even the original wheels, and only about 60,000 kilometers on it, and she has kept that car because of what her husband taught her about oil changes, brakes, etc. The basics of owning a car. About 2 years ago she got very sick and was diagnosed with a stage 2 stomach cancer. She was in the hospital for nearly 3 months, and at age 89, we all feared this might be the end for her, as she lost a lot of weight during this time due to not having much of an appetite. She fought it off and managed to get released with her tumors gone. A few months after coming out of the hospital, they found she was bleeding in her stomach. Again, we all prepared yourself for the worst as she went in the hospital for another risky surgery, but she fought that off too and was able to beat the odds. At 90 years old. She now carries on every day on her own in her condo. She never misses the 6 o'clock news and don't ever disturb her when Dancing with the Stars is on. My late grandfather, may his soul rest in peace. Was an old-time landlord, a man of a few words but a lot of action. He drove bikes till he was 80, was fit as you can be, 6 foot 2 inches, used to be a cigar smoker till his wife promised him off it on her deathbed, never broke a promise, was raised practically an illiterate having worked most of his childhood, lost both his parents early on life, still managed to take care of all his siblings and get them educated since he couldn't go to school. Despite all this, he still managed to amass a lot of wealth and respect as a man and as a person of good standing. He was the appointed judge for the prefecture that was under him and often solved disputes and controlled the matters of the village with an iron hand. He always held his head up high, even while he was going through the worst part of his life financially. Some things that people claim about him is that he once made a run for his life in a World War II Willys Jeep when tribal Naxalites, warlords, tried to kill him for wandering into their territory while on a hunting trip. These Naxalites were after his life pretty much most of his life after that, since they were guerrillas who had a communist ideology. Because my grandfather had a lot of land to his name, they believed he didn't deserve it and wanted to kill him for it. Till one day he called the leader to have a face-to-face, which is probably the most baddest thing he ever did, after which he cut a deal to give them a small part of his huge owned lands and they practically left him alone after that. The law practically didn't exist back then. The only rare show of inner emotion he ever had was once when he had brought back a fawn from a hunting trip that had no mother or father, and later on the people in the neighborhood forced him into giving it up when it grew up to be sacrificed and eaten. He didn't speak to anyone that day, nor did he eat its meat, I was told. There are many more stories that I heard about him, but since I'm typing on a phone, I think this much should suffice. There's this dude who was friends with my friends from work, and he came back to visit once. We were out drinking, and this guy told a story that just got intensified by the sentence. Apparently he was working in Zimbabwe on a farm. He was the main warehouse security dude, and they had like 7 warehouses on the farm. One night, as he's about to leave, a guy from a warehouse down the road phoned him and said they were robbing the warehouses and killing the people on site. He immediately told everyone to get to safety, but him and 2 or 3 other guys stayed behind. They're pretty big as dudes that grew up on farms in South Africa, so if you know Afrikaans people you know there's some faking rugged ones. These motherfuckers got into a gunfight with the robbers, and the one dude got shot and killed. That's when they decided to leave, but they were surrounded or something like that, and they had to just run into the bushes. Apparently they walked the whole night and had to swim across a river until someone picked them up. The dude that picked them up pulled a gun out. This mofo just punches him once and jumps out of moving truck. The other dude also jumps, and they are good to go. When the guy was telling us this, he looked so calm and was laughing and shit, so I assumed it happened a while back, like years. But then I asked him when did this happen, and he said 3 days ago. Couldn't believe it. I realize I'm most likely late to the party for this to be noticed, but I have to write about 3 absolute, incredible badasses. One I knew very well, my grandpa, mom's father. Second one is my dad's father, that passed away at age of 90 before my first birthday, so I can't say I know him as much as I know of him. Third one is my dad's grandma, second grandpa's mom. So, here goes it. My mom's father was born into an incredibly poor household between 2 world wars in a rural area. His dad died towards the very end of World War I, so they never met, and in his adolescent and teenage years, he was taking care of his sister and very ill mother. He was very clever, as he had to be in order to survive. He was hunting for food, mostly rabbits, especially in winter, in order to feed his family. During the time, he learned how to make elaborate traps, using better materials he had scavenged along the way. Whenever he had time, he would walk 20 kilometers to the closest elementary school to learn, while it was possible. During World War II, he went to woods to check on his traps, and he found one German soldier, who he believed was an officer, never confirmed, barely alive, caught in one of his traps. He wasn't shot, he caught on the trap, and couldn't escape, for God knows how long. My grandpa finished him off, took his lugger and everything valuable he could find, and ran back home. Before the war ended, his mother had passed, and he moved with his sister to the capital. He took whatever jobs he could, while putting himself and his sister through high school, then college. They both lived in shared apartments. My country was under a communist regime back then, which was actually the pinnacle time of former Yugoslavia. Then, my grandpa started working in one of the state-owned companies, not that I need to emphasize, that dealt with import and export of lumber. After several years, his business savvy was noticed by one of the leading members of Communist Party, and he was appointed as sort of a CEO of that company. He grew the company from 50 to over 1,500 workers, with branch offices from London to Nairobi. The company was lauded as one of the best in the region for lumber and wooden products. He grew old, having 3 daughters and 3 grandkids. He passed away last year, may he rest in peace, leaving me with pride and a lot to learn. My father's dad was in World War II as a regular partisan soldier. He was captured by Nazis, sent to Auschwitz, where, to his dismay, he met his brother. They plotted escape from there, along with several others. During the attempt, few of them, amongst which was my grandpa's brother, got caught. My grandpa managed to escape, walk over to Slovakia, get in touch with a distant family we had there, and by sheer luck get transported back to home. Later, he found out that his brother and other unsuccessful escapees were severely tortured and hung on gallows in the middle of Auschwitz camp, as an example to others that may attempt. Few years ago, I visited Auschwitz, and I saw the gallows from which my grandpa's brother was hanged. It just hit me on a level I never expected. Anyway, my grandpa then rejoined the partisans, was promoted to the rank of captain, and joined the leaders of rebellion against fascists. He received one of the highest commendations for bravery in war, specifically for liberation of people. After the war, he took the position of, sort of, Vice President of Montenegro. Literal translation would actually equal Chief of Staff in the USA, and he was in charge of forming diplomatic relationships with allied countries. He grew to have 2 sons and 1 daughter, 5 grandkids, 3 grandkids, and he passed away at age of 90. The number 2, Grandpa's mother. I don't know much about her, except these several things. She had 7 kids, 5 sons and 2 daughters. The youngest was my grandpa. His brother, after which my father was named, was a partisan soldier in World War I. He was caught in woods by traitors, and was tortured, and cut in pieces, while still alive. When word reached his mother, in the guise of night, she took a blanket, went to woods, and collected his pieces and buried him, without shedding a tear. TLDR1, Grandpa took care of his family during World War II, rose to higher levels of Communist Party in my country, appointed boss of one company, and grew it from 50 to 1500 workers, with branches all over the world. TLDR2, other grandpa sent to Auschwitz during WWII, met his brother there, both tried to escape. Grandpa managed, and brother got hung in Auschwitz. Grandpa luckily returned home, named captain in the military, participated in liberation of our country, became chief of staff of our president, in charge of diplomatic relationships. DR3, great grandma's soldier son got caught by traitors in woods during WWI, got tortured and chopped to pieces. Grandma went during night with blanket, collected pieces of him, buried him properly. Edit, formatting. I went into the fire department with a 20Y/0 guy who was having some issues adjusting to the rules. It was his first real job, and for the first year he kinda bounced from one minor infraction to the next. Frustrated, he asked me one day if I had liked my time in the army. I told him I did, about how fun airborne school was, Desert Storm, and the lifelong friends you make. He was interested, and within months he had enlisted, and if I recall correctly, he chose as part of his enlistment to go directly from basic training to airborne school, and on to ranger school. This was in 2003. He ended up with 7 or more deployments to Afghanistan and Iraq over the next handful of years, beginning as a lower-ranking member of his ranger battalion, and ending as a sergeant responsible for his own group of rangers. He was in countless combat situations, killed many, and saw many killed. Close friends included. I would see him in between his deployments, and after speaking, would worry for his humanity. This huge-hearted kid I knew had been transformed into more man than I can ever hope to be. He was and is shouldering responsibilities most of us couldn't fathom. Taking lives, knowing yours could be over in an instant, yet continually getting on that helicopter for the next mission. He eventually left the army after things had begun to calm down over there somewhat, and has returned to become successful in his industry, not military, has a beautiful wife, and recently had his first child. He is, as he always was, the most good-hearted, courageous, and honorable guy I know. When my first son was born, I knew without a doubt who I wanted him to be named after. If my son can be a quarter of the fine person my friend is, I'll be the proudest father in the world. My grandpa. About 30 years ago he was an alcoholic after my grandma was killed by a drunk driver. He had just sharpened his knife that morning, and when he went to the bar he got into a fight. The other guy stabbed my grandpa in the back, just to the right of his spine. He spun around, counterclockwise, dragging the knife across his spine, around his side, all the way to the front, and decked the dude. I'm not sure how he lived, but I only recently learned about this after seeing the scar on a picture of him. Or maybe my dad's cousin. He's a semi-driver delivering trusses. For those who don't know, these are basically big triangles that give roofs their slope. Well, he was delivering a load and part of his job is helping the crane hook up to lift them off his flatbed trailer. This one truss started to spin and hit him in the shoulder, knocking him off the trailer. Fortunately, he was wearing his safety helmet because his head hit first, followed by his shoulders. He was alive and conscious, but could tell something was terribly wrong. He had one of the guys there flip him onto his back. He was laying partly on his side and light him a cigarette before calling 911. From what he later learned, he not only broke his neck by the way he broke it was called the hangman's break. Only about 1% of people with it survive. Not even 8 months later, he was not only up and moving, but he rode his motorcycle 3 hours to visit family. Oh, and while he was in the hospital recovering he also got a bad MRSA infection in his neck. My mom. I know I'm super biased, but hear me out. She is the oldest of 6 brothers and sisters. Her father passed away when she was 9 years old. My grandma wanted her to help raise her brothers and sisters, but my mom knew she could help more by working and making money. They lived in a very rural area and pretty much lived off of what they farmed and made a little money from selling the surplus. My grandfather was the only one that kept the farm running, and with him gone and no one to take his place, my grandmother leased the land to a neighbor, but that didn't bring in nearly enough money to survive off of. At 9 years old, my mother left school, her home and her family, to go work in a nearby city without my grandmother's blessing, even being disowned by her, because she believed she just didn't want to help. She stayed with some relatives that treated her badly and sent home close to almost all of the money she made 5 years later, and still not on good terms with my grandma. She made the nearly 1-day walk from the end of the bus route and returned home to visit. Even though my grandma accepted all the money she would send from the past 5 years, she didn't even open the door for my mom. She talked to her siblings from an open window and slept outside that night, only to have to leave and make the same walk back the next morning. She never let any of this keep her from supporting her family financially and gave selflessly every cent she could. She met and married my father a few years later, and to this day has not stopped helping my grandmother out any way she could. They only made amends 17 years ago when I was 11. I was there when this happened. My mom hadn't seen my grandmother in 25 years and greeted her with open arms, saying, "I love you and I forgive you." Later I asked why she had forgiven her so easily, and she said, "I did it for my sake, not hers." That is the only selfish thing I've ever heard my mom say. TL/DR, my mom is a badass because she sacrificed so much and worked so hard to help her family, even when they disowned her. This was a few years ago, 2013 to 14 I believe. I work in a warehouse where it's common practice to hire people through temp agencies. That being said, I've met people from all over the world working here. People who have lived in the US for less than a year and just need a quick job to start their new life. This guy had been working in our department for less than a month. He was pretty young, hardworking and smart, so there was little reason for me to come to his station throughout the day. One day he did require some help, so I headed over to his station and helped him out. We strike up a conversation, and he starts telling me a little about his background. I found out that he's from Iran and that he'd been living in the US for a little over a year. I asked him why he had left, and he just looked at me and asked if I had internet on my computer. I told him that I did, and we walked over to my desk. He literally just entered his name into Google and the first article that popped up was this one. He's the first guy in the article, Macon. He just smiled and told me to read it and walked away. So, after reading the article I was stunned. I literally was speechless. I just kinda sat there, read the article again, and finally walked back up to him. All I could say was, "Dude, wow." He just smiled and laughed a little and said, "I know, I should be dead right now." We didn't really talk much about his life in Iran after that, but we did develop a quick friendship. We hung out a few times. He introduced me to his wife and her family. His parents were still in Iran, unfortunately, and we just became really good friends. He's moved out of my state since then and hasn't really kept in touch, but he's definitely the most baddest person I've ever met. The truck mechanic who works for my father's depot. He learned his trade the old-fashioned way, as in he grew up fixing old farm equipment, and thus now, whenever something breaks down, he could walk up to it and fix it. But that's not the baddest part. Out of respect, let's call him Roger. From what I know, and what he was willing to share, Roger had a rough upbringing combined with a dark past. His earliest story was him being conscripted into the Australian Army during the Vietnam War. There was a law in which, if you were drawn, but had a pre-started family, you did not have to enter. Despite that, Roger did indeed have a pre-started family. He was still forced to enter because he had done cadet training in his teens. Roger had made it into a special forces unit. I don't know the specifics, as Roger today wants absolutely nothing to do with the war and rarely talks about it, and his unit were with an American unit who had just captured a Vietnamese man and his heavily pregnant wife. The Americans had heavy suspicions that this man was a part of the Viet Cong and had tried multiple ways to get him to talk, but he refused. The Americans then grabbed his wife and threatened to cut her open and remove the unborn child. Roger had a very clear-cut right and wrong moral code and decided this was not on. During this tension he pulled out his sidearm and aimed it at the head of the commanding officer, to which the events that happened afterwards led to Roger's dishonorable discharge. Later years came, and Roger was now working for the same company as my father, initially as a truck driver, but this required him to work in some rough areas, to which at one time led to him fighting two young men at a fuel station. Roger was in his late 50s at this time. Roger had been wrestled down to the ground, stuck in a headlock by one man, while the other stood on top of him and said, "This is what we do to old men like you." This made Roger click, as he then stabbed his thumb into the standing man's eye, blinding him, then freed himself from the headlock and smashed the other man's head into the door of his truck until he was unconscious. Roger then jumped into his truck and drove away. These are only some of the baddest stories of Roger that I know, and there are plenty more. But one final characteristic about Roger is that despite all of his horrible experiences, he is a funny man to talk to and has helped my father multiple times with favors, wanting nothing in return. That is why I have a large amount of respect for him. Now Roger is in his 70s, still fixing heavy machinery, as he refuses to retire for the reason that he does not know what he would do if he did. I live on a small Caribbean island that took a direct hit from the eye of both Irma and Maria last year, a Cat 5 hurricane. Honestly, our situation was way worse than our neighbors Puerto Rico. To give perspective, a group of 30 retired army guys volunteered through an association to spend a few weeks here and help. They actually landed just before Maria. Those guys had a small backpack each, with sleeping bag, roll-up mat, mosquito net, military rations. Some even had tiny tents. Organization on the island was a bit chaotic, and nobody really knew where to start. Through different contacts, we convinced those guys to sleep at the school I work at and help us fix it so we can reopen as soon as possible. Main structure of the building was okay, but there were tons of things to clean up or repair. The main reason they sheltered at our place was that we still had a roof, lots of covered spaces, working showers and a working generator. Electricity was still off on the whole island. Nota: we also sheltered other families. One of those guys was an engineer in the British Royal Air Force or something similar. First day they came, and I met him, he had just spent 6 hours cleaning the sewers of the fire station. He was quite happy to learn we had showers and that they were moving in here. The next morning, I came early to check on them and discuss the plan. Their leader and him came to me and announced they had a small hiccup. At 3 AM, the generator malfunctioned and turned off. It woke up the guys. They kept the lights on at night, and they went to the generator located at the back of the school. At 3 AM, with just a few torches, he opened it up and started working on it. I don't recall the exact details, but I think he had to clean the carburetor. Keep in mind we are talking about a massive 100 kilowatt generator with a massive diesel engine. Anyway, at 7 AM he hands me a list of the things he did, the pieces he noted we need to change, and the advice for the maintenance contractor. If the problem occurs again, dude, they are not sending you clean that sewer again. He also helped us repair some of the electricity infrastructure we had at the school, or repaired a car, so they could move around. That group was badass, but that guy was on a next level. When I lived in Pittsburgh, I knew a guy who was every bit of a bad as that a superhero would be jealous of him. He lived in a nearby town with his family, mom, and dad. After getting out of the Navy, he spoke all kinds of languages from his time abroad, and he could sing like Freddie Mercury and Robert Plant. He also played violin. It was his favorite thing to do for himself. He was a tech dude for a job, and he was a pilot as well. He inspired me to get my license. This was around the turn of the century when I met him, and he looked like, I guess the best way to describe him, like what Tom Hardy looks like today, only with long curly locks. So like a Thor level Tom Hardy. Dude was like a fountain of good energy and inspiration, and always made time for everyone that was around him. I met him at a local Irish pub. They had an Irish night every Tuesday, of which me and my friends started going to every week because of this guy. He was friends with all the performers and he sometimes got to play with them. The best was when he played with the corned beef and curry band, because they had an Indian guy named Bob who could really get down on the fiddle. and this dude was his student, I think. At least he became that guy's student. The dude was a complete unit. His friends were cool, and they knew all the words to all the songs. They drank like Vikings and the entire place was just a huge party every Tuesday. I seriously don't know how we managed to keep up with them. Wednesdays were hard to get to work. That guy was the kindest dude ever, and he wasn't a jerk about anything. I would talk to him about his time in the service, and asked him about joining. He would always answer my questions, and he was cool with my friends. My sister liked him a lot, and he definitely could have been with her, but he always said to her something along the lines of "You are gorgeous, but I'm in love with a girlfriend." And my sister is a complete tool, but she never said a horrible thing about him after each rejection. Hell if she didn't try though. Anyway, Hardy Thor and his friends always welcomed everyone, helped the band set up their equipment and break down after, and they also hung out with a group of much older people, like grandparents' age, that went there, and it just made the entire joint hop. These guys would read poetry, tell jokes, and sing songs with the bands. It was just really impressive. Hardy Thor was like the de facto bouncer too. He didn't work there. If someone was being a jerk, he would take them outside, talk to them all friendly like, and then come back in and solve the problem. He only ever physically threw out a few folks that I saw. I heard him say once to a much older biker dude, "Hey man, I'm not trying to be a dick, but people are having a good time and you are welcome to join us. But don't be an asshole." I think he was bothering some girls at the pub, and Hardy Thor just smoothed it over. He was like the man with the golden touch. Everything he did just worked. It was amazing to see. This was like a 2-year period where we would go to this pub, and it was always a good time. Good drinks, good food, great music, and wonderful people. Now, this place had a fake beach out the back, with palm trees and everything. One of the last nights my group went to this place, we saw Hardy Thor there. I think his girlfriend had cheated on him or something, and we were there alone, separate from his group, who I don't think were there. During the night I went out back, noting that something had changed, and it wasn't all that much fun anymore. I lit up a smoke and I saw Hardy Thor out back as well, by the back fence. There were 5 other dudes back there, and you just knew something was about to go down. It happened so fast. I watched this guy flick a cigarette in one dude's face and hit another guy with a chair, and then just take the rest of these guys apart, like a crazy movie fight. It all went down in moments. Dudes lying in the sand, one guy running away screaming, "Yeah, I still faked your girlfriend as whole." Hardy Thor said, "You can keep her," and lit up a smoke. He walked by me and said, "Hey dude, looks like I gotta get the hell out of here. Can you pay my tab for me?" and handed me a wad of cash. "Thanks man, sorry for the trouble." And he walked out the back gate. I went back to that place a few times after and never saw him again. Some of his friends that would still go, I asked what happened. He moved, they said. They told me some stories about him and how really his own friend group did him wrong. Apparently they were mad because everything worked out for him, so they told his ex he cheated on her. She went and cheated on him and broke his heart. He had gotten in a bit of trouble when the dude his ex cheated on him with jumped him, and his ex just destroyed his reputation. I told them about what I had seen and was really inspired to knock their table over, drinks and all, because I knew that guy would have done it. I didn't have it in me. They gave me this crazy look when I told them they had ruined a good thing in that poor guy's life. Irish night was never as good without Hardy Thor there. I stopped going soon after, and the place stopped having Irish nights soon after that. Thinking about that guy makes me sad. I think about those times sometimes and wonder if that dude was like the physical embodiment of goodness in the world. I hope he is alive and okay, because the way his friends describe how they betrayed him, I don't know, but I often think they helped to kill a good bit of the goodness left in the world. That look on his face when he passed me that money to pay his bar tab. He was still solid, but those eyes were, man, looked like someone had stolen his world. The joke was on us though. Since he left I don't remember this place being anywhere near as fun or good or happy as when he was around. Just a bunch of tight-fisted assholes screaming about politics and money, faking shame. Really? I think it's time I left as well, now that I think about it. My mom is the biggest badass I know. Life has continually just gone absolutely wrong for her, but she's always come out on top while staying the nicest person in the world. When she was 17 she was tubing down a hill and she hit a tree and broke her back. She was paralyzed from the waist down. She was halfway through her senior year of high school. She graduated with a 4.0 and went off to college the next fall. She has so many great stories from college, but the best one is my mom kissed Kenny Loggins after a concert and got invited to his after party at the hotel. When I was 11 my dad ended up being laid off from his company and money got tight. My mom immediately started getting certified to be a substitute teacher. She went on to be a long-term sub for a teacher who had medical issues. While doing this, she got her teaching certification and ended up taking over that teacher's spot when she had to retire. Then she went back to school to get her master's degree. She taught first grade for over 10 years before having to retire on disability. Her body just can't keep up as much anymore. But those kids loved my mom. They would argue over who could push her up the ramp. It taught these kids that disabilities weren't a life ender, and it's okay to ask questions and offer to help when they could. She would take them up to her car and show them how she got in and drove. She made such a huge difference for her kids. She was everyone's favorite teacher. One time right after my senior year there was a huge scandal that came out, and it involved my ex-boyfriend, but not me in any way other than I was dating him at the time. I had absolutely zero knowledge of anything, but because of that connection the police ended up playing very dirty to get information about my ex from me. I never knew anything, so it didn't really work, but they did lie to me a lot. When it came out that they lied, my tiny little 110 pounds paralyzed mother went right down to the justice center and demanded to see them. She went complete mama bear on these seasoned detectives. They apologized to her for it. I'll always be grateful for that. My dad had started to get sick after he lost his job, and it continued to get worse. My senior year of high school he was diagnosed with manuscript. My mom stepped in to take care of the man they both had assumed would always take care of her. A few years after this he was diagnosed with bipolar 2, and he had a horrible manic episode. My mom took over everything. She makes sure my dad is taking the right meds and generally just watches out for him. He doesn't have a lot left, but my mom has persevered through it all. She had surgery at the end of last year and had to be hospitalized for 2 months, and she's just now finally doing a lot better. She's just been through so much, and she's the sweetest person in the world. She's the biggest badass I've ever met. I knew a guy once growing up who really loved martial arts. His family wasn't very well off, so he had to find money for him to go take martial arts classes. So he's ended up doing so many random jobs so that he could pay for the lessons and the bus fare to and from class. We'd be talking about some subject and then he'd say something like, well, back when I worked in an ice cream truck, or back when I sold cars, or when I cleaned store mannequins. He just had so many random experiences, but he ended up getting really good at martial arts. So good that he started doing tournaments. He did really well in them and almost qualified for the United States Olympic team, but he hurt his back and couldn't compete that year. Around that time he also challenged Chuck Norris, who backed down from the challenge, which was funny because when I heard that about him, it was around the same time people were really into those Chuck Norris jokes. He eventually tried to become an Olympic judge for martial arts, but he had some pretty major life-changing stuff happen, and he decided against it when they offered him the position. But because of how good he is at martial arts and how quick he's trained his reflexes, he has to register his body as a concealed weapon with the government and has to present a special card to any cops who pull him over, notifying them of his weapon status. One time a friend of mine attempted to pull a prank on him. I was in a group sitting in a living room and the friend sneaked up and shoved his shoulders yelling boo, and within a second he was on the ground. If you blinked you could have missed how smooth of a motion it was. Even after several years of not being in tournaments or going to a dojo, his reflexes were still razor sharp. Background info on the guy. I currently work with a guy who used to work security for a number of places, acted as a personal protection agent for big time celebrities, Mariah Carey, Justin Bieber, Will Smith, etc. Toured with a number of old and modern bands, refereed and judged in the Octagon, MMA, and has studied a number of martial arts. He's also MMA certified to do whatever, I forgot what it allows you to do, and has his own apparel chain that I've bought some stuff from. I've seen all of his documents, belts, etc., and it's absolute madness what this man has accomplished in his lifetime. Anyways, he's 57 now, and began his work at the age of 17 with his dad with a LinkedIn portfolio that ranges to hell and back. It's insane. His entire bio is insanity. Needless to say, he's not afraid of anything at all. And he's built like a motherfucker, the actual badassery. I'm going to tell the story as though I were watching it from the sidelines. One night my coworker has two guys over at his place, Brian and Steve, and we are talking the better part of 20 years ago. They're having drinks, having a good time, when my coworker calls out that it's time for everybody to leave. Brian, the drunkard of the hour, calls my coworker out, saying that he doesn't think he's all that tough. My coworker, being the modest man he is, kindly tells Brian to take his leave, to which Brian gets up in his face, at which point he boxed in 4 hits. As described by my coworker, blood everywhere. He's dragged out of the house and thrown out onto the front lawn, where he's left with Steve, who is then told to call the cops. Most baddest shit I've ever heard.